Dear old Bill, I don't want to talk about the past with you. It will make me soft-hearted. Will you? No, this is exactly what I admire most about you. Old Bill laughed and smashed the bottle, praising Mike sincerely. Your thinking is broader. Your thinking is also more rational. Compared with me, you can perfectly handle all the emotions you care about in your rational thinking. Little Mike, really, if I don't have children in Great Britain, I will retire directly and let you inherit the remaining 2 streets and all the relationships in and outside Flag City. Will you? No. Huh? Mike and Old Bill looked at each other and laughed, leaving Wolf and Hemingway, who hurried over, confused. The two came over together and bowed slightly to Mike and Old Bill respectively. Old Chief Bill, there are 3 children, Hemingway said softly. Yes, there are 3 children. Dear Chief Mike, Hemingway and I found that the number of deaths of those smuggled children is not high, which is similar to the previous data, but the data from the illegal indentured slave trade is not right. Wolf took over Hemingway's words and reported a little brain-burningly. We found that since half a year ago, the demand for children under the age of 10 in the illegal indentured slave trade has increased by 200% and has continued to this day. At about the time when Mary died yesterday, the 3 remaining young indentured slaves on the illegal indentured slaves were bought. Where are the 3 young indentured slaves? Mike asked. They died one after another due to a malignant infectious disease. Wolf thought for a moment and said, Boss, according to those bastards who sold illegal indentured slaves, these 3 young indentured slaves were hired by a masked man, just like before. This masked man has an extraordinary demeanor and should be a big shot, not the kind of person who would buy illegal indentured slaves for the sake of cheapness. The most important thing is, the masked man was very anxious because he was furious about the deaths of these 3 young indentured slaves, and he even beat up several of those bastards. Boss, there are 3 here, and the children in the orphanage, Mary and the other 2 are also 3. Could there be any connection here? Just check it out. Mike and Old Bill stood up at the same time. The trade of illegal indentured servants has gone from informal to formal. When Mike was a patrolman, the illegal indentured servant trade violated the interests of many big masters in Flag City and was strongly suppressed. But later, the so-called big men found that many people could not afford legal indentured servants, and out of greed, they took the illegal indentured servant trade into their hands. Just like Noah and his group, the Barker is a big farmer in the north of Flag City. Hey, dear brother Noah Derby, I wonder if you are hiding something from me. Noah and his group's nest is in the suburbs of the city, facing North Diagonal Street. A whole row of buildings suddenly has vacant space, and then to the northeast is a separate farmyard. The gate of the farm was torn into pieces in the heavy rain, revealing Dunbar's towering figure that was as burly as a black iron tower. Behind Dunbar, Mike slowly walked under the big umbrella held by Theodore, Indian old spot. Ah, it's dear Inspector Mike. A white man with a clean chin came to greet them in a hurry, but was kicked to the ground by Theodore. The ground was covered with mud and water, but Noah did not dare to struggle in the mud, because Mike had squatted down and was very close to him, so he was afraid that when he got up, he would splash mud and water on Mike's street detective uniform. Your backer is a big farmer, a very powerful big farmer, so you dare to hide something from me, right? Dear brother Noah, Mike asked with a smile. No, of course, not really, Noah hurriedly explained. Even though Mike was smiling, he ignored Old Bill behind him, with a face full of fear like a helpless child. Dear Inspector Mike, the person I respect the most, the leader of this powerful team of illegal indentured servants wailed. Someone wanted a child half a year ago, and you were on vacation at that time. I dare not disturb you. Really, I thought about reporting to Boss Wolf, but at that time, old Inspector Bill began to intervene in North Diagonal Street. I dare not disturb Boss Wolf again. Mike looked at Old Bill with interest. Old Bell turned his face away, knowing that when he and Mike had a dispute, the situation of several streets would change, and it was impossible to explain. But suddenly, Noah knelt on his knees and called out to Mike. "Detective Mike, spare me, please. I dare not hide anything from you. It's all because of Old Bell. Yes, it's all thanks to Old Bell. You know, if it weren't for Old Bell, I wouldn't dare to ignore your words, no matter how big my backer was. I remember everything you said last time. Noah is also one of the heroes in Flag City. Such an attitude scared Old Bell so much that he dropped the cigar in his mouth, stared, and wanted to cut Noah into pieces. What did you say to him?" he asked Mike. After all, even if he didn't have the ability to make Noah show even a little bit of cowardice. "I didn't say anything." Mike had long forgotten the last time he saw Noah. After 8 months of rest, many insignificant little things were gone with the wind. "I can't remember clearly, boss." Wolf laughed beside him. "I only remember that you took a fancy to 2 illegal indentured servants. Ah, dear second sister Julia, I'm not talking about you, because if it were you, you would have become a corpse on the roadside that no one picked up. I am talking about the big and the small Sloth brothers, the Buzzard brothers, who are still waiting for the boss to summon them in the dense forest outside the city. One of them is strong, and the other is short. They are good at fighting, but are both fools. The boss gave them freedom, but they were still not convinced. As a result, they were beaten by the boss with one hand and broke countless bones. Now they are still recovering from their injuries in the dense forest outside the city. Haven't they recovered from their injuries yet?" Mike asked. "On average, 18 bones were broken, and they have recovered a lot after a year, but they are afraid. They said that without your order, they would never dare to come out in their lives. They would rather help you hunt down the ghouls and cannibals wandering to the edge of Flag City." While Rox and Wolf were talking, the leader of the illegal indentured servants, New, was trembling constantly. Here, New shouted. "Great Inspector Mike. You know we won't look up any information about the buyers, but our account book is here. Feel free to look at it. I'll report it to our big boss myself. I promise." "No need," Mike interrupted New, glanced at New's bandaged wound, and was quite amazed. "Where did the masked man hit you?" he asked. In addition to New, 6 other people in the team of illegal indentured servants were injured. Mike knew that New was good at fighting. He fought 7 people alone, but the masked man escaped unscathed and beat New and his men into box, which really amazed him, and the special meaning of playfulness in his eyes began to grow. "Did you use guns?" Mike signaled New to stand up. "No, if the customer doesn't use a matchlock gun, we won't use guns no matter how big the conflict is. But he is really amazing. You know, we are all hard-working men. We are not as good as you and your brothers, but we are not useless. Come." But the masked man knocked me down in 10 minutes and beat down my brothers. 10 minutes? That's too long. Yes, if it were you, you would have killed me with 1 punch. New had infinite respect for Mike. New led Mike into the house, and after lighting a candle, the dim light began to spread. Mike found that this place seemed like a warehouse, full of the smell of feces and urine, and was particularly dirty and messy, but it began to be clean and tidy 20 yards away. And 20 yards away were huge cages, like small rooms, holding 6 or 7 female illegal indentured slaves. "Great Inspector Mike, since you warned us last time, no, you educated us. We have not abused illegal indentured slaves. These indentured slaves were purchased from other places, not captured, and we let them eat and drink well." New acted particularly kind, pointing to the empty space in the middle of the cage and said, "And there was a fight. The masked man beat us here." "When did they fight?" Mike took out some veal jerky from his arms and chewed it slowly. 2 nights ago, at 3 in the morning. No, 3:30. That's right, 3:30. Very good. Now, the old rules. Mike flicked his finger at Wolf. Everyone knew Mike's rules, so they left the warehouse together without Wolf saying hello. Old Bill tried to stay, but Julia pointed her gun at him. As the host, Noah didn't dare to slack off at all, and asked people to drag 6 or 7 female contract slaves out with their cages. Okay, Sin, my golden CI, Mike murmured in a low voice. After several cases, such as the Birmingham double murder and the night girl kidnapping case, Mike used the golden CI many times, which caused him some injuries, but the injuries brought him a stronger physique and will. Mike looked up at the sky and could only see the triangular concave ceiling of the warehouse, but he was looking forward to it. If one day he could completely resist and even kill the evil smoke of the entire North America against his peeping, how terrible could he be? The physique can break steel plates, but what about the will? Will some wonderful and happy changes comparable to those of God happen? Of course, these are very far away. So Mike chewed the beef jerky and waited quietly. He saw countless evil smoke sweeping in from all directions, and the pendulum in his mind swung faster and faster. Finally, Tuang, this powerful sound, like the morning bell and the evening drum, echoed leisurely in Mike's heart and shook his mind. The long aftertaste seemed to come from the past, and it seemed to come from the future. It had the most high-pitched and indescribable terrible volume, and it was so gentle that it could not be heard by any creature except him. Maybe God couldn't hear it either. After all, God said that He would always forgive the mistakes of the world, but never understand the choices of the world. Mike said softly, with a hint of strange sneer. He also saw the evil smoke began to swirl and twist, as if the sickle of the god of death froze everything into frost. The terrible pressure came, and Mike resisted, and refused the veal jerky with great strength, turning the nutrients necessary for the organism into the energy that he constantly consumed. Many times, the replenishment was too slow, so he tore the chocolate wrapper and stuffed it into his throat. Finally, Mike gathered enough strength and tried to punch the sides of the god of death. Then, everything changed. Well, I found a lot of clues. The door of the warehouse slowly opened, and Mike walked out. Mike's face was a little pale, as if he had exhausted his brain power, but because the sin of the fight was not too strong, Mike could still hold on physically, and his steps were steady, without any trembling. In Mike's eyes, Old Bill and others, his brothers Julia and Wolf and others, and the members of the illegal contract slave team led by Noah were all shrouded in the evil smoke. Every inch of land was pitch black, and the tracking smoke was even darker in the endless darkness. Mike, are you sure that the masked man is the murderer? Old Bill was surprised by Mike's unconventional thinking, and wanted to kill the bastard murderer who attacked the child. 3 children in the orphanage died because the masked man wanted to buy 3 less children. Judging from the time, place, and number, it is difficult for me to rule out the suspicion of the masked man. Mike couldn't see Old Bill's face in the cloud of sin, but it didn't prevent him from hearing that it was Old Bill who was speaking. Perhaps because of the shattering of the Grim Reaper's scythe, Mike's eyes did not turn into dazzling gold, which could be better hidden, but his vision was a little biased, and he saw the infinite black of the cloud of sin. He looked up and saw the sparse meteors in Aquarius flashing and blooming with a momentary brilliance, and his vision returned to normal in an instant. Cough. Mike coughed and lit a cigar. Dear Old Bill, come with me. I think I can find the masked guy. If he is the murderer, I just need to give him a punch and leave him to you, okay? I'm not sure I can survive after being hit by you. Old Bill laughed and asked in surprise, do you really have the ability to find the masked guy? It may take some time, but it can be found. Mike replied affirmatively. This made Old Bill sluggish for a while, and it was difficult to come back to his senses, because it was raining heavily now, and no one could track the traces of others living in such weather. Old Bill didn't believe that Mike was sure to do this, but Mike had done too many impossible things, so he had to believe it. Well, little Mike, You have given me too many surprises, and I am increasingly unwilling to really turn against you. Old Bill rarely admitted his weakness, not because he was old, but because he was impressed by Mike's ability that was too mismatched with his youth. Old Bill hated to see someone who was successful at a young age, full of vigor and energy, and thought he was invincible. But Mike's confidence came from Mike's ability, and Old Bill was increasingly unwilling to believe this. The rain was pouring, and 2 rows of oil-soaked torches disappeared in the dark night. The leader of the illegal indentured slaves, Noah, was standing in the pouring rain, soaking wet. He watched Mike's horse team go away with a docile face. When he could no longer see the light of the torches, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Leader, is that madman named Mike really that scary? A sturdy man was so angry that he punched the wall. Yes, Mike is a madman. The sturdy man just heard Mike sigh, lovely Aquarius meteors. God is my witness. Who can see a meteor in such damn weather? Besides, the sturdy man and his brothers joined the team of illegal indentured slaves because they trusted Noah, who could talk and laugh with a wolf pack. The sturdy man believed that they were lions by following Noah, and the rest of the people in North America were giraffes, buffaloes, wildebeests, or zebras under the claws of lions. He believed this so much, but it was all broken by Mike's rival, Cubic. My dear Cubic, you are my latest brother, but I am my most capable brother. In the eyes of the strong man with pain and guilt, the leader Noah groaned, not looking like a leader at all. But you have to remember it clearly, and imprint my words in your mind like a branding iron on my hand. Noah suddenly rushed into the warehouse and grabbed the horseshoe that was burned red in the stove. The smelly black smoke came out of his palm. Yes, remember this sentence. Anyone who provokes Inspector Mike will die without all hope. I am not afraid of death, not afraid of pain, but afraid of the disappearance of all light. I even doubt, even if Lord Baron Fleck angers Inspector Mike, he will not be able to get God's mercy again like his identity and glory. The rain is still falling, and it seems to never stop. The horse team also followed the carriage that Mike and Old Bill were riding in, galloping quickly without stopping. Mike even urged Theodore, who was driving, as if he didn't need to think about tracking the masked man. Little Mike, can you really track the masked man? Old Bill couldn't help but question. Because the speed Mike requested was too fast, Mike didn't even get off the car, but just pointed in the direction and said that the masked man fled in that direction. This is absolutely impossible, unless Mike's eyes come from God. I have other clues, Old Bill. Mike smiled gently, turning all the secrets into more suspense for Old Bill to think about by himself. His eyes fixed on the sinful smoke that was tracking as fast as a meteor in front of him. Mike also recorded the tracking route and outlined a floor plan of Fleck City with arrows marked in his mind. Dear Old Bill, the masked man should have left on horseback and ran away towards the southern suburbs of Fleck City. Mike squinted his eyes and said, We passed Dongzhi Street, interspersed with Beixie Street and Nanxie Street, and past many residential areas. Of course, we don't need to care about these residential areas. What we need to focus on are the larger places we pass through. For example, Old Bill was stunned for a moment, and his expression began to panic. Haha, what are you afraid of, dear Old Bill? Although we passed by Baron Fleck's manor, we also passed by the Big Dough Factory, Jilifen Factory, and Chenggan Factory. These 3 are the territories of large factory owners, and I didn't say that the masked man must have any relationship with them. It's good that it has nothing to do with Lord Baron Fleck. Old Bill breathed a sigh of relief, because Old Bill was very afraid that the masked man had some connection with Baron Fleck. He would not fight against the Baron whom he could not fight against. Therefore, if the masked man was the murderer and had some unclear relationship with Baron Fleck, he would abandon his conscience. Unless he had to, Old Bill was unwilling to throw away the only bit of conscience he had left. It was the existence of this conscience that gave him the faith to return to Great Britain one day before his death, to warmly hug his wife, whom he had not seen for 20 years, and his children, who were already married and whom he loved very much, although they were useless. Little Mike, I hope the masked man is the murderer, and I hope he is a lone traveler, so it won't cause too much trouble to kill him. Old Bill said seriously. I hope so, too. And then Mike suddenly stopped, because at this time he saw the sinful smoke that was tracking him stop in the sky, and then suddenly exploded. The faint but vast black smoke enveloped a place with a fence gate and a sentry post. Facing Mike's carriage and 2 rows of horsemen with torches, someone at the sentry post fired a shot and shouted arrogantly from a high position, "This is the musketeer station of the Knights of Manan. Who are you? Are you trying to die?" The shouts were very arrogant, narrating the absolute facts of Flex City in the rainstorm. Mike lowered his expression, and 3 mighty faces flashed through his mind in an instant. One was the Knight of Manan, who always wrapped his body in heavy knight armor, and only cold brown-yellow eyes like snakes were exposed behind the fence like mask. The other 2 were the adjutants of the Knights of Manan, a gunner and a swordsman, both of whom were good players who were not easy to deal with. The masked man was inside. Mike pointed at the musketeer's station and said, "Then, the masked man defeated New's illegal indentured slave team alone. Only Knight Manan or his 2 had such ability." Old Bell's pupils dilated and he shrank his neck involuntarily. "Little Mike, shall we leave?" he asked tentatively. Old Bell knew the class status of Flex City very well. It was absolutely pyramid-shaped. The top one was, of course, Lord Baron Fleck, the fat, middle-aged man with a pair of kind eyes who always smiled. He was definitely the only ruler of Flex City. And below Baron Fleck were 3 knights. No, there were 2. Knight Manan and Knight Thorndyke were too powerful. It would be better if Knight Thorndyke was provoked, but Knight Manan commanded an elite musketeer team of 100 people and was the most trusted person by Baron Fleck. "Little Mike, shall we leave? You must know that Knight Manan was above Chief Inspector Sigrid in terms of status and strength. Chief Inspector Sigrid already had some power to deal with us, not to mention Knight Manan." "Really?" Mike asked softly. "Of course, although Knight Manan does not belong to our detective department, his identity is there. His strengths, the strengths of a 100-man elite musketeer team." Mike laughed coldly and said directly, "Dear Old Bill, if we join forces, we may not be able to deal with a 100-man elite musketeer team, right? But is it worth it?" Old Bill was anxious all of a sudden. Old Bill felt that it was just the death of some children. No matter how the children died, no matter how cruel the death was, it was only a part of his conscience that was tortured. He didn't have much conscience, so it was valuable. But no matter how valuable his conscience was, it was not worth confronting Knight Man's elite musketeer team of 100 people. "Okay, Little Mike, I know you have your own persistence. Although I think your heart is as dark as your detective uniform, you hide right in the darkness, which is comparable to the light of the sun god." Old Bell tried to make his words more tactful, but you have to remember that we are the detectives of Flex City, and we should support the interests of the nobles and knights of Flex City, including Knight Manan. "What if I don't support them?" Mike asked with a strange look. "If you don't support them, Little Mike, have you forgotten that everything you have was given by Baron Fleck? He can take away everything you have at any time. You must flee and even die, and most of your brothers will die. After you flee in a hurry, the detective department will also suffer a terrible purge and reshape the order that Baron Fleck and the knights want." "You are right, but not quite right." Mike took a deep puff of his cigar. "What's wrong?" Old Bell asked hurriedly. "The most wrong thing is the foundation of everything, me." Mike sourced. "Everything I have is what I have fought for, with fists, swords, and blood. Old Bell, I stick to my bottom line and do things by any means. So I think I am noble." But do you know, Old Bell, when I investigate a case, I like to restore the scene of the crime in my mind, and what I just restored was a young child with his mouth covered, struggling in pain, but constantly bleeding, and the blood was dripping like Satan's hell. If I don't care, I will no longer be myself. Maybe you don't understand this kind of philosophical and metaphysical truth, but I am noble, absolutely noble. Mike was passionate. Listening to Mike's loud words, Old Bell was stunned, as if he didn't recognize Mike. And at such a moment, Old Bell felt that Mike's young face became serious and shiny. Mike's body was extremely tall, and what he experienced was a feeling of absolute insignificance when a despicable person faced a noble person. Hey, didn't you hear me talking? Get out of the territory of the respected Knight Ma Nan. At this time, a musketeer guard in bright red clothes and big black leather boots came running. He was a young boy, careless, and didn't care that the people in front of him were obviously a group of thugs. When he saw Wolf and Hemingway, he was stunned for a moment, looked inside through the open curtain, and smiled. It turned out to be Inspector Mike and Inspector Old Bell. "Who are you?" he asked. "Come to visit Sir Knight Ma Nan." Mike smiled and threw a cigar to the musketeer guard. "It's too late, Sir Knight Ma Nan." The guard paused and sniffed the cigar greedily. "But you must have something to do here, right? I can try to report it, but I can't guarantee the result of the report." "Then report it." Mike waved his hand. "Of course, it is not possible to meet the Knight Ma Nan like this. Just like Mike and Old Bell must return to their respective carriages according to traditional etiquette." "Okay, little Mike, I'll go with you. If Sir Knight Ma Nan is willing to see us." Old Bell thought about it and felt it was a bit embarrassing to leave now. If Knight Ma Nan summoned him, it would be like playing a boring joke on Knight Ma Nan. He got off the car and walked towards his carriage. Mike and Wolf stared at Old Bell's back, and Wolf suddenly laughed. "Boss, are you really so noble?" Wolf laughed so hard that he fell backwards. "I just gave a good speech." Mike and Wolf had nothing to say. They said with strange eyes, "If I really can't afford to offend Lord Knight Ma Nan, I will definitely leave, and then find a chance to kill some people to avenge the child. But there is one thing I didn't like to dear Old Bell." "What is it?" "It is everything we have now. Power, status, and money. We fought for it with our fists. Baron Fleck gave us what we deserved, and we also need us to maintain his rule. Under Baron Fleck, no one, including Knight Ma Nan, can be abandoned." "Boss, I don't understand," Wolf said with a bitter face. "You know, I'm not very sensitive to power. I'm not very sensitive either. But I know that big factory owners are testing the bottom line of workers again and again, thereby intensifying their exploitation of workers and increasing their interests. The same is true in reverse. We who live in Fleck City can test the bottom line of Baron Fleck again and again, and get more benefits that we deserve based on the value we pay. Of course, we need a proper reason, and the death of the children gives us the best reason. I still don't understand." "Then get your dagger ready." Mike's expression suddenly turned grim. To be honest, Mike's heart was also conflicted, because morality is morality. The cruel death of the child has touched the bottom line of morality for hundreds of years. Based on this, Mike can even try to pull Knight Ma Nan off the altar and turn this noble knight into charred bones burning on the stake. But Mike doesn't understand whether he is doing this for greater benefits, or is it his conscience that is playing tricks on him. Fuck it. Mike suddenly laughed, touched the badge of honor he had recently received, and whispered, "After getting the first one, why not think about getting the second one? There are too many knights now, so, in fact, the emergence of a new knight can be at the cost of the death of several old knights." The sleeping Knight Ma Nan roared. And then, of course, Mike and Old Bell received a cold order to leave. Mike didn't care about this, and Old Bell expected it, so everyone left very quietly, like ghosts with torches in the dark rain. "Boss, the damn Knight Ma Nan doesn't give you any face at all." Wolf approached the window of the carriage, lowered his voice and asked, "Do you want to teach Knight Ma Nan a little lesson? He has a good-for-nothing bastard son who does all kinds of evil, and 2 deputies he values very much are not good either. Then catch his 2 deputies." Mike smiled casually and said, "We need to test it a little. Be very cautious, and test it lightly." That night, it was a night of heavy rain. The sky and the earth were connected in a line, without a single star, and the world seemed to be shrouded by a never-ending waterfall. In the incomparable darkness, Knight Ma Nan did not fall asleep again. His burly figure tossed and turned. His mind was confused, and suddenly he shouted angrily, "Who are you talking about? Who is visiting me?" "It's the slick guy named Old Bill from the detective department," the guard at the door replied. "No, I'm asking who else besides Old Bill." I was too irritable, especially when someone disturbed my sleep, so I didn't tell them to get out before hearing the second name. But if I remember correctly, the one who could come to visit me with the old fox Old Bill was either Sigrid or Harriman, or my dear brother Mike. Yes, it was Inspector Mike, the guard replied with his neck shrunk. After all, everyone knew that Knight Ma Nan particularly hated smuggled people, and they also knew that among these smuggled people, there was one person that Knight Ma Nan loved and hated. This man is called Mike Thorsted, the only one who escaped from the great raid of Knight Ma Nan's musketeers. On the day he escaped, Mike was only 12 years old. Well, little Mike, I really like him. Knight Ma Nan frowned and roared. When little Mike was 12 years old, he escaped from my cleansing operation with only a minor injury. When he was 13 years old, he got the right of residence in front of 20 of our brothers. When he was 14 years old, he beat down 7 of our elite gunmen by himself. When he was 15 years old, Lord Fleck said that he was as good as a fully armed team of 10 people. When he was 16 years old, damn it, I recruited him, but he refused. He didn't want to be my deputy. Did he think that being a little detective was more glorious than being my adjutant? Yes, Inspector Mike is more majestic, freer, and has greater power than his deputy. But Knight Ma Nan was unwilling to admit this, so Knight Ma Nan suffered from insomnia. He wore a straight armor weighing 150 kilograms and sat in the tent to work under the guards, and whispered to his deputy Grinning Dives. They talked about many things until dawn, and then they heard uneasy and terrified shouts. "Dead! Dead! Lord Marshderma is dead! Vampire! It's a vampire! Lord Marsh blood has been swallowed dry." Hearing the shouting outside, Knight Ma Nan drew out his broad knight's sword and strode out of the tent. He chopped down the heavy sword, causing the scene to stagnate for a moment, and Adjutant Grinnan behind him also used the English rapier to pierce the shoulder of the soldier who shouted the loudest, and twisted the hilt of the sword in an extremely ferocious manner. "I'm never afraid of vampires, so shut up," Adjutant Grinnan roared fiercely. The injured musketeer soldier really shut up, not because he didn't feel pain, nor because he was obedient, but Grinnan stabbed out 3 times with the sword while roaring, and the sword light pierced the soldier's eyes and throat like stars. "Grinnan, you should be more tolerant of our soldiers." Knight Ma Nan paused for a moment. He obviously had no intention of pursuing Adjutant Grinnan, and strode into the tent belonging to Adjutant Marsh next to him. The tent was dark, so Knight Ma Nan slapped the knight's heavy sword and forcibly collapsed the tent. The sunlight after the rain poured in, allowing him to see the body of Adjutant Marsh with half of his body falling on the bed. The corpse opened its eyes unwillingly, and because of the tilted head, the 2 purple-black blood holes on the neck were very conspicuous. What happened? Knight Ma Nan looked coldly at his adjutant Grinnan. "I don't know." Grinnan gritted his teeth. Could it really be a vampire? "Oh, right. Mike and Old Bill wanted to visit us last night, and this happened today. I'll catch them. You can arrest Old Bill, but if you dare to arrest Mike, I might see your dead body." Knight Ma Nan would not underestimate Mike. It's not that he doesn't dare, nor that he can't, but in the many years of knowing Mike, the young man he paid attention to, gave Knight Ma Nan too many powerful feelings. He thought Grinnan was not Mike's opponent. Sir Knight Ma Nan, I am calmer and more cruel than Mike, so I have 100 ways. Grinnan wanted to argue, but if Mike wants, he can be 100 times more cruel than you. Knight Ma Nan remembered how Mike escaped from the big raid when he was 12 years old, and suddenly laughed. Dear Grinnan, my adjutant, he said seriously, you are only cruel to your enemies and harsh to your subordinates. But Mike is even more cruel to himself when necessary. So unless I give the order, don't think about being arrogant in front of Inspector Mike. Come on, invite Inspector Mike and Old Bill. This time it's not that they want to see me, but I need them to give me an explanation. Mike and Old Bill arrived soon, because a night summons. Unless you want to die, no one in Flag City except Baron Flag can refuse. Dear Sir Knight Ma Nan, I should apologize because we obviously disturbed your rest yesterday. Mike strolled over with Wolf and others. Not just yesterday, but now as well. Knight Ma Nan stared at Mike, and then looked behind Mike and found Julia, Wolf, Theodore and Dunbar. Except for Ollie, Mike brought all the closest brothers, in addition to 8 gunmen and 12 swordsmen who look good. This made Knight Ma Nan a little unhappy, because Mike's men were of multiple nationalities, which did not meet Knight Ma Nan's moral standard of English first. Mike, is it necessary to bring so many people? Knight Ma Nan's voice was very steady, because a big event happened. Mike sighed and said, the body of a child was found last night, and the blood was devoured by vampires. There was also the body of an adult, who died in the same way as the child. Have 2 people died. Knight Ma Nan was finally moved. To be precise, there should be 4 people. 3 children aged 6 or 7 and a gambler who abused his wife and daughter, and wanted to break into the house and rob on a rainy night. Mike replied respectfully, raised his hand, and someone brought 2 bodies. One of them was the body of the little girl Mary, who looked paler after being embalmed, with a darker blood hole on her neck. The other was a middle-aged man, sloppy, but his neck was rubbed white like someone was taking a bath. Why is there one more? Old Bill was confused, and he quickly shut up when he wanted to speak. Old Bill's choice was wise. He kept saying things like, Mike is too young. Young people are easily impetuous. Impulsiveness easily leads to disasters, etc. But he deeply understood one thing. Mike is valuable because of his youth, and he has far more say in front of some big shots than him. Just like now, Mike can talk freely in front of Knight Ma Nan. Dear Knight Ma Nan, you know that I respect you very much, Mike said with a heavy expression. So if it weren't for the vampire incident, I wouldn't have disturbed your rest last night. I was too tired last night. Knight Ma Nan lightly revealed the fact that he was sleeping late. Obviously, Knight Ma Nan did not have the old-fashioned chivalry of Knight Griffin, and was good at shirking responsibility. Knight Ma Nan always spoke as if he was roaring, which made his language more powerful, and directly covered up what happened last night. Dear Knight Ma Nan, you have worked too hard for the safety of Flag City. Mike is certainly not stupid, he agreed once, and then said, but because the incident is too serious, I need the assistance of some of your men. Of course, I don't suspect that there are vampires among your soldiers, because there will never be any dirt that can hide from your eyes. I just need to investigate some things. No need, since it is a vampire. I guarantee that there is no problem in the station. The armor on Knight Ma Nan was too straight, so he couldn't squat down, but this didn't prevent him from checking the male corpse under his feet. Mike saw Adjutant Grinnan kick the male corpse with his toes, and 2 soldiers lifted the corpse. Adjutant Grinnan carefully checked it first, and then Knight Ma Nan stretched out his steel-covered fingers and fiercely stretched open the purple-black blood hole on the neck of the corpse. This part was wiped clean. It seems that the vampire who is the murderer is not a sloppy and dirty ghost. Knight Ma Nan's voice was loud. Yes, Generally speaking, vampires are one of the monsters that likes cleanliness very much. Mike replied with a smile. Very good. Then go and check it, Inspector Mike. Knight Ma Nan issued an order to expel the guests. Mike paused for a moment, and without staying too long, he led his men to leave the Musketeer station. Old Bell followed, turned around and looked at the closed gate of the station, and suddenly grabbed Mike. Why is there an extra body? Was it really done by a vampire? The body was found later, Mike said with a smile. Go to hell, Mike. Old Bell hesitated, stopped asking questions, and turned away. Mike, he grinned and said, I don't care what you want to do. As long as it is revenge for the child, I am willing to help you. We used to be very good friends, and you should know my style. Before this case is solved, yes, just before this case is solved, I promise not to do anything dirty. But if you take advantage of my trust and conscience to do something dirty to me, we will never stop until we die. I don't want this. Mike waved his hand casually. Because of the heavy rain for 2 consecutive days, the air was particularly fresh, and the mid-autumn sun was brighter. Mike raised his foot, and Theodore knelt on one knee and let Mike step on his knee to get on the carriage. This style made Old Bell's eyes widen, and he suddenly snorted coldly and left angrily. Theodore, you don't need to do this. Mike jumped into the carriage without touching Theodore's knee. Boss, you are our teacher, parent, and boss. Theodore saw Old Bell's carriage leaving, and laughed roughly. Of course, we keep this in mind, and we will do this when necessary. Don't worry, boss, we don't regard ourselves as your indentured servants. You said that when we need strict etiquette in the future, all the brothers will have been nobles or knights. TSK, I like it this way. Mike smiled and lit a cigar. At this time, the car door opened, and Julia rushed in first, huddled in the corner like a kitten and began to snoring. Without Mike saying anything, Wolf followed in and covered Julia with the same blanket, and stretched out his hand to Mike. Boss, I'm more curious about how that damn adjutant died. He lowered his voice and asked, the adult male victim. No, it was that damn bastard. I know he died after Ali sucked all his blood. At that time, Ali wiped his neck clean, drank until his belly was full, and complained that the drunkard's blood polluted his throat. But the blood of a drunkard should not be enough to make Ali lie in the room and unable to walk, right? Simple, because after drinking of the drunkard's blood, Ali sneaked into the residence of the Knights of Ma Nan and interrogated Adjutant Marsh. What did he find out? It was just some indiscriminate killing of innocent people, taking people as living targets, and so on. So Marsh died. Did Ali disobey your order? Wolf frowned, his heart full of confusion. No, because the order I gave Ali was to kill Marsh. Mike did not shy away from ordering killings, because in his opinion, except for those who lived honestly, such as the good guys like old Peter, there was no one in North America who did not deserve to die, including himself. And he knew that Adjutant Marsh was the instructor of this elite 100-man musketeer team and was a very good gunman. But unlike Julia, Marsh marksmanship was practiced in killing, not because Marsh had a terrible talent for guns like Julia. Marsh liked to let stowaways go on the spacious plains. Whether they were old, young, or children, he would shoot them in the back and enjoy the hope and despair of those people. So since there was a chance, of course, I had to order him to be killed. Mike thought and said, it's a pity that Marsh has nothing to do with this case. When Ali sucks blood, the person being sucked will secrete dopamine crazily, giving Ali happiness and also making Marsh fall into an empty pleasure illusion. Marsh can't lie in this state, so he is not the masked man. So, the masked man is Knight Ma Nan, or Adjutant Grinnin. Ordinary musketeer soldiers don't have the ability to fight new and those people alone. Both are possible, and this time, well, very strange. Mike thought hard and used his fingers to pinch the burning cigar. Ali was still lying on the bed because he sucked too much blood. When Mike went back, Ali came up to him with a big belly, Boss, you made my belly big. He was used to joking, and seeing Julia, who was napping like a kitten, suddenly opened her big round eyes. He immediately shut up, touched his nose, and smiled at Mike. Dear Ollie, it seems that Adjutant Marsh blood has given you a lot of nutrition. Mike felt that Ollie's breath was stronger. Yes, boss. After all, if I hadn't become a high-blooded vampire, I might not be Marsh's opponent. Ollie was very satisfied with his current strength, although eating delicious food would make him upset. For vampires, being able to taste delicious food is the most beautiful thing in the world. Boss, how was it this time? Did you use Marsh's death as an excuse to get the power to investigate the garrison of the Musketeers? Except Hemingway, Ollie should be the smartest among all the brothers in terms of political schemes. He knows that Mike let Marsh die for two reasons. The first reason is that with the help of the vampire incident, the terrible impact of killing the adjutant of the garrison can be erased. The second reason, of course, is to use Marsh's death as a starting point to obtain the power to search for the masked man in the garrison. Of course, the most important point is that Marsh really deserves to die. He didn't. Mike gave a negative answer, but Mike didn't feel any disappointment. Instead, he was surging, revealing an excited look like a majestic mountain lion when it found a large prey. This is very strange. Yes, it is very strange. Mike led everyone into the hall, leaning against the fireplace to evaporate the moisture on his body blown by the sea breeze, and said very affirmatively, Nightman once hated me because I broke his record when he drove and encircled the stairways, and became the only person who escaped his personal pursuit. But I have orthodox British blood, so in recent years, he no longer hates me, and it has become a terrible desire to recruit me. We all know this, boss. Wolf interrupted and pulled off the blanket for Julia, who was snoring next to Mike. It was a little hot in front of the fireplace, and Julia was sweating, but she was too lazy to pull off the blanket. This involves the psychological problem of Nightman. Mike wiped the sweat from Julia's forehead and nodded slightly to Wolf. The Nightman I know is a bastard, and he is definitely not a proud person like Night Griffin. He doesn't mind me investigating his base, but he hopes that I will be by his side during the investigation so that he can easily recruit me or threaten me. But he didn't do that, and he couldn't wait to drive me out of his base. As soon as Mike finished speaking, Wolf, Ollie, and others began to think. Because Mike's thinking is very eccentric. No, not eccentric, but Mike's reasoning can go from the beginning to the end in his mind, rather than using language to guide thinking. When Mike tells the case, or some strange points, he is teaching them. Boss, you mean Nightman is hiding something? Wolf and Ollie asked in unison. Yes, Nightman must be hiding something, even if it has nothing to do with this case. There must be something we can understand and use. Mike used homemade chopsticks to enjoy lunch, paused for a while, and suddenly left. I remember that Nightman's Adjutant Grinnan was a cruel and lustful bastard. Right, the sky is blue. The blue sky of North America gradually dims with time. When the sky is full of stars, it is naturally a time period that conforms to a certain habit of human beings. Adjutant Grinnan likes this habit very much, and even ignores the normal time period of this habit. He could enjoy the pleasure brought by this habit during the day, at night, at any time and anywhere, but unfortunately, there was no such thing as a comfort girl team in the garrison of the Musket team. If he wanted to be happy, he had to go to Fleck City to find street girls. Hey, poor little guy, don't you know that girls don't like to do business with you? Dear Adjutant Grinnan, we went to the street you often go to find you, but we didn't expect you to come to North Diagonal Street. Who gave you the courage to come to the jurisdiction of Chief Mac to find street girls? Tonight, Adjutant Grinnan was not happy, because Nightman said that he was not Mac's opponent. Grinnan came to North Diagonal Street to find street girls he liked. He wanted to go crazy once, maybe not abuse like before, but kill. Anyway, it was just a lowly street girl. Because of some quirks, he was willing to pay for the accidental killing. What could Mac do to him? But what Grinnan didn't expect was that before he had time to spend the silver pounds in his pocket, he saw at least 10 black holes of the matchlock muzzles under the starlight. Wolf, Ali, Dunbar, and 9 gunmen led by Julia directly put him into a sack and threw him into Mike's yard without anyone seeing. It was full of the scent of roses. Mike, did you let them tie me up and take me to your house? Who do you think I am? Do you think that Lord Nightmanan is really reluctant to kill you? Grinnan struggled and twisted his body in the sack, asking with a bruised face. Mike looked at the sinful smoke emanating from Grinnan's body, which could not be blocked by the thick sack, and smiled gently, wrapped in a cigar. Suddenly, he stood up from the snow-white sun lounger, stepped on one of Grinnan's feet in the sack, and slowly applied force. Crack! Squeak! Squeak! First, the bones broke, and then the bones continued to break, and the sound of being completely disabled was about to come. Grinnan tried to endure it like a tough guy at first, but the fear of being wrapped in a sack and invisible, and the despair of becoming a disabled person made him unable to bear it, and he wailed for mercy. Inspector Mike. Respected Inspector Mike. I surrender. Knight Martin is right. You are more cruel than me. He struggled in the zigzag like a maggot, trying to escape from Mike's feet. Then tell me, who is the masked man? Mike softened the force of his foot a little. Masked man? Who is masked? Grinnan asked in confusion. Squeak. It hurts. I say. Stop stepping on me. I say. Mike exerted a little force, and Grinnan screamed. As a powerful swordsman, Grinnan knew very well how terrible the force of Mike's foot was. He had to admit his defeat, because even if he admitted his defeat 2 seconds later, his foot would be shattered and he would never be able to recover. I admit that I am the masked man, and I just bought a few indentured slave children. Crack! This time it was the calf. Damn it. Mike, I know. I killed the children in the orphanage. They were not vampires. Don't make me disabled, because you can't get involved in this matter. You really can't get involved. Mike is a man who likes to use his brain. But in North America, a vast, beautiful, and fraternal land willing to embrace artillery fire, violence is always the most effective. So when Mike stepped on the bones on Grinnan's left leg, Grinnan lost his pride as the adjutant of the Knights of Manan and shouted that he would tell Mike everything. Not a vampire. No, it should be said that it was not a vampire in Fleck City. After several painful struggles, Grinnan got out of the thick sack and stared at Mike in fear. Mike appreciated this fear, exhaled the bitter and sweet smoke of the cigar, took the blueberry wine held by Wolf, took a sip and asked, Vampires outside? Vampires who can order you to do things. Is it a vampire baron? Mike said with a sense of humor, because the vampire counts and Nicholas Kane in his memory basically did not exist. Some vampires call themselves nobles, but it is just a way of saying they despise the social hierarchy of human beings. A vampire who calls himself a baron is not necessarily weak, and a vampire who calls himself a vampire duke is likely to be torn apart and eaten by 2 small ghouls. Mike once deduced that monsters have not yet established a real society and class, and everything is done with fists. No, it is a powerful vampire who calls himself Blood Moon Lover. It is so powerful that it even conquered the most powerful Emma tribe near Fleck City. Grinnan said in a clear and orderly manner, and roared out like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Mike just sneered. Later, Wolf, Theodore, Ali and Dunbar couldn't help laughing wildly, but Julia, who was dozing, didn't laugh. She purred like a cat and seemed to accidentally point the muzzle of the matchlock gun at Grinnan. I don't believe a word you say. Mike's laughter became even colder. Why don't you believe it? Inspector Mike, I won't lie, because I can see that you really have the guts to turn me into a useless cripple. I just want to walk out of your beautiful yard without getting hurt. I said, I don't believe it, Mike emphasized. Because of the pain, Greenan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but his expression gradually calmed down, and he looked at the facial expressions of Mike and Mike's brothers more seriously. The bastard who was wailing just now, and who seemed very fragile after being stripped of the cruel skin, was so calm that he didn't seem like a human, as if the pain of the broken bones didn't belong to him. Inspector Mike, you are really a guy with all your hands and eyes, Greenan said to Mike coldly. The Emma tribe is the most powerful Indian tribe around Flag City and has a very scary Indian warrior. This group of Indians roamed around, appearing and disappearing, giving us a headache, so I used them as a cover to deceive you. But now it seems that they have a very close relationship with you, and I also understand why other Indian tribes have plundered the suburbs of Flag City and killed many people, but the most powerful Emma tribe did not do so. This is all your guess. Mike shrugged. Yes, this is all my guess. I have no evidence, and you don't have to kill me to silence me. Greenan was unwilling to speculate more. After thinking for a while, he used his palm to straighten the broken bones under Mike's feet, cross his legs, and continued to speak very calmly. Inspector Mike, I can tell the truth. Greenan subconsciously lowered his voice. You know the Great Migration, right? That's right, because the fierce tsunami caused drastic changes in the climate in North America. Animals began to migrate. Indians also began to migrate, and the migration of Indians caused riots among all monsters. Then what? Mike felt interested. Then, Greenan laughed conceitedly and cruelly. Everything is changing. And change means that no matter what happens in the city, we can use Indians and monsters as an excuse. Inspector Mike, and many of your schemes just for money or for power. You just need to know that if you kill me, everything you have will be completely destroyed. Can Knight Manan do this? Mike asked. I don't think so, unless Baron Fleck takes action against you. Greenan praised Mike. After all, in the past, Greenan thought that Mike was just a slightly more powerful inspector, and he was considered a very capable and talented person to escape the expulsion of the Musketeers when he was young. But it is different now, because Greenan guessed, in addition to the power in Flag City, Mike also hooked up with an Indian tribe with great warriors. Dear Inspector Mike, Greenan used honor fix again, but his expression became arrogant. I have to admit, Inspector Mike, you are really a very capable person. I even suspect that Lord Knight Manan is not your opponent, but if Knight Manan's adjutant is killed here, that is, me, Knight Manan will definitely make you anxious. If the situation develops, Lord Baron Fleck will not let you go for someone like you, who breaks the rules by dealing with the Knight Squire as an inspector. You just said that Knight Manan can't deal with me. Yes, I said that. But you don't have to cause such a big trouble, Greenan said seriously. I admit that I drained the blood of 3 children and created the scene of the arrival of vampires. This will cause Flag City to panic, and the Musketeers can naturally gain greater benefits and expand, thereby sweeping away the huge power around Flag City. I did something wrong. It was my fault, and I promise that this matter will be forgotten. I will never use this matter to trouble you, and I will say that the injuries on my body were caused by falling off a horse. Greenan said word by word, enduring the pain and speaking in an extremely calm voice. But facing such a serious attitude of Greenan, Mike's smile grew bigger and bigger, and he couldn't hold back his face, slapping his thigh and laughing wildly. You plead guilty? Mike asked. Yes, I plead guilty. I used a special vine to prevent the children's wounds from healing, thereby draining their blood. Inspector Mike, you can't beat me in botany. If you want, I can teach you and make you a powerful ally. Unfortunately, apart from the impact of the Great Migration, I still don't believe what you said. Mike's words made Greenan's face change drastically. Then, Mike clapped his hands and Grinning saw a black man with a golden ratio like a god running over. In the black man's hand, he was holding a purple-black foreign plant that made him feel very familiar. In North America, there is a plant that can entangle a person's body. The more the man struggled to get rid of it, the tighter the plant tightened. After the suffocating vine was cut off and fell powerlessly, the sweet fragrance and bitter juice would carry a strange smell into the nose. Vampire kiss. Grinning shouted in surprise and could no longer calm down. You call it a vampire kiss? Mike took the vine from the black Martin Luther King, pinched the skin of the vine a little, and felt a little dizzy. The sweet smell from the vine wand would make people lose themselves and fall asleep in a dream-like death. But people are not dead. They will only decay in sleep, and there is a faint smile on the corner of their mouths. You just said that my botany is not as good as yours, but you are wrong. Do you know? I learned a lot from white people, black people, and Indians. I know there is a terrible plant called poppy, a terrible economic product called opium, and others such as marijuana. This plant is called the corner of the mouth of the happy person by the Indians. It is not addictive, but has all the other effects of the above-mentioned things. It is the devil that the Indians fear and desire. Having resisted the backlash and pressure of the evil smoke of North America for many years, Mike's spirit is extremely strong. So after a short dizziness, Mike blocked the wand of the vine and did not let the influence of the vine fragrance spread out. He said, in addition, it also has the effect of preventing wounds from healing. Just apply a little juice on the wand, and it can drain all the blood in a person's body. What do you want, Mike? I said, there are people behind me, not Nightmanan. If you cripple or kill me, you will face the wrath of a big man who is enough to subvert the entire city of Fleck. Grinning couldn't calm down. In his eyes, Mike was like an omnipotent devil, and he found his most terrible means. No, I just caught a murderer who killed innocent children. Mike laughed. You have no evidence. Everything I said was a confession from you under torture. Grinning wanted to retort. I can find evidence. You can't find it. Grinning sneered, believing that he had not left any evidence to convict him. But when he saw the smile on Mike's lips, he shuddered and roared with trembling all over. Mike, do you want to frame me? He asked loudly. It's not a frame-up, because it was too normal for you to admit that you were the murderer. And with the clues I found, it can be confirmed that the murderer is you. If you frame the murderer, well, is framing the real murderer considered a frame-up? I won't admit it. I want to appeal. I want to ask Lord Nightmanan and Lord Baron Fleck to make the decision for me. I'm very sorry. The dead will not appeal. Mike's understated words made Grinnon's face change drastically. Before Grinnon could react, Mike had handed the vampire kiss, or the corner of the mouth of the comforter, to Martin Luther King. The identity of a black person is very useful. Mike smiled. Martin Luther King paused, then laughed. Yes, boss. The identity of black people is very useful because black people will not resist. They are very honest. So what black people say cannot be used as evidence, but it is also the most powerful evidence. Martin Luther King said, and opened his arms in a wild posture. There was a loud shouting sound like a drum, and the black man was thrown into the yard by two other black people with happy dance steps. This black man is a traitor, that is, someone who betrayed his black compatriots to obtain the identity of glorious black slave. 吃啦! Martin inserted the vine into the black man's neck. When the vine was pulled out, the black man was still struggling, and blood kept flowing out of his neck without stopping. Gradually, he stopped struggling, and a strange smile hung on the corner of his mouth, just like the little girl Mary. Martin pulled out Grinnon's sword again, gritted his teeth and stabbed his thigh, then turned around and stabbed the vine into Grinnon's chest in Grinnon's unwilling eyes. At noon, in the detective's office, Goldbell had long been accustomed to the inspector's office on the first floor. He didn't care that the morgue was on the third floor above his head and enjoyed a piece of burnt veal. This was made for him by Jenny from the St. Emil orphanage. It was very delicious. So did Jenny accept the 2 gold pounds I left for her? The stingy old belle was very generous to Jenny. No, Hemingway showed a gritted smile at the sight. She said she had no children, so she regarded the lovely Julia from Mike's side as her daughter. As long as you don't give up dealing with Mike, she will not accept anything you leave for her. As for today's steak, she said that she only made you half a meal because you had the courage to enter the Knights of Man's residence in this vampire case and did something that a living person should do. Well, she still won't forgive me. Old Belle swallowed the steak in big mouthfuls, not caring about the burnt taste, and opened the watch under the fake gold chain to reveal a rather rough-looking photo. The photo was a little blurry, but you could still see that it was a beautiful woman and 2 children. If she didn't accept it, I couldn't give up on little Mac. After all, I wanted to make more money so that my family could have the opportunity to live a noble life. Old Belle sighed softly, unaware that Hemingway had keenly captured this photo, and his eyes emitted a bloodthirsty cold light. Boss Belle, thinking of Mike's attitude, the coldness in Hemingway's eyes gradually dissipated. Really, I have to remind you seriously, he said to Old Belle solemnly. Although it is only a photo of my wife when she was young, you'd better not show this photo again. I remember Mike said that all the kindness in the North American colonies is unreliable. The reason why he didn't get married was that he was worried that some terrible things would happen to people who shouldn't happen. No one knows where my wife and children are in Great Britain. Old Belle disagreed. It can all be found out, Hemingway said more seriously, because Old Belle needed to mail money as Old Belle's think tank. He had already found out the flow of the money. It was not Great Britain, but a more stable, peaceful land in Northern Ireland. Hemingway reported this to Mike, in return for Mike's smile and the blue eyes that looked at him. There are always some people who will do anything, he said. You are really my best brother. Old Belle praised Hemingway directly, stood up and gave Hemingway a big hug. Hemingway just nodded, because in fact, Old Belle had never trusted him. He was cautious and performed again and again at the risk of death, which deepened Old Belle's trust in him. But in fact, this trust could not be compared with an old brother like Jenny. Old Belle was mostly acting. In addition, about the cooperation with Mike in this case, Hemingway felt that he needed to act again. But suddenly, there was chaos outside the detective's office. There were sounds of patrol boots hitting the ground everywhere, and the sound of patrol officers taking out batons and shouting to line up. Hemingway pushed open the window and heard Theodore's roar. A bunch of bastards! Line up! Line up now! Call all the patrol officers outside. Also notify Chief Inspector Sigrid and Old Belle. This is the order of our dear Inspector Mike. It's an emergency notice. Even if Inspector Harriman is not here, you patrol officers and detectives belonging to Inspector Harriman must obey the orders of Boss Mike. Hemingway's expression changed immediately. In fact, it was not just Hemingway. Old Belle's face was not looking good either. The cigar that he was reluctant to smoke fell to the ground and he accidentally stepped on it without noticing. It was an emergency notice, the biggest event in the detective's office. Old Belle murmured in disbelief. The so-called emergency notice is an order initiated by any inspector in Flex City, which requires the mobilization of all members of the detective's office. However, since the establishment of Flex City, there have been only 3 emergency notices. Once, at least 3 zombies sneaked into the city. Once, an Indian warrior led several Indian tribes to attack the city. This last time was the one initiated by Mike. Little Mike, what are you doing? Old Belle jumped out of the window. It's what we are doing now, an emergency notice. Old Belle, this matter is too serious. Mike did not take a carriage, but sat on a tall horse and stared at everything in the detective's office. Old Bell saw that Mike's men had gathered all the patrolmen and detectives and called back the people outside. What was even more terrifying was that he also saw the body of Grinnan, whose face was pale and seemed to have no blood, at Mike's feet. I want to know what happened. Little Mike, are vampires attacking the city? Even Grinnan's adjutant of the Musketeers is dead. Old Bell asked with a pale face. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Mike smiled bitterly and said, I killed Grinnan. You killed Grinnan? Old Bell was completely surprised. After the death of Marsh, the gun instructor of the Musketeers, Grinnan was the only adjutant left of Knight Manan. Mike killed Grinnan, and you can imagine how terrible Knight Manan's reaction would be. Manan was a real powerful knight and the second in command of Fleck City. Yes, I killed Grinnan. Mike wrote to Old Bell, remember the death of Mary and the other 3 children. It was Grinnan who did it. Grinnan used some special plants to drain the blood of living people, and when he wanted to drain the blood of 2 black slaves and devour blood like a vampire, I followed the clues and tracked him down. I just wanted to catch him, but unfortunately, in the chaos, his chest was pierced by that plant and he died very strangely. What plant? It's this very strange plant. Mike handed over the corner of the mouth of the pacifier, but Old Bell didn't take it. He stared at the plant weapon wrapped tightly in cloud with rapid breathing. Then there was a pause for a while, and Old Bell suddenly made a very small sound. Frame up, he asked. What did you say? My dear Old Bell, I mean, is Grinnan the murderer? If so, he really deserves to die, but if not, of course, he is the murderer. I promise. Very good, then. Assemble. Everyone in the detective department. Level 1 alert. Old Bell shouted, and the detective department became even more chaotic. But in the chaos, there was a sense of rapid and somewhat rigorous order. After all, the detective department is divided into 4 parts, and the 4 forces are respectively managed by Chief Inspector Sigrid, Mike, Old Bell, and Harriman. Old Bell chose to help Mike, which means that half of the detective department will cooperate in the work. Little Mike, is this case over? Old Bell looked at the detectives and patrol brothers preparing their weapons, but he was still a little worried. Yes, the case is over. Mike turned his head away as he spoke. A case basically ends with the murderer being brought to justice. If Grinnan was not dead, it would need to go through 3 major procedures: evidence collection, trial, and execution. Each major procedure includes many minor procedures. But if Grinnan is dead, then all procedures have been skipped and the execution has been completed directly. So the vampire case has ended to some extent. But is it really over? Mike asked himself, and the answer was no, because Grinnan is not a bloodthirsty patient. Although he has a cruel and cold-blooded personality, Grinnan is still a relatively normal person. Mike obtained Grinnan's confession while Grinnan remained calm, confirming that Grinnan was the murderer of the 3 children. But Mike still doubted a very critical point: the motive. The motive for the crime. Why did Grinnan drain the blood of so many children, including the children of the contract slaves he bought before? Little Mike, you are lying. Old Bell keenly caught Mike's expression. Of course, it is also possible that Mike showed it to him specifically, so after careful thinking, Old Bell continued to question. I know that since you killed Grinnan, this guy must be the murderer. No one, including me or Chief Inspector Sigrid, can doubt your conscience in handling the case. But you still have doubts in your heart. Otherwise, you would not issue an emergency notice to make the matter as big as possible. You may think that I want to take revenge on my personal grudges and deal with Knight Manan. No, you have no hatred for Knight Manan, Old Bell said very confidently when Knight Manan expelled the Stowways. I have no doubt that many Stowways hated him to the bone, but even if he hurt you, you would only think that it was a matter of duty, and your hatred for Knight Manan was very slight. I know you. If you had hatred for Knight Manan would not have lived peacefully for so many years. Oh, is that what I think? In fact, I really want to beat Nightman into a cripple. Mike joked and suddenly stopped talking. There is no public grudge, but there is a private grudge. Mike has been the most humble stowaway, and he has also been a patrolman, detective, and the inspector in charge of law enforcement. Until now, he has been the inspector of 5th Street. He deeply understands that while stowaways have prospered the economy of North America, they have also brought subversive damage to the humanity and morality of this continent. So Mike thinks that Nightman's approach is right. But if someone hits me, I will definitely hit back. Mike muttered softly, put on a smile, and hugged Sigrid, who entered the detective's office. Ha! Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night. He said seriously. It's been a while since I last saw you. Sigrid seemed to be thinking, and she kept walking towards Mike. In fact, they had only not seen each other for a few days, so there was no need to think so long. On the contrary, because Sigrid did not avoid him, Mike was about to hug Sigrid's beautiful body that could drive men crazy. Seeing this scene, Julia's eyes lit up, and she was considering giving Mike a lover. But the expression of Michael's quasi-lover in Julia's mind, the new patrolman blonde visor, was not very good. Oh, by the way, do you smoke a cigar? Mike stopped hugging halfway and handed Sigrid a cigar. I thought you would really hug me, Detective Mike. In this way, I would have an excuse to break one of your legs, and then ask you why you made such a big scene. Sigrid took the cigar and crushed it naturally. She was not in a good mood, because in recent days, she had been accompanying Hillary, and gave Hillary all the friendship that Hillary had brought her for many years in a caring way. Hillary was leaving in half a month. She did not expect that others would disturb her rare vacation, but she did not expect to be disturbed by Mike. What a big fuss. Mike, what do you want to do? Sigrid asked, lifting her long lavender hair. You were right to tie your hair up, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. Mike told her what happened again, and seeing Sigrid's obviously ugly face, I know what you want to say, dear Sigrid. Mike knew without asking that Sigrid was on his side. Yes, Brennan deserves to die. If it were you, you would chop him into pieces instead of killing him by accident like I did. But his identity is special. We need to do everything we can to prevent Nightman from going crazy. If we hand you over, he won't go crazy. Sigrid laughed. Of course. This was just a joke. Sigrid and Mike had a good relationship. Even if her relationship with Mike was not good, Sigrid would not hand Mike over. After all, the detective department and the musketeers were not subordinate to each other and only maintained superficial peace. Once Mike was handed over, who would dare to intervene if the musketeers committed crimes in the future? If they couldn't even protect their own chief of detectives, the detective department might as well hand over the public security power of Flag City to the musketeers. Okay, I got it. Mike, you keep the evidence and don't hand it over to anyone except Baron Fleck. Sigrid instructed Mike and suddenly pulled out the spring wheel pistol. Bang! The gunshot roared, and the black smoke of gunpowder rose with the sound. The ivory white gun body reflected a soft but solemn light in the sun. A bunch of trash. Just relying on the buttons in your hands. You want to fight against the elite musketeers mascot formation? A tall woman with long lavender ponytail hair fluttering in the wind. Sigrid was so beautiful that she looked like the most precious young lady, and her grace at this moment shocked everyone. The rocks and patrolmen were all stunned, and even Mike and Old Bell couldn't help but look at each other. Don't hide it, Mike and Old Bell. How many guns do you have? Sigrid asked calmly. Old Bell paused for a moment and said, 10 muskets. I will take out 10 muskets and good gunmen. Being able to take out 10 gunmen, Inspector Old Bell, you are not bad for Inspector Mike. Sigrid nodded and asked Mike, what about you? Don't hide it. If we can't fight against the 100-man musket team of the Knights of Manan, you may be captured and shot into a sieve. Huh? Mike laughed. At this time, Mike had a smile on his face, and his blue eyes showed a humorous light under Sigrid's gaze. Dear old Belle, I found out that you have 16 gunmen. Of course, you must have more, but there is no need to hide these 16. I will tell you their names, and you can let them all come out. While Mike was talking, Wolf handed old Belle a piece of parchment with names written on it. So soon, 16 gunmen appeared near the detective's office. Damn it, I thought I was hiding deep enough. Me too, These people stared at Mike in disbelief, only to see Mike's smile getting bigger and bigger. As for me, Mike doesn't like to hide his shortcomings, and as the detective of 5th Street, Mike doesn't need to hide too much today. Come out, Mike shouted, and Wolf blew a very shrill whistle. Then there was a panic immediately, because several houses outside the detective's office suddenly opened their doors, and at least 20 men, women, and children walked out. Sigrid and Old Belle recognized that among them there were ordinary craftsmen, relatively wealthy businessmen who lived off their old capital, and a particularly naughty 14-year-old child. They were all acquaintances, but at this time they were carrying muskets and scanning the surroundings with a cold, battle-hardened look. There were also people on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the detective's office, wearing patchwork cowl coats. 36 gunmen. Little Mike, where did you get so much money to equip them with muskets? Old Belle exclaimed. Yes, 36 gunmen, and each of them used the latest and best muskets. Sigrid also admired and looked at Mike with extremely bright lavender eyes. It seems that you are very rich, she asked. I don't have any more. It's all saved from my teeth. Mike wrapped a cigar bitterly. Yes, it was all saved from me. Mike's golden sea eye has a great loss of physical strength, so in addition to the necessary nutrients, Mike spent all his money on the equipment and life of his brothers. Mike is the best leader, and he also believes that his brothers will fight for him. Very good. We have 52 gunmen. Sigrid asked Mike and Old Belle to order the gunmen to enter the detective hall, and suddenly said to the gunmen, Now, your commander is me. Only me. The matchlock gun is not a cheap thing. A good gunman needs countless money and time to cultivate. So from the perspective of power, Sigrid, the chief inspector, is not a match for Mike or Old Belle, but he asked for command power, which caused a lot of laughter. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, you are not kidding, right? Old Belle barely kept his attitude to the extent of not turning his face. After all, his gunmen can die under his command, but they cannot be commanded by others. But suddenly, Mike raised his hand, and the 36 gunmen immediately shut up, staring at Mike's fingertips as if they were staring at the eye of a needle. I agree, Mike smiled and said, My brothers, including the gunmen and patrolmen, will obey the command of Chief Inspector Sigrid. Okay, boss. Understood, boss. The 36 gunmen echoed. Their voices were a little messy, one after another, but their eyes were particularly firm. They quickly walked to the side under Sigrid's command, and the remaining gunmen of Old Belle stayed there a little at a loss, not knowing what to do. What about you, Old Inspector Belle? At this time, Sigrid was like a thrown javelin. Since little Mike has agreed, of course I trust you. Old Belle's eyes are very accurate in judging people. He was shocked by Sigrid and quickly changed the direction of the wind. So he was shocked to see a big show of ranging gunmen. No, it's not a big show, but a real war. Mike and Old Belle saw that 56 gunmen were dispersed by Sigrid on the 3rd and 2nd floors of the detective's office, behind the gate of the detective's office, and 8 commanding heights in nearby residential areas. All the commanding heights converged into a layered gunway, which could turn at any time according to the flag signals and strategically control the east-west direction of Central Avenue. You must have participated in the war. Mike spoke to Sigrid with great certainty. War. Sigrid's lavender eyes showed some longing light, and she smiled and made a joke, saying jokingly that the so-called war was just a chess piece on the sea chart. Then she climbed up to a high place and grabbed the weather vane on the roof of the third floor of the detective's office. That heroic figure and the shiny leather boots of the chief inspector. Sigrid reminded Mike of the Statue of Liberty. If the United States of America would be established on this land, the grace of the Statue of Liberty would probably not be as good as the current Sigrid, right? Compared with the Statue of Liberty, Sigrid should be called the Goddess of Victory. Mike whispered softly and then smiled. Little Mike, I seem to have just met Chief Inspector Sigrid. She is like a goddess of victory walking in the wind and the ocean. Old Bell also saw the extraordinary nature of the gun array. Dear Old Bell, I thought you had really known her when acting Inspector Apple was killed. Mike's light-hearted speech, with a slightly sarcastic tone, made Old Bell feel a little guilty. After all, Old Bell betrayed Mike. However, from a certain level, Old Bell's betrayal can be seen as a mutual unwillingness and disagreement between friends. So Old Bell has lived to this day, and one day in the future, he should be able to enjoy his old age under Mike's arrangement. Okay, little Mike, you use this incident to show your fangs again. Your strength is not just your strength, but also Sigrid's terrible command talent. Every time he looked at Sigrid, Old Bell felt that the chances of winning between Rox and Mike were constantly decreasing, and his words became softer. Before he could really figure it out, the sound of neat footsteps came from a distance. Clank, clank. It is the sound of iron-studded leather boots trampling the ground. Of course, even with iron soles, such a terrible sound cannot be made on the central street, paved with colorful large shells. The only way to do this is to connect dozens or even hundreds of pairs of soldier's military boots together to achieve this terrifying sense of oppression similar to the legendary Western dragon. Stand. Attention. Front row 222. Raise your guns. A rough call suddenly sounded, and Mike saw that 50 yards east of the detective's office, a large area of fiery red musketeer uniforms. Ocean suddenly fell, like undulating waves, and divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is lying prone, the middle is half squatting, and the back is standing upright with guns aimed. This is a standard English musketeer formation, divided into 3 rows, and if there is enough ammunition, the shooting can be heard until late at night. Inspector Mike, where is my adjutant Grinnan? I heard my soldiers say, I saw your horse taking away his body. Knight Ma Nan walked out of the center of the musketeer formation, wearing a bright silver heavy knight armor and a bright red cloak. He was mighty and majestic, as if he was an indestructible reef on the seashore. Knight Ma Nan firmly believed this, because in his opinion, not to mention Mike's scattered soldiers, even the entire detective department was no match for his elite 100-man musketeer team. Moreover, in the continuous training, his 100-man team had reached 123 people. But suddenly, Knight Man's resolute face under the fence-like mask began to twitch, raise his head, and his eyes swept from the commanding heights of the nearby residential buildings and the upper 2 floors of the detective department. You actually have so many gunmen? Knight Mana asked. In addition, you actually know the tactics of the musketeers. Are you going to fight a war with me? You actually use the tactics of defending the fortress. These words were more surprising. In fact, it was not the tactics of defending the fortress, but Sigrid answered from a high place, and halfway through her words, she was replaced by a cold laugh, as if Knight Manan had misunderstood, making Sigrid feel that Knight Manan was not a threat to her at all. A North American purple swallow flew over in the sky. Sigrid swung her spring wheel pistol. Pang! With a gunshot, the bird fell diagonally 60 yards away. Sigrid didn't even look at the poor purple swallow, and stared coldly at Knight Manan. Retreat, or die. Sigrid suddenly laughed. Are you qualified to say this to me, Sigrid? Mike unexpectedly heard the weak accent of Knight Manan, who had never had it before. I admit that you have a strong talent for war and you have experienced more wars than me, but you are only the chief inspector of Fleck City now. You should act according to laws and regulations. not according to the rules of war. According to laws and regulations, you should come alone. Sigrid asked back without any expression. If I come alone, who knows if I will end up like my dear adjutant? Sigrid, do you want to cause conflicts within Flag City? Knight Manan yelled out of habit. Knight Manan's voice was loud, and it should be said that his voice has always been as majestic as his knight's heavy armor. Under the influence of the sound, more than 100 musketeers, these arrogant soldiers habitually raised their muskets a little higher, believing that their firepower could suppress the entire police station until Sigrid, Mike, Old Bell and everyone in the police station were punched into holes. Pang! But suddenly, the gunshot rang again. Sigrid shot directly at the steel plate-shaped peep of Knight Manan, and the ammunition drew a streak of sparks on the sword side. Enemy attack! Fire! The bugler of the musketeer team roared subconsciously, wanting to use his power to launch a counterattack when encountering an enemy attack. But Knight Manan stopped him, because Sigrid is a madman, a bloody Valkyrie who once was an ocean. But Sigrid had already arranged the formation of the gunmen. If Sigrid had the advantage of more than a dozen commanding heights, half of his soldiers would die in half an hour. I am sure I can wipe you out, but I won't do it. Knight Manan maintained his knightly majesty. Of course, it only earned Sigrid's chuckle and Mike's increasingly bloodthirsty eyes. Mike had heard before, a butterfly flapping its wings is enough to trigger a tsunami thousands of miles away, not to mention the series of changes caused by the climate in North America. Because of the climate, the Indians began a large migration. Because of the Indians' large migration, many monsters escaped from their hiding places. And because many monsters escaped, the suppressed darkness of human society had someone to blame, and chaos was created. Mike had been prepared for this. He wanted to do something big, and he also knew that Flag City was just a microcosm of the world. But he didn't expect that one of his friends was influencing more people in the distance. In the northeast, the Kingdom of Prussia, King William I of the Kingdom of Prussia was a well-known soldier king in Europe. He was decisive in killing people all his life. A few days ago, he used a nearly cold-blooded method to deal with a court scandal. He dragged Lieutenant Carter, who lived with his son Frederick day and night, to the execution ground and brutally executed him in front of Frederick. At the moment of life and death, the blood dripping made the literary youth Frederick shudder. Later, the people of the Prussian royal family found that Frederick had changed. The enthusiastic young man in the past became taciturn. He not only studied military affairs seriously according to his father's requirements, but also became an assistant to the famous General Prince Eugen. At this time, Frederick was in a war launched by Prince Eugen. Carter, my brother, do you know? Boss Mike taught me a lot. Frederick was the first to enter the captured Austrian city. The moment the city was breached was terrible. There is nothing more pitiful than a group of panicked people. They scrambled for weapons. They shouted, "Run!" and many fell down. These strong men who were attacked didn't know what they were doing, and they began to fight among themselves. Some frightened people ran out of the house, ran in and out again, and fled in the battle at a loss. The family was shouting to each other. This was a tragic battle. Even rocks and children were involved. The whistling ammunition dragged long rays of light across the sky, radiating from every dark corner. This is not artistic at all, and it is also dark. Frederick continued, turning and stabbing the chest of a resident who attacked him with a wooden stick. But Boss Mike taught me, if I want to take someone else's things, then do it, and you can always hire a defense lawyer. I have already thought about it. When I occupy everything, I will treat and invite writers, painters, and artists of all kinds from all over the world. They are my lawyers, and they can make me still be the kind artist after hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. I am very happy to see your changes, so I will also call Mike boss. A black shadow suddenly flashed. This is a man wearing a hooded black robe with scarlet hair, bloodthirsty eyes and a pair of sharp fangs under the black robe. Carter devoured the blood of the enemy crazily, wiped the corners of his mouth and smiled coldly. But I never want to see Boss Mike again, unless Ollie dies. You can't resist Ollie's orders, right? Frederick killed 2 more people who resisted. You can resist. For example, you become the greatest king in Europe, occupy all of North America, send someone to capture Ollie, seal Ollie's mouth, and then kill him. Shut up, Carter. Frederick suddenly became fierce. Remember this, unless Ollie betrays Boss Mike, I won't allow you to have any bad thoughts about Ollie. Besides, I believe. Frederick's eyes began to soften. I believe that I can dominate Europe within 20 years. But I believe that Machead can dominate North America within 10 years. He is that kind of person. I don't want to see Machead tie you to the stake, because if you attack Ollie, he is also that kind of person. Okay, Your Highness Frederick, I won't repay kindness with enmity, but I doubt Machead's ability. I doubt whether Machead and Ollie can survive. Carter laughed strangely. After all, he said, after all, with the great migration of Indians, the whole of North America will be in chaos, and even the most capable people will most likely be embraced by death. Yes, everything is in chaos, just like the current Flag City. In the solidified atmosphere, the clear sky began to dim. The dark clouds gradually surged, as if they were also mourning for the upcoming bloody moment. But at least 3 hours passed, until the heavy rain made all the matchlock guns down, and the war did not start. Sigrid, it seems that you don't want to fight. Knight Ma Nan shouted upwards. No, she just understood my idea very well and knew that hand-to-hand combat would be more advantageous for us. Mike helped Sigrid to reply, and with a snap of his fingers, the door of the detective's office was happily pushed open by the patrolman. Knight Ma Nan immediately saw the figures of Mike and Dunbar. One was tall and handsome, and the other was as strong as a black metal tower. Behind Mike and Dunbar followed Ollie, Theodore, and Wolf. There were also 2 very strange men. One was a little stronger than Theodore, and the other was very thin and short, squatting on the shoulders of the former. Knight Ma Nan, I remember that when you were expelling the stowaways, I seemed to have been beaten when I was 12 years old. Mike was very happy. He asked Wolf to hold up an umbrella and smoked a cigar even in the rain. While Mike was asking questions with a smile, he pulled out a knight's lance made of all metal from his back with one hand. Obviously, it was the artwork in Griffin manner. The knight's lance broke through the rain curtain, sweeping and waving, as if it had the power to cut off everything. The whistling wind made the strong Knight Ma Nan's eyes tremble, and he could only step forward and try to use his skills to suppress Mike. No, the matchlock gun could not be used, and according to the remaining rules, it would be restored to the real Knight era. Mike provoked, and Knight Ma Nan could only fight. I have to say that you are very strong, a strong young man, Mike. Knight Ma Nan wanted to speak again, to distract Mike's attention and buy time to observe Mike's weaknesses. But unfortunately, Mike obviously had no intention of talking nonsense, and suddenly raised the knight's lance, just like a knight riding a horse with the help of the horsepower. This is terrible, because Mike used his own absolute power. When, with just one blow, Knight Ma Nan, who was wearing heavy knight armor, flew out diagonally. Knight Ma Nan's knight's heavy sword was full of cracks. This sword forged with high strength was very hard, but its flexibility was much worse. It was on the verge of collapse under Mike's heavy blow, and it was not even qualified to be bent. Compared with the weapon without swords, Knight Ma Nan was more terrified. His hand armor had cracked and twisted, and he quickly hit his right hand that controlled the direction of the knight's sword behind his back. Because his right hand was half useless, bleeding, and washed by rain. Oh, Knight Ma Nan raised his left hand. Mike was too powerful, but this time, Knight Ma Nan had extinguished all thoughts of single fight with Mike. But he had more than 100 elite musketeers, who were also qualified swordsmen. He was absolutely sure to kill everyone in the detective office and then beat Mike into a beaten beef patty. Knight Ma Nan thought so, and even wanted to thank God, because the heavy rain made all the matchlock guns ineffective. Sigrid's commanding Height's gun formation was also useless. Come on, Mike suddenly laughed. Seeing that Knight Ma Nan wanted the soldiers to step forward, Wolf jumped to Mike's side, licking his dagger with his tongue, revealing a terrifying look like a lone wolf. Theodore, Alai and Dunbar also came over, bringing many heroes wearing patchwork-colored coats. They fought against the enemy with a small number of people, but they made fearless shouts and roars like an Egyptian mummy with its mouth wide open. Do you really want to fight? Old Bear was a little scared. He thought it was just a confrontation. Okay, then fight. But Old Bear was young too. 20 years ago, he came here on an ocean-going ship. He experienced terrible storms at sea and escaped the bottomless whirlpool of the deep sea. On the first day of arriving in Flag City, he killed 3 people. The blood of his youth surged, and he was too lazy to think about whether he had some problems with Mike. Follow me. Old Bear also trotted out of the door of the detective office with his men. At the same time, Sigrid jumped down from the 3rd floor of the detective's office, pulled out 2 rapiers in mid-air, and the gilded hilts were stuck on the ropes that fixed the flag of the detective's office, and slid down gracefully and agilely. She passed by Mike, took advantage of the force to rush forward, and the tip of the sword pierced into the eyes behind the fence whistle of the Knight Ma Nan. But at this time, ping ping pong, a burst of gunfire rang out. I have watched for so long. Do you think I am dead? On the west side of Central Avenue, someone walked under a huge parasol. This person was wearing a straight, gorgeous dress that could not hide his big belly even though he tried to tighten it. Behind him followed many people who were also blocked by the big umbrella and wore more beautiful uniforms than ordinary musketeers. Hey, dear Sigrid, my good niece, he said as if jokingly. Did Ma Nan offend you? He is so bold. I will punish him. No, Uncle Fleck. Sigrid winked at Mike as she walked over and said in a relaxed tone, Uncle Fleck, shall we go in and talk? Soon, Baron Fleck, Chief Inspector Sigrid, and Knight Ma Nan entered the detective's office in the police department. This is where the detectives hold meetings, but at this time, including Mike and Old Bear, they are no longer qualified to enter. Mike saw from the window that Baron Fleck was sitting where Sigrid used to sit. Sigrid was 2nd, and Knight Ma Nan was 3rd. It seems that Sigrid is of noble birth. Mike wrapped a cigar comfortably. I really can't tell. I thought she was a pirate. After what happened just now, Old Bear spoke a little unscrupulously, because whether it is Sigrid or Mike, they are vigorous and resolute in doing things, but in fact they are very moral people. Old Bear has lived and died with them, so there is no need to pay attention to etiquette. Old Bear, let's make a bet. Okay. Mike sat down on the chair that Wolf had dragged over. What's the bet? Hemingway also brought a chair to Old Bear. Bet on the severity of my punishment. Mike looked very unhappy and glared at Hemingway, then said with a smile, This matter has become too big. I will definitely be punished. I bet a street. I will be deprived of a street. You can bet a gold pound, but a block. I will never bet with you. Well, a gold pound. What punishment do you bet on me? I bet. Old Bear was still thinking, and suddenly he stood up as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Old Bear noticed that Mike also stood up, and gave Mike a tacitly strange smile. At this time, Baron Fleck walked out of the inspector's office, shaking a gorgeous black cane, with a bulging belly, a slightly wrinkled face, and a pair of wise eyes, all of which showed that he was a knowledgeable and kind person. Maybe, Inspector Mike, Sigrid told me about this matter. Baron Fleck was satisfied to see that Mike and Old Bear both bowed their heads to him, and smiled. I never thought that my adjutant would be a bastard who worships vampires. You have provided enough evidence, with both witnesses and physical evidence, and there is no room for Ma Nan to use violence or any other means to quibble. This was Ma Nan's mistake, and you did your duty as a detective and pointed out the great fault of a knight. Dear Baron, I really don't want to doubt your knight, but if I concealed this matter, I would have betrayed your trust in the detective department, and I would be blamed for it. Mike raised his head slightly when he spoke, and his eyes were slightly red. Blamed for it? What a very good sentence. You are also very literary. Baron Fleck paused, looked at the knight Ma Nan, who took off his helmet and had blood on the corner of his mouth, and a complex feeling flashed in his kind eyes. Mike noticed the look in Baron Fleck's eyes. He had been observing carefully and found that the look that Baron Fleck inadvertently revealed was very complicated, with a trace of pity, as if he was very distressed about the injury of Knight Ma Nan, who had followed him for many years. But after the pity, there was coldness, a cold look that used a certain object and could discard the object at any time. My good niece, how do you think it should be handled? Baron Fleck asked Sigrid. In my past, if my adjutant became a hateful enemy, I would definitely commit suicide out of shame. Knight Ma Nan shuddered when he heard Sigrid's words. No, no, no. There is no need to be so cruel. Ma Nan is loyal to me and has been an old knight who has followed me for more than 10 years. Baron Fleck thought for a while, smiled kindly. How about this? I will punish Ma Nan, and then, how about I give the detective department some due power? I don't mind just stuffing a few people in. I don't have any manpower to transfer to you. Compared with giving you manpower, I prefer to give you some necessary equipment. I have a good plan. I will tell you later. If the plan does not suit your wishes, I will deal with Ma Nan personally. I need equipment for the army. You will get it after we talk tomorrow. After a brief conversation, Baron Fleck wanted to leave. When he walked to Mike, he stopped and looked back at Knight Ma Nan. Ma Nan, I have lost an old brother. Can you help me manage the musketeers? After all, only you and Griffin can be in charge of the army, and Griffin has returned to God's arms a few days ago. There were tears in the corners of Baron Fleck's eyes, but they were moist and no tears fell. Yes, I need more powerful talents to help me protect this city we love so much. So, Inspector Mike, Baron Fleck suddenly shouted. Here, dear Baron. Mike stood up straight quickly. You have uncovered the crimes related to the knights, proving that you are also qualified to contact the knight level. Then, this is the second one, and you are only one away. I said that whoever gets the 3 honor badges of Fleck City, no matter who it is, will be eligible for the title of Knight I confer. After Baron Fleck left, the scene fell into a long silence. If it were normal times, Wolf and the others would have cheered long ago. Now, they were a little restrained because they were afraid of Sigrid's true identity. But soon Sigrid hugged Mike, expressed her celebration and left. Ah, Boss Mike. This is the 2nd honor badge. Wolf laughed out loud immediately. Yes, the 2nd honor badge. Mike played with the half-gold badge. The small badge in his hand was a little heavy, representing almost the highest honor in Fleck City. Mike looked at Knight Ma Nan again and suddenly said, I said that I handle official affairs in a fair manner and private affairs in a special way. I will beat you again in the future. Don't you want to make peace with me? Knight Ma Nan smiled. Can you take it or leave it? I guess you won't shake hands with me and make peace, but will find an opportunity to stab me. So after today's incident, we will turn against each other, and I won a game. You won't always win, and you can't become a Knight of Fleck City. Are you provoking me? Respected Knight Ma Nan. So what if I provoke you? As you said, we have already fallen out. Knight Ma Nan sneered and was about to leave, but Mike smiled. Really? Then can I check the person behind Grinnan? I have investigated. Grinnan is not a hemophiliac, nor is he a heretic who worships vampires. Why does he want to bleed? Specifically the blood of children. What is his motive? Oh, is this true? I thought Grinnan suddenly became a heretic. Knight Manan said and turned around. Hang! Knight Manan wanted to look at Mike, but was hit in the face, and then his old teeth flew all over the sky. Mike not only slammed Knight Manan out of the inner door of the detective's office, but also chased him and kicked him. Baron Fleck had just left, and no one had the courage to care about Mike and Knight Manan, so Mike completely fulfilled his words just now. Beat him again and beat Knight Manan for half a street. Sure enough, there is a problem. When Knight Manan was carried away, Mike spoke in a low voice. Boss, what's the problem? Wolf asked happily. If Knight Manan went to Baron Fleck to complain, he would not have any criminal involvement with Grinner. He left in the direction of returning to the base, and there was only one reason. Mike slowly clenched his teeth. He bit off his cigar and said word by word, Knight Manan doesn't want me to continue investigating. He doesn't want me to find out Grinner's motives. Then, should we continue investigating? For the time being. Not necessary. Mike raised his face in the rainstorm and stared at the evil smoke above Fleck City. Yes, I can't investigate for the time being. It doesn't matter. After all, since Mike came to North America, no one he wanted to kill has survived. Mike was the third wave of people to leave the detective department. Sigrid went home to catch up on her sleep under the protection of the vampire coachman. Old Bill didn't want to see the 2 honor badges on Mike's chest. He felt jealous when he saw them, so he left early. So after Mike took his people away, there were only a few patrolmen on duty in the detective department, and witnesses who had gone through a series of confessions and testimonies, waiting for their masters to take them back. Martin Luther King and his friend who was a core member of the Avengers, DuPont. The rain was getting heavier and the sky was dark. As lowly black slaves, Martin and his men certainly did not receive good treatment. They only received some food that was in line with their status as black slaves because of Mac's order. Because they had no bedding, they could only huddle in the cold wind that came through the window. Martin, Mac is too unfair. At least give them some straw or something. DuPont complained with his arms hunched. It's just a night of freezing, but Mac gave you 5 silver pounds. Do you still think it's too little? Martin said in a cold voice. We have no place to spend the money, but money is Mac's real thing, the most substantial. In addition, Mac didn't send bedding just to protect us. Do you want everyone to know the relationship between us and Mac? Martin was still very sensible and hated the ungrateful style of some of his compatriots. He wanted to explain a few more words, but the door of the room where they were detained slowly opened, revealing the face of a beautiful girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old. You must be very cold, right? The girl asked while holding the blanket. Martin took a look at the blanket at first glance. It was the finest satin, bulging, and the filling should be velvet, and the surface of the satin was unusually gorgeous. A soft fabric Martin had never seen before. From the east. Silk, Martin murmured, his eyes full of longing. Then he looked at the girl's face and found that the girl was quite pretty. Except for a few freckles on her face, she should be considered one of the better-looking ones. But from Martin's racial aesthetic point of view, the girl's lips are not thick enough, not sexy enough. You must be very cold, right? Here you go. The girl asked again, and when she saw Rox and DuPont were in shackles, she carefully walked in. She pushed the blanket to Martin, thought for a while, and called the patrolman to bring 2 cups of hot tea. This is for you too. The girl put the hot tea on the ground where Martin could reach. DuPont was obviously thirsty, and because of the cold, he rushed over to grab the hot tea and handed it to Martin. The sturdy black man didn't even look at the girl, drinking tea and tucking his blanket. Martin, on the other hand, bowed deeply and said, "Thank you very much" to the girl before slowly picking up the teacup. This is the first time I've heard a black person say thank you. The girl looked at Martin with interest. That's because they don't dare to say thank you. White people are noble. Martin knew his own racial habits very well, but he still had to find reasons for his race. He said in his heart, because they have been enslaved for too long, black people are inferior, so they have developed the habit of not knowing politeness and gratitude. But he said, "Thank you very much again, distinguished lady. I'm not noble." The girl pouted. "Your skin color is the emblem of the sun god. I can only bow my head in front of you. No, whether it's black skin, white skin, or the red skin of Indians, I think everyone is equal. There are angels and demons among white people, and there are lowly and noble among black people. This is what my teacher taught me. He is a great bard." This, Martin didn't dare to answer. This is the racial system in North America. Black people came here to be enslaved as slaves, so Martin was reluctant to continue speaking, thinking that the more he said, the more mistakes he made. But Martin couldn't help but look at the girl. Something seemed to have cracked in his solid chest and beating heart, and the hot blood that gushed out imprinted the girl's appearance on his brain. "You are the honorable lady," Martin spoke unconsciously, and only he knew the meaning of his words. "Don't call me miss. My name is Tabasha Fleck. What about you, interesting black friend?" Martin Luther King." Martin hesitated and said his full name, just like he had said it to Mike. The brief conversation ended at this moment. Someone called Tabasha, and Tabasha answered and was taken away by a man with a mustache wearing a black slit dress. Tabasha waved to Martin before leaving, and the man with a mustache pressed the spring-loaded pistol on his waist. Martin also recognized it. Although the spring-loaded pistol of the man with a mustache was not as exquisite and gorgeous as the one of Mike's, it was also one of the most expensive firearms in Fleck City. Humph, black slave. The man with a mustache did not draw his gun after all. He glared at Martin and slammed the prison door. "Who is she?" Martin murmured suddenly. "She? Tabasha, a damn white woman." DuPont seemed to have forgotten where the bedding on his body came from, and turned his hatred for white people into a bunch of dirty and blasphemous words. "Starlight on the lake," Martin murmured again. "What? I mean, she is Tabasha. Starlight on the lake. The beautiful starlight on the lake in my eyes." Martin took a deep breath. He had a very accurate grasp of his own emotions and clearly felt the uneasiness in his heart. He also knew where this uneasiness came from. All the uneasiness and restlessness came from a girl named Tabitha. Because of a few words, he could no longer extricate himself. "Oh my God, Martin," DuPont exclaimed. "You are not falling in love with a white girl, are you? Have you forgotten who you are? Can't you see that Tabitha is a bitch among white nobles? I can see that she is a kind girl. She is our enemy. No, maybe because I have been oppressed for a long time, I admire men like Mac. It's true that I am afraid of Mac, but all my admiration for Mac comes from the fact that Mac always treats us as human beings. Mac is not our white enemy." Martin slowly turned his head, stretched out his hand, and grabbed DuPont's neck when DuPont dared not resist. "So, DuPont, please keep your mouth clean. If it is proved that Tabitha really believes that black, white, and red are equal, maybe I will never marry her in this life, but I will kill anyone who hurts her, including you. I know, Your Excellency Chief." DuPont knelt on the ground. Martin was a black slave in Old Peter's farm, so of course it was Old Peter who took Martin and DuPont away. Mike originally wanted to go to Old Peter's farm, thinking of having a few glasses of wine with Old Peter and personally distributing rewards to Martin and some black people. But this morning, a very strange guest came to his house. This guest was a noble girl with a slightly plump figure. Well, just a little fat. The girl was dressed very gorgeously, and her appearance was far inferior to Sigrid, Victoria, or Julia. No, even compared to the blonde Dutch girl Visser, she was not pleasing to Mike at all. Then this unidentified girl wandered around Mike's big house by the sea for 2 hours, looking at everything like a curious baby. If it weren't for the fact that her clothes were so gorgeous that they looked like servants, Wolf would have thrown her out long ago. Because of this, Mike stayed at home for 2 more hours. Inspector Mike, which one do you think is God's favorite? Black people, white people, or Indians? The girl suddenly asked Mike. Black people are just slaves, and Indians are enemies. Mike spoke in a serious official language. Unexpectedly, the girl got angry. Inspector Mike, she said, I have always heard that Inspector Mike is the most handsome, sharp, youngest and capable person in Flag City. I thought your heart was as beautiful as your appearance, but now, Leaving a cold snort, the girl left angrily. Mike was completely confused. After thinking about it, he ordered Wolf to find out the identity of the girl. Boss, you seem to have answered wrong. Half an hour later, Wolf came back and winked and shouted, she is the 3rd daughter of Baron Fleck, a girl with a hole in her head. You almost got the golden eye. Name, Tabasha Fleck. Identity, Baron Fleck's 3rd daughter. Boss, Baron Fleck's eldest and 2nd daughters are very beautiful, much more beautiful than Tabasha. You should sleep with them features. There's a hole in her head, Mike observed. Records of Wolf's investigation and tapped the parchment. Okay, my dear brother Wolf, since you said that Baron Fleck's eldest and 2nd daughters are very beautiful, if you can't hook up with them, no streetwalker in the whole city of Fleck will entertain you. No, boss, I didn't do anything wrong. Wolf was shocked. You didn't do anything wrong, but if you write this nonsense again in the future, and it's nonsense that is easy to be hacked, I will prevent you from contacting beautiful girls for half your life. Mike kicked Wolf and asked with a smile, why do you say Tabasha has a hole in her head? Because she believes that all races are God's favorites, and there is no distinction between high and low. This is so funny. Yes, very funny. Boss, you know, after all, white people are. I mean, no race is God's favorite. If you were God, you are omniscient and omnipotent. Would you care about blowing away millions of tiny dust particles? Mike laughed indifferently. After all, Tabitha was just an insignificant episode. No matter why Tabitha came to him and how she was interested in him, it would be fruitless. First, he didn't like a saint like Tabitha. Second, even if he liked her, Baron Fleck would marry all his daughters to nobles. It was not worth it for him to do anything to Baron Fleck for a woman who was not very beautiful and had insufficient connections. Okay, Wolf, call Martin. I need him to arrange some black people who can be used. Mike said thoughtfully, arrange useful black people. Boss, we don't need black people at ordinary times, and we can't use them. It's okay now, because the Great Migration is even worse. Mike tapped another file, frowned, walked back and forth a few steps, and then said seriously, there is a large Indian tribe approaching the central part, driving the Indian tribes and monsters originally in the central part of the continent to the coastal area. Wolf, Flag City is in danger. We must unite all the forces we can use. What do you mean? When the irresistible force comes, we need to flee. Things are too serious. So Wolf pushed Martin into the carriage and rushed back immediately. Martin wore a black hood, covering his skin tightly. After running into Mike's yard, he immediately planned the blacklist again. He still has 48 people, all of whom can fight, but 3 of them were circled by him. Boss Mike, these 3 people are very useful. They are brothers. Martin said seriously, I know you don't discriminate against us, but you discriminate against those bastards who don't know how to be grateful, don't know how to work hard, and don't know brotherhood. I promise that these 3 are good men who understand reason. If you have to sacrifice them, don't sacrifice them. Oh, what did you find out? Mike asked with satisfaction. You mentioned the Great Migration and asked me to plan the list of personnel. Obviously, you want to find out the cannon fodder and the people who need protection. Your brain is very useful. I must be a useful boss. And then, Martin hesitated for a while and impulsively asked, if you can, Boss, I just said if you can. He gritted his teeth. If the Great Migration destroys the city of Fleck, can you leave me alone? I need to save a white girl. You fell in love with a white girl? Mike asked. Yes, her name is Tabasha Fleck. Martin did not hide anything, because during this period of time, Martin found that Mike was actually a very open-minded person. As a boss, Mike would think about all the brothers and sisters, not just use them. The only thing that Martin was not sure about was, did Mike regard him, a black man, as a brother? Boss, I know I am very impulsive, but you don't understand how I felt at that time. Martin covered his chest while taking a deep breath. Tabasha. Mike pondered for a moment, walked over and took the cigar on the table. 他需要思考，因为如果马丁爱上一位普通的白人姑娘，在对方同意的情况下，他不介意帮助马丁顶住人种上的压力，起码可以给予马丁和马丁的爱人一个桃园式的地方生活。可对方是泰贝莎，这就非常难办了，还具有很大的不稳定性和危险性。你知道你爱上的是谁吗？麦克问。他姓弗莱克，是尊贵的弗莱克男爵家的姑娘。在麦克的注视下，马丁的膝盖有些发软。男爵没有什么尊贵的，但是麦克猛然抬起手掌，在马丁扑通跪下，昂起脸，准备让麦克狠揍一顿的时候，麦克的手掌轻轻落在了马丁的肩膀上。加油吧，他说。麦克横躺在黑暗之中，前方大海里的灯塔昏暗却有吸引力。Just after the rainstorm, meteors started falling from the sky again. The meteors from the Aquarius constellation were extremely brilliant, but the surging clouds of sin in the distance made Mike seem to hear the howling of polar bears on the brink of death. The despair that came over him was watching the ice gradually melting and the hungry children gradually dying. Boss, is the situation of the Great Migration really that serious? Martin didn't leave and served Mike a drink on the roof. You drink too. Mike knew that there was no one around the large yard by the sea for hundreds of yards, so he patted his side and asked Martin to sit on the roof as well. In fact, it may be more serious than the alarm received by the detective department, so Baron Fleck gave Sigrid 30 spare matchlocks of the musketeers. After a pause, Mike asked again, So, can you be sure that your feelings for Tabasha are not a momentary impulse? The so-called love is very dangerous, and a black man falling in love with an aristocratic girl is more than 10,000 times more dangerous than ordinary love. Boss, you don't know. Martin took a sip of wine and stared at the stars reflected on the sea. I don't know if it's love, or even if I have the chance to see her again. But her giving me hot tea and bedding is a kind of kindness similar to sending a brazier in the heavy snow. When she said, blacks, whites and Indians are equal, that feeling made my heart break. You said, if it was you. I have Julia, maybe Victoria and Sigrid. Mike snapped his fingers, not wanting to say anything if Martin got drunk that night. Mike looked at Martin very carefully. For the first time, he felt that Martin was a living person, just like Julia, Wolf, and Ollie. Mike knew what a leader who grew up in the blood and fire of race was like. Countless oppressions and terrible bullying were enough to make Martin a person who would fight for his race all his life. Martin, who was in love, made him feel much more intimate. Wolf, send him back. Mike didn't say much. Watching Wolf driving the carriage into the night, Mike joined Theodore and the others in the carnival below, drank a lot of wine, slept for a whole day, and enjoyed the rare 3-day vacation after getting the second badge of honor. Yes, Baron Fleck gave him 3 days off. This was a reward, and in Mike's opinion, it was also equivalent to half a warning. While Mike was sleeping soundly and snoring softly, Wolf and Eli followed the 2 girls out of Fleck City. Hey, I really don't know why Chief Mike asked us to keep an eye on Tabasha. I don't like this kind of aristocratic girl with a pretentious tone, Eli said, wearing a tall patrolman's leather hat. If you like a girl, Chief Mike will also pay attention to her. Wolf knew Mike and winked at Eli. After all, Our dear black slave brother has fallen in love, and the boss must pay attention to it. If I have fallen in love, the boss will definitely help me get her back. No, the boss may also castrate you, because you said you loved me 2 years ago, and the result was... Shut up. Wolf was angry. What if I don't shut up? The old rules. Fight with fists. The loser will clean the toilet for 2 months. It's Ollie's turn to clean several toilets in the beach house recently, so Ollie is very interested and said in a provocative tone. Of course, Wolf would not be fooled. Since he couldn't beat Ollie, he focused on doing things. Hey Ollie, you bastard. Use your vampire eyes to see what the 2 girls are doing, he said. They are being pretentious. Ollie replied after taking a look. That's right, in Ollie's eyes, except for flirting with lonely young women and serious work, everything about kindness and goodness is pretentious. He saw Tabitha preparing some food and cloth, and when he moved a little closer, he heard Tabitha's companions talking to Tabitha. Do you really want to go? Tabitha's companion was a girl with delicate makeup and deliberately torn clothes. The girl looked at a path winding into the distance. The owl calls and the scary cawing sounds coming from the dense forests on both sides made the girl retreat and couldn't help shrinking her swan-like white neck. Dear Tabitha, the girl trembled and thought, I admit that many Indians are actually good, and I am curious about their culture and their totems, but can we really send them food and cloth? Father said, they are our enemies and the enemies of all white people. Not all Indians are enemies, Clara. But is it really possible? Will they kill us? Or do something else more terrible? Some will, some won't. There is no need to worry, my good sister Clara. Tabitha's face was filled with moist light. Don't worry, I won't be stupid enough to support our enemies. It's like I know there are several Indian tribes around Flag City, among which the Lacha tribe and the Bell tribe are our absolute enemies, while the others are wavering in the middle, especially the Cha-Cha tribe. Their tribe is the smallest, with only 12 people, including 5 children and 6 women. They often don't have enough food, and they have helped lost white people, so I am willing to send them food. Really? Of course it's true. Dear Clara, I just want more people to join God's arms, so that you can accumulate more good deeds. When we return to God's arms, maybe we can be like angels. Tabitha persuaded Clara and walked along the path, slowly entering the dense forest. They kept going deeper, but Ollie and Wolf, who followed behind, changed their faces and bulged their muscles as they kept trekking. Ollie and Wolf knew the Cha-Cha tribe and were not worried about what the Cha-Cha tribe would do to Tabitha and the others. But as the light in the forest continued to dim, both of them felt a hidden threat that made them particularly uneasy. Take them back to the city. Ollie was alert to the surrounding environment and couldn't stand it for just 1 minute. Maybe it was too late. Wolf pulled out his dagger, stared at the top of an old broadleaf tree, used the dagger to block a small blowpipe, and then exclaimed, Ollie, go, it's the Indian warrior. Wolf said painfully, because his dagger broke, and the mouth of his thumb was cracked with a wound as big as a baby's mouth, and blood was flowing out. Mike woke up from his deep sleep an hour before dawn. When he woke up, he found that the room was pitch black, and Julia's plump buttocks were comfortably pressed against the hollow of his back. Mike didn't know why he woke up. When he smiled and covered Julia, who had climbed into his bed at some point, with a blanket, the phone rang. Mike didn't need to touch around, and accurately pulled the phone line to drag the microphone. Mike, this is Sigrid. Something big happened, and you must know the content of it immediately. Okay, Sigrid, although I don't know what damn big thing can happen at this time. Mike rubbed his forehead, knowing that Sigrid was giving him time to clear his mind. Are you awake? Sigrid asked. Yes, I am awake. Then you need to calm down again, because I don't know the specific events. I only know that I found out that your brother Ollie is a vampire. He and Wolf didn't even have the strength to return to you. so they could only find my house nearby. They were all seriously injured, which also made me discover that Ollie is a vampire. Seriously injured. Mike picked up a cigar and bit it off with his teeth. Yes, seriously injured. I know that you may have discovered that my groom is a vampire, and you don't care about letting me know that Ollie has become a vampire. But how can a vampire with such a high bloodline like Ollie be on the verge of death? Maybe Ollie wanted to protect Wolf, so he took most of the damage. But even so, I observed that Wolf might not be able to survive. Don't worry, Wolf still has something to do. He won't die so easily. I hope so, because I don't want to see you go crazy. You are too calm, and when you lose your calm, I'm afraid it will be more terrible than the devil. Mike's house was very quiet. It was almost completely silent. Theodore harnessed the horses to the carriage and drove the carriage to the house where Sigrid rented on a medium-sized farm. About 40 minutes later, Mike, Julia, Theodore, and Dunbar arrived at Chongzhuang. Dunbar directly broke the wooden door bolt used for protection of the farm. Farmer Communie is also an old friend of mine, so don't worry, I'm just doing something. Mike threw a silver pound out of the carriage window. Knowing that someone was listening, he said softly, "This is the compensation, and then, I don't want anyone to get involved in the affairs between me and Chief Inspector Sigrid." "As you wish, dear Inspector Mike," someone replied in a muffled voice. In North America, personal property is extremely protected. If Mike breaks in like this, the other party will have the power to kill Mike. But Mike is obviously too powerful. Even the more respectable people in Flag City, unless they are large farmers or factory owners, have no qualifications to fight against Mike. After all, the inspector has great power, and Mike's power is even greater. After fighting against the Knight of Manan, Mike's reputation has risen to the level of Knight Reserve. He is no longer a powerful errand boy, but a real resolve ruler. So soon, Mike arrived at the central large house rented by Sigrid without any obstruction. "Mike, I think I have tried my best." Sigrid came towards him, her blood all over her body, and her words made Mike's heart tremble. Mike almost couldn't calm down. His whole body seemed to explode, and ice cubes surged from his cheeks to the top of his head. Mike looked at Sigrid deeply, stopped, clenched his fists, and asked, "Try your best." "I mean, I tried my best to stabilize Wolf's injuries." Sigrid looked at Mike in confusion. What a dumb language habit. Mike breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that it was a bit silly to apply the meaning of the word "try your best" in the previous life to North America. He forced a smile and followed Sigrid into the room. The room was full of blood and the smell of rotten plants. The electric lights and 7 or 8 candles were lighting up, allowing Mike to clearly see Ollie's pale face, and the wolf's face was even paler than Ollie's. "Who did it?" Theodore followed in and pulled out the Swedish Mora knife placed against his chest. "When they wake up, we will know who did it, and then listen to Mike." Julia slowly grabbed the matchlock in her hand and used butter to maintain her beloved matchlock again. "No matter who did it, we need to be reasonable." Mike squatted down to check Ollie's wound and found that with the recovery speed of high-blooded vampires, Ollie was a little bit unable to recover, and the wounds all over his body kept breaking while healing. He bit his finger directly and very carefully dripped less than 20 milliliters of blood into the corner of Ollie's mouth. "Is that all?" Sigrid asked unhappily. After all, in order to save the bastard Ollie, she used the blood stored in the groom. And the groom is still squatting on the roof and angry. "I'm stronger." Mike was afraid that Ollie could not bear his blood. Of course, this could not be said. Just watching the faster healing of Ollie's wounds, he laughed happily, stuffed Wolf with the most precious antidote in his stock, and slapped Wolf several times. "Wolf, you bastard. It's just a penetrating wound and a few minor wounds. You won't die, will you?" Mike's smile was particularly calm. "By the way, we are reasonable people, so wake up quickly. We will find the guys who hurt you and talk to them happily." It should be the Indian warrior who hurt you, right? I saw traces of the Indians' poisonous blowpipes. We need to talk to them about the truth. For example, after killing all the men of this Indian tribe, cutting off their scalps, and making them immortal, we should put their old, weak women and children as indentured servants. Judging from the wound, it is obvious that Ali helped Wolf resist many fatal attacks. Ali has high-level vampire blood, and he began to twitch after getting Mike's blood. This is normal, because a few years ago a vampire bit Mike and died. So 20 drops of Mike's blood are enough for Ali to twitch for a while and then return to normal. Wolf's fatal wound is on his shoulder, which is a penetrating wound from an Indian dart, because the poison dart keeps bleeding dark brown blood, but Wolf took the antidote for a while. Plus Mike's Indian secret medicine specifically for poison darts. He will wake up at noon. Mike, it seems you won't go crazy. Sigrid smiled after checking Wolf's condition. I won't, but Fleck City may go crazy. Mike pried open Wolf's wound and used a dagger to cut open the bleeding. You see, the blood has not returned to its normal color, which means that this poison dart is different from the ones used by the Indian tribes on Fleck. Sigrid, an Indian tribe with great warriors, has migrated here. They are not friendly, and Indian tribes with great warriors usually have more than 100 ordinary Indian warriors. Fleck will not be afraid of them. Sigrid stroked the spring wheel pistol. But what if they have 500 Indian warriors? Sigrid, 500 Indian warriors led by a great warrior are enough to blockade the entire Fleck City. Because the matchlock gun is not popular, North America has not yet reached the terrible level of universal soldiering. Mike vaguely remembers that during the American War of Independence, various firearms had been popularized, and the entire North America was a soldier. It is precisely because of the development towards the level of universal soldiering that the white people in North America almost killed all the Indians and severed their own ties with their own countries. This needs to be investigated, but Mike, no matter how many people there are in that Indian tribe, you should know that I am on your side. Sigrid smiled slowly, and her spirit was so good that it made Mike's eyes light up. War, Mike. Since this Indian tribe almost killed our patrolman, we can only fight. Mike, you don't know that on the sea at dusk in the past, I had no mercy left for the Indians. I advise you not to have any mercy on them. Kill them all, except for the children who can't walk. Are you too cruel? It doesn't match your beautiful face. That looks like an angel at all. Mike smiled. I used to have a name called Blood Angel. Sigrid also smiled, stretched out her hand, and held Mike's fingers together. Sigrid has many names. Mike once heard from Manuli, who should have been dead, that Sigrid had titles such as Beauty of the Blood Sea and Arsonist who destroyed the treasure of Poseidon. Like him, it would not be strange even if she had other titles such as Blood Angel. But it is a pity that Sigrid only revealed this and sat down with her chin in her hand, as if thinking. Ding-ling-ling. After waiting for about 2 hours, the phone rang. Sigrid answered the phone and left. Mike saw that she was in a hurry, thought about it, and did not follow her. Mike, Wolf's condition has stabilized, Julia said to Mike half an hour later. Mike was not very reassured, so he asked Theodore to check once, and then checked again himself. He found that Wolf's breathing was even and the blood flowing out of the wound was normal, so he asked Theodore to bandage Wolf's wound. As for Ali, who has ever heard that vampires need to be bandaged? Okay, you stay here. After Wolf's wound was bandaged, Mike walked out the door. Where are you going? Obviously, Mike's mood was not as stable as it seemed on the surface. Only Julia could ask Mike at this time. Go to the detective's office. Don't worry, I think I know what happened in the detective's office. Mike did not take the carriage, but untied the strongest horse and arrived at the detective's office at the fastest speed. The detective's office looked informal as before. The patrolmen with open arms wore their hats crookedly and hid in some comfortable places to be lazy. When they heard the sound of horse hooves, they hurriedly pretended to be royal and dutiful. It turned out to be Inspector Mike. An agent greeted Mike. "What's going on inside? Is Lord Baron Fleck here?" Mike asked. "No, but the butler Nidonika of Fleck Manor has come. This detective is under the command of Old Bell." Because Old Bell's attitude towards Mike was vague after the last case, he was particularly respectful to Mike. "Dear Inspector Mike," he said in a low voice, just like before. Inspector Harriman hated Xi when he encountered trouble. So Butler Nidonika called Inspector Old Bell and Chief Inspector Sigrid, and they are talking inside. "I understand," Mike nodded. When he was about to enter the wide green wooden door of the detective's office, he frowned. "Is it just a butler who came?" Mike said to himself, and then looked to the north in the direction where Wolf and Ollie left the mark when they tracked down Tabasha, and shook his head slightly. It is not a good thing for women to have a low status. After all, if Baron Fleck has a son, and this son is missing, it will definitely not be a mere butler who comes. "Dear Inspector Mike, I was just about to find you, but unfortunately I couldn't get through to your home phone." Butler Nidonika is an old-fashioned man wearing a pale wig. "I'm working." Mike briefly passed on the matter and handed Nidonika a cigar. "I'm not used to smoking this, of course, not because I look down on your cigars. We are all people who work for the Baron. There is no difference between us." Nidonika raised his head while speaking, as if he wanted to take something out of his chest, but stopped. "Now let's go to work. I believe that Chief Inspector Sigrid will tell you the specific things." The group went out quickly, followed by many patrolmen in tall hats and green uniforms and detectives in gray and white street uniforms. While walking, Mike also learned about the situation. Just as he guessed, it was Miss Tabitha's disappearance. What he didn't guess was that in addition to Miss Tabitha, the only daughter of Knight Manan also disappeared at the same time. Miss Tabitha entered her room at 10 last night. At 9 this morning, the maid found Miss Tabitha missing, and it has been found that Miss Tabitha called Miss Helva at 3 in the morning. Nidonika is a capable person. He quickly described the specific time and events clearly, took out a gold ring cigar from his arms, cut it open, lit it, and wrapped it himself, saying, "Miss Tabitha is a very punctual girl. She goes to bed at 10 every day and gets up at 9 in the morning. No one is allowed to disturb her during this period. So these are the clues we have. We need Chief Inspector Sigrid, Inspector Mike, and Inspector Old Bell. Yes, we need the three of you to investigate and ensure Miss Tabitha's safety." Speaking of the investigation, Sigrid and Old Bell looked at Mike at the same time. "I can't guarantee Miss Tabitha's safety." Mike had long been accustomed to everyone's reliance on him when handling cases. He took out his cigar, lit it, and said with smoke hanging in his mouth, "Also, I want to ask, where are we going now?" Of course, it was the manor of Lord Baron Fleck. Miss Tabitha disappeared at home. She disappeared at home, but she was not necessarily abducted at home. If I remember correctly, Butler Nidonika, you said that Miss Tabitha called Miss Helva at 3 o'clock in the morning. Mike habitually took out parchment and dipped it in cranberry red ink to draw a simple pattern, 2 coordinates and 3 zigzag lines. Everyone present was capable and immediately saw that the 2 coordinates were Fleck Manor and Knight Manan's house in Fleck City, which was Miss Helva's home. As for the 3 zigzag lines, they were naturally the route map connecting the 2 coordinates. Inspector Mike, are you saying Miss Tabitha and Miss Helva agreed to sneak out of the house? Butler Nidonika frowned. Who knows? After all, the most important thing is to find Miss Tabasha. The sooner the better, because the Fleck Manor is not far from the detective office. Mike and others are now on one of the routes on the map. Sigrid, Old Bill, Nidonika and the people from the detective office found that Mike clapped his hands, and the nearby alleys made sounds, and 7 or 8 small figures wearing hoods and whose faces could not be seen walked out one after another. We all have some informants needed for investigation, right? Mike laughed, said a few words to these people, and turned into a narrow alley. The alley was very deep and narrow, with messy footprints and stray cats everywhere. Obviously, nothing could be seen, but Mike led everyone through and walked to Beach Street, the northernmost part of Flag City. Inspector Mike, are you tracking Mr. Bash's whereabouts? Butler Nidonika asked in disbelief. Yes, Mike smiled and wrapped a cigar. When he heard Mike's answer, Nidonika's face changed drastically. Because this is simply incredible. Nidonika had heard of Mike's reputation, such as unpredictable thinking mode and reverse investigation method. He knew that Mike solved many cases, but in his opinion, Mike was just a young man with a talent for investigating cases. Giving Mike the position of inspector is already a great compliment from Baron Fleck to Mike. Okay, Inspector Mike, if you don't let us around, I will definitely speak for you in front of the Baron. But if you are playing tricks, I will let you know the tragic end of playing tricks on anyone in Fleck Manor. Nidonika knew that Baron Fleck didn't care about Miss Tabitha, so he had to distance himself from her. In many noble families, women only have one role, which is marriage. Miss Tabitha is not beautiful, and is far inferior to her two sisters. She can only marry some noble families weaker than the Fleck family, or give her two knights of similar age to win people's hearts. Moreover, because Miss Tabitha was corrupted by a bard, Baron Fleck doesn't like her even more. After all, Miss Tabitha is the Baron's daughter. The Baron doesn't care, so I can't pretend that I don't care. So, should I be more harsh to Mike? Butler Nidonika thought so, raised his hand, clenched his fist, and prepared to use his gesture to strengthen his tone. But at this time, Mike pointed to the city gate in the north. It is called the city gate, but it is actually just a bridge over a not very wide river. Fleck City is not a fortress. To be precise, it should be a civilian port. It has developed into a city. Fleck City does not have much military power, but its economy can barely be considered remarkable. Miss Tabasha and Miss Helva left from here, Mike said with a smile. How did you see it? Sigrid did not doubt Mike and said directly, I did see some footprints, but there are many people leaving the city in the north. How can you be sure that they are Miss Tabasha's footprints? Or did you track them from other ways? Mike, teach me. Teach you? Okay. Mike readily agreed. It was just 2 words, but Butler Nidonika and Inspector Bell pricked up their ears and did not want to interrupt Mike's words. They were very curious, and curiosity seemed to live in their chests like a naughty kitten. But we have to find Miss Tabasha first. After all, it's not safe outside the city. Mike smiled at Sigrid and said, I'll teach you another day. We need to speed up the process. Okay, Sigrid glanced at Old Bell humorously. Everyone continued to walk. During this time, Mike walked to the grass, trees, or stones on the side of the road from time to time. Sigrid and others thought he was observing carefully, but in fact, he just wiped off the shallow marks left by Ollie and Wolf. Then, there was a dense forest in front. In front of him was an endless sea of forests, lush and dense, blocking Mike's sight. When he walked in, the sun just rose above his head, and the green shadows of the leaves were reflected on the ground, all kinds of strange and dark. The sunlight came in through the gaps between the leaves, drawing countless dazzling bright spots on the ground. It looks pretty. Mike smiled, but Sigrid felt cold all over when she noticed his smile. Mike was really smiling at this moment, but that smile was too weird, with the corners of his mouth curled up to reveal a feeling as if he was excited to the point of being erotic. Mike's eyes were so bright that they were scary, and his azure eyes seemed like an endless deep sea that could swallow everything. Mike, Sigrid asked. It's nothing. The scenery is beautiful. Let's keep going. The group continued to move forward, scaring away the birds in the woods, and the sturdy kangaroo jumped out of the shadows, eager to try the scattered patrolmen. This was an arrogant big guy. not afraid of the search team of dozens of people. But when he saw Mike for the first time, he hugged his head, got into the shadows, stuffed a few kangaroos into his belly pouch, and ran away. There were also a few American honey badgers, also known as flat-headed brothers, who were disturbed and began to gnaw on the patrolman's boots, but they didn't dare to get within 20 yards of Mike. "There is blood here," someone shouted. Mike walked over, and the arrogant American honey badgers along the way screamed and ran away, attracting a lot of surprised eyes from the patrolmen. Under such gazes, Mike walked to the place where the blood was found, touched the blood stains on the dead branches and rotten leaves under his feet, turned his head and looked at a small blowpipe left on the tree. "Indians have fought here," Mike spoke softly. "Indians?" Then Miss Tabasha, Nidonika, became panicked. Even if she is not liked by others, even if her status is relatively low, Tabasha is the third daughter of Baron Flack. Nidonika is very afraid that Baron Flack will get angry. Knowing the nature of the Baron, he prayed to God all year round to let Baron Flack's wishes go smoothly. The specific situation is not clear at the moment. "I need to think, and I need to use all my energy to think." Mike covered his forehead while speaking. There were too many people, and it was not convenient to use the golden CI. But the tragic situation of Wolf and Ollie was still in front of his eyes, and the tracking traces left behind were also interrupted. So Mike stuffed a handful of chocolate bars and beef jerky in his mouth, covered his eyes, and walked to the site. A huge pendulum began to swing in his mind. No sound could be heard in his ears. The whole world began to turn blood red. Mike waited like this, 1 second, 1 minute. When the 5th minute passed, Nidonika couldn't help but walk towards Mike, but was stopped by Mike's wave. At the same time, Mike covered his eyes tightly, listening to the loud "Duang" in his mind. Someone was killed. Mike grinned. He covered his eyes, and through the gaps between his fingers, he saw countless thick clouds of sin surging in, gathering into a silhouette of sin, replaying last night's bloody killing. Mike saw 2 dark figures, and couldn't see their faces clearly, but from the huge contrast between the enemy and us, he could judge that they were Ollie and Wolf. Ollie and Wolf had been fighting, surrounded by 7 or 8 black shadows. When Wolf couldn't hold on, Ollie would help Wolf block the more fatal attacks. What kind of feeling is this? Watching 2 brothers fighting for their lives. The strange feeling made Mike's smile grow bigger and weirder. He walked towards the northernmost part of the dense forest. Not long after, he suddenly became really happy, revealing a smile that was happy to the point of cruelty. "What a simple angel," Mike suddenly said. "Where are the angels?" Sigrid's face changed slightly. It is true that Sigrid has a good opinion of Mike, but it does not mean that she likes Mike's flowery way of speaking. She knew that Mike was not very serious with her before, but that was in the past. It is best to keep their relationship at the level of close friends or partners now. If you are talking about the blood angels, Sigrid thought about what to say. After all, her charm is in front of everyone. Mike did not answer, and even raised his hand to stop Sigrid from continuing to speak, because Mike saw, while Ollie and Wolf retreated, 2 figures who were obviously not enemies left not far away. Considering the mission of Ollie and Wolf, Mike could guess the identities of these 2 people. They were Miss Tabasha and Miss Helva. This was very normal. Even if the 2 weak ladies stayed, they would only be a burden to Ollie and Wolf. No, they were not burdens, but just a little extra, because Ollie and Wolf would never fight for 2 women who were not close to them. But not long after, another 7 or 8 shadows came running over. Mike could not see the faces of these shadows, but he was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that it was Tabasha who wanted to support with the people of the Cha-Cha tribe. "Stupid woman," Mike spoke in a low voice, because he felt that to provide support blindly without understanding the situation is tantamount to suicide. Sure enough, when these people arrived, Ollie and Wolf had already escaped from the jungle. and these people were chased and slaughtered by another group of black shadows. Mike saw that the black shadows on Tabitha's side kept dying, but they were protecting Tabitha and another black shadow, who should be Miss Helva. Soon, except for Tabitha and Helva, all the people of the Cha-Cha tribe died, and the remaining 2 girls climbed and fled in a hurry, while the pursuers behind slowed down and made threatening sounds like driving sheep. At this time, Mike stopped, and it was at this time that Mike spoke again. What a stupid kindness! Because at this time, Mike saw the Indian tree house. There was an open space in the middle of 7 or 8 big trees, with a bonfire with embers burning. A huge clay pot was placed on the bonfire, and smoke was rising, slowly permeating around the wooden house hidden in the tree canopy. There was blood everywhere, and the messy blood seemed to be filled with dying whales. This seemed to be an Indian tribe's stronghold. Inspector Mike, are they the murderers who took Miss Tabasha away? Butler Nidonika asked coldly. Not really. Mike covered his eyes and said as if he had a headache. It should be said that the Cha-Cha tribe wanted to help Miss Tabasha, but failed. And then Miss Tabasha wanted to warn the old, weak, women and children of the Cha-Cha tribe to escape, but attracted the enemy, and then Mike sneered. What a tortuous story of turning against each other. What do you mean? Nidonika was a little confused. Sigrid and Old Bell also felt dizzy because things were too complicated. Just by following the clues, Mike saw so many twists and turns. Impossible. They couldn't believe it. But in fact, Mike's golden sea eyes were not over yet. Mike saw that one of the 2 figures, which should be Tabasha and Miss Helva, fell down, and he didn't know which one it was. The other dragged the injured black shadow and hugged an Indian child who was not in a hurry to escape. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow, and they were approached by the enemy in a semicircle. Mike stood in the middle of the group of enemies. Countless figures passed by him, and occasionally gave the fallen black shadow a javelin. The Indians living in the jungle believe in the law of the jungle, and will not leave the opponent with any hope of resistance. Mike felt that Miss Tabasha's side must be desperate, because the people of the Cha-Cha tribe died or were captured. Mike could swear in the name of God that those who were captured must be young Indian girls. There was only a complete black shadow, a wounded black shadow, and a very small black shadow in the middle. I don't know who was injured, Miss Tabasha or Miss Helva. Besides, why is the shadow of the child's sin so strong? Mike was thinking, and suddenly saw the complete black shadow wailing and falling down, with something like a tooth knife stuck in his chest, and blood hissing out along the curved arc of the tooth knife. The very small black shadow, which should be an Indian child, jumped down, lying on the body of the fallen black shadow and biting it fiercely. She brought the enemy to your tribe. So you killed her when the enemy was surrounded. Mike lowered his head and spoke softly to the little black shadow. The little black shadow naturally couldn't hear, but Mike's neurotic behavior scared many people. Sigrid looked at Mike in surprise. Old Bell looked at Mike in surprise. And the butler Nidonika, who knew Mike the least, even leaned close to Sigrid's ear and whispered, "Dear Chief Inspector, Miss Sigrid, your subordinate is not a lunatic, right?" "Of course, he is not." Sigrid waited for Nidonika to look. "Dear Miss Sigrid, please forgive my offense." Nidonika knew he had said the wrong thing and apologized quickly. This made Sigrid smile bitterly, because let alone Nidonika, even she or Old Bell had long been accustomed to Mike's special way of thinking. She once thought Mike was a lunatic, but this lunatic gave her too many surprises. So there is only one possibility. Mike is not a lunatic, but a genius or a monster. Monsters don't play by the rules, and the ordinary people, can only follow behind. "Mike, why do you make me feel like a fool?" Sigrid asked indignantly. "You fool? God is my witness. If you are a fool, then all of us patrol brothers and detective brothers will die, right?" Mike made a joke and continued to move forward. He walked in front alone, followed by Sigrid, Butler Needlenica, and Inspector Old Bell. These high-ranking people and their subordinates seemed to have become Mike's followers, but in fact, when investigating a case, they rarely had to do anything other than being followers. But suddenly, Mike stopped. Mike, standing by the campfire, covered his eyes, his face twitching violently. His right hand needed to block his light golden eyes, but now it began to clench, and the joints of his 5 fingers made a frightening crackling sound. FK. In the end, Mike only uttered one word. What's wrong, Mike? Sigrid was very curious about Mike's performance. She thought Mike was calm. Even if Rox and Wolf were seriously injured, Mike smiled, showing a calm look that could smile and send the enemy's head to his brother's bedside or to the cemetery. Is Mike out of control now? What on earth made the calm Mike no longer calm? I'm very curious too, dear Inspector Mike, because you have been smiling like a madman. But now, Butler Needlenica smiled and stepped forward. His status was based on the noble aura of Baron Fleck, so he could walk side by side with Sigrid. Only Old Bell had enough status to step forward. They used the privileges brought by their status, but in the next moment, Butler Needlenica knelt on the ground, holding his stomach, and the food he had eaten in the morning poured out of his stomach. He even suspected that he had vomited out the contents of his intestines. Old Bell was better. With decades of experience as a detective, he had seen countless tragic situations, but he still had a pale Nordic bearded old face. His nostrils twitched and he pinched his nose and mouth fiercely. Master Chief Inspector Sigrid, this is too cruel. Old Bell spoke vaguely. Although it is cruel, I have seen it before. Sigrid spoke word by word, her lavender eyes trembling slightly, but her pretty face seemed to be frozen by ice and snow. She remembered what happened when all the supplies on the ocean-going ship were exhausted, and she barely got used to it. She looked at Mike thoughtfully. Can you infer anything? She asked. This is Miss Helva, Mike said. Of course I know. Her head still retains its original appearance. I can recognize it. Sigrid had not spoken yet, and Needlenica was already shouting wildly. Actually, they actually ate Miss Helva. Inspector Mike, don't think about it. It must be the cannibals among the Indians. I will. Not cannibals, Mike said quietly. What? I said, not cannibals. The effect of the golden sea eye has ended, and Mike doesn't need to cover his eyes. The weakness caused by the great consumption of physical strength made him hold the edge of the huge pot with both hands. He added some chocolate and veal jerky, and it is worth mentioning that Mike's big mouthfuls of chewing made Needlenica vomit again. You can still eat. Inspector Mike, are you also a cannibal? God is my witness. Needlenica has no real malice towards Mike, but just can't stand it. I'm certainly not a cannibal, and I don't have much appetite left, but the intense mental activity has consumed too many calories. Oh, you don't know what calories are, but you can learn something, such as if I don't eat, I will faint here due to low blood sugar. Mike didn't care whether Needlenica and others knew about things like calories or hypoglycemia. After thinking for a while, he reached into the big soup pot that was still emitting warm smoke. He fiddled with it twice, and Miss Helva's lower body, whose flesh was boiled, began to fester, causing a lot of vomiting. Mike was still fiddling with it, meticulously examining the body. Miss Helva had 3 wounds on her body, one on her left calf, pierced by a javelin, 2 on her left and right shoulders, where her collarbone was hooked. Mike's expression froze. There were no fatal injuries, so Miss Helva was boiled alive. She didn't have her stomach cut open, her offal was not taken out, and there was no muscle damage on her body, so it wasn't done by cannibals, but simply revenge. In addition, Miss Helva's clothes were intact, and there were no signs of being violated. The other party should be a well-organized Indian tribe that has developed policies to protect women, or even more backward, belonging to a matriarchal society. Forcing women to be boiled in a matriarchal society by personal will is a serious crime. Ugh, little Mike, you vomit. This time, Butler Needlenickel vomited so much that his eyes rolled back. The experienced old Inspector Bell couldn't bear it anymore and started to dry heave while holding his chest. Sigrid, you seem to be okay. Mike looked at Sigrid in surprise. At this time, anyone who came closer, regardless of their status, whether they were strong or short, looked like they had already vomited or pinched their mouths to hold back vomiting. However, Sigrid curled her lips and smiled with a hint of cold and murderous aura. Her long lavender hair fluttered in the wind, and the murderous intent was beautiful. I have eaten corpses before. Sigrid said something that made Mike shudder. Then, they could only leave. Sigrid asked Mike if he could track down the nests of those Indians. Mike didn't say yes or no, but just asked back, Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, are you a Superman? Or am I a Superman? Sigrid didn't know what Superman meant, but still understood what Mike meant. Yes, there are at least 30 people on the other side, including a great Indian warrior. Mike was too lazy to let Sigrid guess, and shook his head and said, We brought about 50 people, but the Indian tribe that can mobilize 30 people must have at least 200 strong warriors. According to the proportion, it is possible that they also have another great warrior. We can't beat them. Sigrid was not willing to accept it. Maybe. Mike moved his arms, feeling that his strength had recovered by about 30%, and smiled. In fact, Mike didn't think he couldn't beat the other side. As for Mike himself, he was confident that he could fight 2 big Indian warriors, or kill more than 10 Indian warriors, but the Indians were good at using javelins. And even he didn't dare to say that he could withstand the javelin volleys of 20 Indian warriors. Don't forget that Mike has his own power. His brothers are well-fed and loyal to him. They are all good at 1 versus 2, or even 1 versus 3. If they all gather together, they are confident that they can use the corpses to pile up a bloody path to completely wipe out the 100-man musketeer team. The same goes for the Indian javelin fighters. Inspector Mike, do you mean Miss Tabitha is dead? Butler Needlenickel was a little respectful to Mike. He wanted to know the news of Miss Tabitha's death, because in this way, he would have a reason to explain to Lord Baron Fleck after taking people away. About this, Mike began to ponder. He had seen the silhouettes of the massacre by the process of elimination. Since Miss Helva was boiled alive, the one killed by the children of the Cha-Cha tribe was 99% likely Miss Tabitha. This poor, somewhat hateful, stupid angel? Not sure. Mike lied. Of course, it was not necessarily a 100% lie, because the silhouettes of the crime can only show individual shadows. Mike speculated on the identities of some of the shadows based on the beginning, process, and results of the incident, so Miss Tabitha still has a little less than 1% chance of being alive. Inspector Mike, I hope you can confirm it. If we can't confirm whether Miss Tabitha is alive or dead, we won't be able to explain to Lord Baron Fleck when we go back. Butler Needlenickel was embarrassed. You can tell the truth, Mike said as he walked. We were still in the dense forest, but the changeable weather along the coast of North America caused thick clouds to float in the sky outside. The clear sunshine was blocked by dark clouds, and the sky darkened. Dozens of people led by Mike, Sigrid, Needlenickel, and Old Bell seemed to suddenly feel that the forest was a lot more humid. The half-foot-deep dead leaves under their feet began to soften, and it felt like wet mud in a swamp. Yes, you can tell the truth, Mike emphasized, his eyes floating around, and said seriously, based on the traces of the battle, at least 40 or 50 people participated in the massacre, and more than a dozen of them were massacred. That is, the Indian tribe, as the massacrer, dispatched about 30 powerful warriors. You should understand what this means. I rarely deal with Indians. Needlenickel wanted to shirk responsibility. It doesn't matter, I can tell you. because the Indian tribes that have lived in danger for many years are very cautious. Unless there is a war of genocide, they will only send out about 1/10 of the warriors for a tentative battle. In other words, this Indian tribe has at least 200 strong warriors, or even 300. Are you sure? I need to report to Lord Baron Fleck. Of course I am sure. I also found a very deep attack gun caused by an Indian blowgun on a certain tree. It should have been made by the Indian warrior. I don't need to say much about the horror of the Indian warrior, right? Mike smiled, suddenly paused, and then reached out to pull Nidanika away. Almost at the same time, Nidanika's face was pierced by tiny blowguns on both sides, and blood of strange color flowed out. If Mike hadn't pulled it out, the blowgun would have hit the center of Nidanika's forehead. Outdated weapons, but very effective, isn't it? Mike smiled and used his shoulder to knock away the tiny blowpipe that was aimed at his throat. Because the angle of force was very clever, the sharp blowpipe did not sting his black leather inspector's uniform. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Many people shouted. Of course, Mike didn't care, because the people who came this time were Sigrid and Old Bellsman, plus a few followers of the butler Nidanika. He just glanced at Sigrid, and sure enough, Sigrid had dodged the blowpipe beautifully. It is worth mentioning that the Indians' blowpipes injured more than 20 people. In other words, the enemy ambushed at least 30 people. Ouch! A threatening voice similar to Tarzan sounded in Mike's ears. Mike didn't need to look to know that the Indians ranged about 10 warriors to continue the plot, and the remaining 21 more people used vines to attack. He turned around and blocked the head of the Indian warrior who attacked him with a side elbow. He grabbed the vine used by the Indian warrior with his backhand, shook it a few times, and entangled another Indian warrior, and pulled it over easily. If you don't have the antidote for the Indian darts, I think I need to call you stupid. Mike laughed, and with one hand, he grabbed the neck of the Indian warrior who was pulling over, and easily lifted him above his head. Of course, take the antidote. When he said this, Sigrid's spring wheel pistol had killed 2 Indian warriors, and her saber had pierced the palm of an Indian warrior. After all, it was a colony. The people of North America had fought and cooperated with the Indians for many years, and they had already developed a special medicine for the Indian darts, and the cost was low. It was impossible to completely detoxify, but it was still possible to effectively inhibit the toxin. So the Indian darts only killed 6 or 7 unlucky guys, and the rest were all crazy, fighting with the Indian warriors with red eyes. They were all heroes, but they seemed to be a little worse than the Indian warriors. Mike saw Sigrid kill 4 people in a row, but was pinned to a place far away from him. Old Bell was very brave, but he could only barely protect himself under the siege of 3 Indian warriors. Not to mention the remaining detectives and patrolmen. There were many bloody scenes of counter-killing in the 2-on-1 situation, and Hemingway, who was not good at fighting, was being chased and stabbed by an Indian warrior. More than 50 people against more than 30, and they were actually at a disadvantage. Mike sighed and laughed. Everyone, pay attention. The other side still has an Indian warrior who hasn't made a move yet. Oh, forget it. I can't just watch so many of you get killed. As he said that, Mike raised his foot and kicked an Indian warrior who looked like an ancient god. It was just one kick, but it made a crackling sound like thunder. The Indian warrior vomited blood clots and internal organs and flew backwards more than 10 meters away. He fell to the ground and was motionless, and he could not survive. This scared several Indian warriors who wanted to beat Mike. Moreover, when they surrounded Mike and looked for an opening, Mike picked up a cigar, bit off the cigar head, and then clamped the neck of the unfortunate Indian with one hand and lit the cigar with one hand. Hey, look here. I am the protagonist, okay? Mike shouted with a smile, and even had time to change his hands and clamp the neck of the Indian with his left hand. After attracting more attention, He pinched the wrist of the Indian warrior with his right hand. Ha pa pa. Many Indian warriors stopped, became defensive, and stared at Mike angrily. What's wrong? You boiled Miss Helva alive. Should it be for revenge? You used this method, and you are angry because I crushed his hand. Mike smiled and crushed the other hand of the Indian warrior. Blood splattered. Under Mike's terrible power, the powerful Indian warrior was like a simple blood bag, which could only bleed and had no resistance. Screams resounded through the sky, and the sea breeze in North America blew the canopy of the broad-leaved forest, as if it was rustled by the screams. The battle-hardened Indian warrior was very strong, but unfortunately, in Mike's hands, he was just like a young kangaroo who had no courage to fight. Well, it's not that he didn't have the courage to resist. The Indian warrior was still kicking and kicking Mike, but it was a pity that Mike just swung twice and almost shook off the 78 bone joints in his body. If you get my clothes dirty, believe me, I won't let you die. Mike wrapped a cigar and said vaguely in Indian language, regardless of whether the other party understood it or not. Then looked up and smiled at the dense canopy. Are you still not coming down? We boiled Miss Helva alive because the white people killed more than half of our tribe. An Indian with red lines on his face fell from the canopy and stared at Mike coldly. Is the reason sufficient? Maybe, but Mike only looked at him, blew a puff of smoke and praised. You speak good English. I killed many white people and learned your language. The striped Indian said proudly. That's a pity, because I know some Indian languages, but I don't know if it's the one you know. Beautiful North America is a little backward and has a complex terrain, so Indian languages are divided into many types, about 4 plates. Mike knows the Indian languages of 3 of the plates and can understand and speak them, but who knows if the tribe of the striped Indian in front of him belongs to the 4th type. You mean Miss Helva killed more than half of the people in your tribe? God, she is really a respectable and wonderful person, Mike exclaimed exaggeratedly. This is not. Then why did you boil her alive? Because you white people killed more than half of our tribe. The striped Indian hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly let out a shrill roar, because Mike crushed the Indian warrior's forearm and shoulder, and then hooked his Adam's apple with his fingers. The symbol of masculinity protruded outward in an exaggerated form. Mike thought about it and let go, letting the Indian warrior struggle and retch in pain, and grabbed the Indian warrior's scalp with his backhand. Do you want to cut off his scalp? That's where his soul is. Damn white people, if you are a man, fight me. The striped Indian was completely furious. Scalping? This is too cruel. I won't do it, Mike said with a smile, and when the striped Indian and the Indian warriors breathed a sigh of relief, he threw the prisoner to Old Bell on the left. Come on, torture him to death, and then cut off his scalp. Mike, don't cheat me. Old Bell was shocked. Why would I cheat you? Mike moved his shoulders. Because the white people killed half of the people in their tribe. They took their anger out on Miss Helva and boiled her alive. This is very cruel. What's even more innocent is, I remember Miss Helva rarely left the city in her life, right? I've seen Miss Helva deliver food to the orphanage and play with the children. Her smile is really beautiful. Well, Miss Helva is the daughter of Knight Manan with excellent bloodline, and is really an excellent lady. The mistakes made by you white people should be borne by all of you white people. The striped Indian glared and roared. Okay, the same reason. I remember that last year an Indian raped women and bullied the weak, so I was going to exterminate your tribe. Really, the mistake made by an Indian. Of course, all of you should be held responsible. Too, are you talking nonsense? Mike felt that his physical strength had recovered a little and pointed at the striped Indian and said, Come here, I agree to fight you. Single combat. Don't run away. I'm a totem warrior. How can I run away from a weak boy like you? The striped Indian said this, but his eyes rolled. He found that because of talking to Mike, The white people had loaded their muskets for the second time and were ready to shoot at any time. So he waved his hand slightly, asking the Indian warriors to retreat a little again and use the tree trunks to hide their bodies. But cunning white people, he said, I won't fight with you, and then be ambushed by your people using muskets. Huh? I won't. Mike really didn't intend to ambush the other party, but found that the other party was hidden in the dense forest, roaring a threatening words. Me? Blue, the great warrior of the Kafire tribe. Bastard white man, tell me your name. As the voice came, a small blow arrow pierced the neck of the Indian prisoner and shot towards Old Bell's chest. Old Bell blocked it with a knife, groaned, and his raised palm trembled. Damn it, they killed their own people. Old Bell screamed angrily. But anyway, Mike didn't plan to really torture the prisoners. It was too tiring. Just glanced at Old Bell and shouted in the direction where Blue left. Me, Bill Kanya, the 2nd Street Detective of Flag City. Come to me if you have the guts. I remember. You wait. Blue shouted again. Old Bell. On the way back to Flag City, Old Bell looked at Mike with particularly resentful eyes. Okay, dear Old Bell, don't look at me like that. I promise I won't let Blue live. Mike spoke lightly, which caused Sigrid to smile unbearably. This was also the last relief. Because many people were injured, the news had already reached Fleck Manor. Baron Fleck and Knight Martin were waiting in the detective's office, and strolled over when they saw Mike and his group. My daughter, the towering Knight Martin, dressed in iron armor, knelt down and cried when he saw Helva's body. He has always been strong and cold, but unlike Baron Fleck, who has 3 daughters, Helva is his only daughter. He also discriminates against women, but he will never discriminate against his beloved Helva. Why is this so? Why? Helva? Knight Martin threw away his helmet and stared around with bloodshot eyes. She was boiled alive by the Indians. We also fought against an Indian warrior named Blue, who was ranked 2nd in the Kafire tribe. Mike said expressionlessly. The pattern on Blue's face just reached his forehead, which means he is the 2nd ranked warrior in the Kafire tribe. In addition, according to various signs, even if the murderer is not Blue, he is also the leader of the Kafire tribe. The Kafire tribe has at least 200 Indian warriors. Why didn't you bring her back alive? Knight Manan suddenly grabbed Mike's collar. Click! Wham! There was a crisp sound and a loud noise, and everyone was stunned, because in a flash, Mike broke Knight Manan's hand and kicked Knight Manan more than 3 meters away. Mike's deep footprint was imprinted in the middle of the sturdy knight's heavy armor. Ugh! Knight Manan's mouth was full of blood. Mike's kick caused him internal injuries. He grabbed the hilt of the sword while glaring at Mike. His brown hair was blown to a ridiculous extent by the strong wind in the seaside city. Sigrid and Old Bell were also terrified, but Baron Fleck's eyes flickered and he smiled with the same kind smile as before. Inspector Mike, do you know what you did? Baron Fleck asked. It was a violation of the superior's authority. Mike bowed deeply. I know I did something wrong, but please forgive my impulse, and I will be responsible for all my actions, he said seriously. As the inspector of Flag City, when I saw the people in the city and the poor body of the Honorable Miss Helva, I could no longer bear the restless anger. This anger found an inappropriate breakthrough when the Honorable Knight Manan raised questions. You are a conscientious inspector, Mike, but now you should consider how to extinguish Manan's anger. Okay, Honorable Baron. Mike nodded gently, walked to the side of Knight Manan and stretched out his hand. It seemed that Mike wanted to pull Knight Manan up, but Knight Manan obviously didn't buy it. You defiled a suffering knight, Inspector Mike. Knight Manan roared. So what? Duel? Then duel. If I win, you die. If I lose, we die together. Knight Manan's expression was particularly crazy. Baron Fleck saw everything, especially the attitude of Knight Manan and Mike's abnormal calmness. He showed a disappointed look to Knight Ma Nan, and when he looked at Mike, he began to thinking about what to say. But at this time, Mike waved his hands vigorously. Come on, Knight Ma Nan. Mike pouted and smiled. You can never beat me. You can only use your identity to suppress me. But don't forget that I have such a big hatred for you. You are willing to lose all your reputation and even your life to kill me. The great Indian warrior Blue is your biggest enemy. He killed your only daughter, so I don't mind using his head to make amends for you. Yes, it's an apology. If you think it sounds good, can you kill Blue? Knight Ma Nan clenched his fists. He has heard it. As an experienced knight, he knows very well how terrible the Indian tribe with hundreds of warriors is. The elite musketeers with more than 100 men seem powerful, but unless they are in a wide plain, if they change the terrain to a different one, such as a dense forest, a swamp, or a mountain, he and his subordinates are not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of the Kaffir tribe where Blue is. I said I can use my 2 badges of honor to bet on the one in your hand. Mike smiled and said that you can become a knight if you get another badge. Yes, so I bet any one of yours. Mike said with a longing expression unique to young people. Dear Knight Ma Nan, you should know how much I want to become a knight, to get a truly respected identity and do better for the Baron. Yes, you should bet with me, because you are already a knight, and losing a badge is nothing. You don't care about this, but you can get me to fight with the Kaffir tribe to avenge your murder of your daughter. Then should I say, if you kill Blue, I will give you the badge. If you don't kill him, I don't want your 2 badges of honor. A knight should maintain the demeanor of a knight. It's up to you. Of course I won't. Mike, I won't let you off easily. Knight Ma Nan said coldly. 7 days. I only give you 7 days. Either you kill Blue and get my badge of honor and become a knight under the command of the Baron, or I will punish you for offending the knight. I won't kill you, but I will deprive you of all your honor, money, and identity. I will turn you into the stowaway you once were, and let 100 musketeers to drive you out of the 800-mile range of Fleck City. You mean you are going to chase me for 800 miles? TSK. Mike laughed. Then he turned around and bowed slightly to Baron Fleck. After Baron Fleck pondered and nodded, he slowly walked out of the door of the detective office. Ma Nan, do you think Mike can kill a big warrior from a medium-sized Indian tribe? After Mike left, Baron Fleck stroked his sparse beard and asked, I don't think he has such a great ability. Knight Ma Nan stood up and answered respectfully, I think so too, but Ma Nan, you should know that since the Kaffir tribe has come, other Indian tribes will also come. This great migration event is too serious, affecting the power layout of the entire Jamestown. We need capable people. Baron Fleck paused and continued. In addition, you should know that I will always give great preferential treatment to anyone who is capable. I understand, sir. I will not drive Mike away, and I will not even care about his kick on me and the death of Adjutant Grinnan. Knight Ma Nan answered steadily like a loyal dog. It was this attitude that made Baron Fleck very comfortable. Baron Fleck did not even ask about Miss Tabash's life or death. He greeted Sigrid and walked towards his manor. After he left with butler Nidanika, Sigrid and Old Bell laughed slightly at the same time. What are you laughing at? Knight Ma Nan felt that the two were laughing at him. We laughed. You seem to have forgotten Mike's name. Sigrid replied bluntly. Which name? Old Indian Turtle Dove. This time it was Old Bell who answered. Old Bell was very respectful to Knight Ma Nan. He was never willing to offend anyone who had no interest in him. He explained carefully, respected Knight Ma Nan. We all know that Little Mike got the name of Indian Old Dove after defeating a great Indian warrior. But as a former senior of Little Mike, I know very well how he defeated that great Indian warrior. Didn't he defeat him head-on? No, how could it not be? I remember that it was 2 years ago when a great Indian warrior sneaked into Fleck City with only 6 Indian warriors and slaughtered 2 small farms and a small and medium-sized factory. The great Indian warrior was good at fighting in the mountains, so Mike led his men to defeat him in the city. I don't think Mike has any ability. If it were me, I wouldn't even let the great Indian warrior have a chance to escape. No, respected Knight Manan. Old Bell denied Knight Manan's words and covered his mouth as if he had a toothache. God is my witness. Old Bell really has a toothache. It's absolutely true, because Old Bell was afraid of Mike. Yes, this Old Bell, who was half of Mike's guide, Mike Sr., who always said that Mike was young and ignorant, was afraid of Mike from the bottom of his heart. Respected Knight Manan, do you know? Old Bell spoke from the bottom of his heart in fear. Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Inspector Sigrid, and everyone in Flag City should remember that the relationship between me and Little Mike was once like that of father and son. When I was handling a case, he would help me, and when he was doing things, I would also provide him with a lot of men. But this kind of feeling has changed as I get older. Sooner or later, I will retire and take my own money to find a beautiful place to retire. But Little Mike is so capable that I seriously doubt that no matter where I escape to, whether by sea or through the dense forest, Little Mike can find me and take away everything I have accumulated for decades. The world is big. Knight Manan despised Old Bell's cowardice. Yes, the world is big, but the former Indian warrior was not stupid. If I remember correctly, his name was Yedo Modo, Fire Eye. You heard it right, it was Fire Eye. Only the chief of the tribe can use the totem of the tribe as the surname of the Indians. Yedo Modo is a declining Indian chief who once had thousands of warriors. Old Bell made sure that everyone except Knight Manan and Sigrid had retreated. Then he drank a sip of the strong wine in the silver bottle and continued. Yedo Modo is a competent chief, smart and powerful. He did not give our detective department the opportunity to arrest him in the city, but retreated into the dense forest and the strange swamp south of Flag City. I saw with my own eyes that the traps inside were like spider webs, killing many of our brothers. But when Mike went in, only the Indian warriors died, and two heads of the underground forces in Flag City who appeared there inexplicably. Do you understand what this means? I don't understand. Knight Manan was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, because he understood what Old Bell meant. That is, Mike killed all the Indian warriors in Yedo Modo's home court, and let Yedo Modo flee in a hurry. In addition, Mike also had time to capture the two leaders of the underground forces in Flag City and eliminate the internal enemies. This guy, he didn't take the Indian warriors seriously at all. Knight Manan murmured in a low voice. Boss, this time is different from the time when you Zhuo. Fire Eye, when Knight Manan was surprised, Mike was lying comfortably in the chair, listening to wolves chattering with a squint. Yes, boss, it's very different. You had our help that time, but this time, Ali and I are too seriously injured and can't help you. As for Julia, well, let's not talk about Julia. Let's talk about Dunbar and Theodore. Their bodies are not good at running in the jungle. Then what? Mike laughed. How about postponing it? Ali made a weak suggestion. I can recover from my injuries in 5 or 6 days, and we will do it on the 7th day. Boss, this time is really different. Iduomjuo doesn't have so many Indian warriors. A pack of wolves bit a bear to death, and Ali was worried about Mike with red eyes. Okay, my brothers. Since 2 years ago, Mike has used the Golden Sea Eye more than a dozen times. Each time, there is a great consumption and a great supplement. Although the muscles on the outside are still streamlined, Mike is more than 30% stronger. And with Mike's foundation, these 3 strong layers have made Mike not like a human. I promise you to do it on the 7th day. You can rest assured to recover. Mike comforted Wolf and Ali, opened the window, looked at the other side of the detective office, and smiled. In addition, I believe Baron Fleck and Knight Martin will not expect me to act immediately. They think it is amazing that I can complete this great task in 7 days. They even think that I can't complete it, or I may die in the javelins and traps of the Indians. TSK. This is very interesting. So interesting that I want to stretch my muscles that have not been stretched for a long time. Ali and Wolf laughed. In a head-on battle, they will definitely not be able to beat the Kafire tribe with several great warriors and hundreds of warriors. But in single combat, they believe in themselves and also believe in Mike. So Ali and Wolf rested and recovered. In North America, fine wine is the best tonic for recovery, so that night was particularly lively. Mike called dozens of people to a party and drank 6 oak barrels of pure and fresh wine. The moon was in the sky, and the stars were like threads. Mike opened his eyes from the bed, and his feet searched for slippers on the ground. After finding them, he flipped out of the window. Outside the window, there happened to be a pair of fine long boots, made of pure soft leather, without any metal, that he had thrown away when drinking. Mike tied up the boots and disappeared in the starry sky. Then, not long after, a nimble figure appeared and disappeared in the broad-leaved forest north of Flag City, hovering lightly among the small or thick tree trunks. After moving for 2 hours, Mike saw the fire. TSK, what a well-defended Indian tribe. The firelight illuminated a few small tree houses, but nothing else. In the night, it seemed like just a very small Indian tribe. Mike grabbed the trunk of a big tree in the middle, chuckled, and grabbed through the seemingly hard and old bark, accurately grabbing the neck of the Indian warrior hiding in the tree hole. Crack! The Indian warrior with a broken Adam's apple died instantly. The 18th Indian Sentinel. It seems that I underestimated the Kafire tribe. They have at least 350 powerful warriors. Mike smeared white clay on the throat and the mouth of the corpse, stuffed himself into the tree hole, and took a nap against the corpse. Because the Indians need to hunt and find food, it is impossible to send too many warriors to guard in the middle of the night. Therefore, judging from the number of 18 sentinels, the number of warriors in the Kafire tribe exceeds Mike's imagination. Mike needs to rest for a while, recuperate, and then continue to look for the place where Blue lives. But at this time, suddenly, Mike opened his eyes and climbed out of the tree hole without hesitation. Almost at the same time, 2 Indian warriors pierced the bark with poisoned wooden spears and nailed the body left in the tree hole to the hard inner tree trunk. Your nose is very sensitive. I have diluted the smell of blood with white clay, but you still smelled it. Obviously, every place where a corpse was left behind was targeted by the warriors of the Kafire tribe. Mike instantly realized how he had exposed his whereabouts, shouted, "Blue!" and turned around and ran. The sunlight from high above burned away the moisture from the surface of the broad-leaved forest. Before the dawn, Blue led dozens of Indian warriors and Mike to make a detour. This damn bastard! Bastard! He kept roaring, because since he absorbed the totem hero, Mike was the first person who had fooled him around in the dense forest. You can't escape, white pig! The totem lines on Blue's face turned red with anger. To be honest, I don't like my snow-white skin either. It's too white and not manly. Mike's laughter came from the colorful light spots on the branches and the leaves. The sound exposed Mike's position, and Blue chased him directly. "Stop, Blue!" A sturdy woman with a totem line reaching the center of her eyebrows stopped Blue. "Why? Come on!" Blue was so angry that he screamed. "It has always been the white pigs who use absolute force to deal with us. When have you ever seen the white pigs enter the dense forest and swamp to fight us alone?" Karma said coldly, "I suspect this is a conspiracy. The other party wants to let us into the encirclement of the white pigs. Then let him go." "Of course not." Karma winked, and the 40 Indian warriors dispersed in the form of 5-man teams. Blue knew Mike's powerful strength and did not dare to disperse his troops, but Karma was much colder than him. This was to send the 5-man team to Mike's mouth to eat. If Mike wanted to eat the 5-man team, they and the remaining 35 Indian warriors would teach Mike a lesson. In addition, The advantage of doing this is that Mike's escape routes are constantly decreasing. Fire and the charm of nature have given us trees. This is our home ground, and we don't mind using the lives of 5 warriors to hunt down an insidious big alligator, Karma said as he chased. Alligator. Does this white pig deserve this title? Blue was unhappy. He sneaked into our tribe and killed 18 of our warriors in our camp. Blue, this is a powerful enemy you have provoked. If you continue to underestimate him, I will advise the chief to use the power of charm to grant you death. Karma's voice became colder and colder, which did not delay her agile movements like a monkey on the treetops. What a smart white pig. Karma listened to the various forms of shouting from the warriors and smiled coldly on her big red, round face without any feminine softness. This white pig is called Mike. Really? Okay, I admit that he is a smart man, and I am willing to call his name. This name will soon have no owner. Blue smiled more gloomily. He hated Mike, and this was the time for the hatred to end, because Blue saw that the broad-leaved forest in front was even denser, with dense treetops, like huge green wild mushrooms, and huge tree trunks. There was a long distance between each large tree, and it was entangled back and forth by countless vines, like a spider's web. Mike entered our trap area. He said excitedly, "The so-called trap area is the place where large animals discovered by the Indians appear. This is the territory of a cunning and powerful jaguar. The Indians will not spend a lot of effort to catch such food, but will set up traps here and use it as a food supply site. The traps will kill a lot of prey, large, medium, and small. They only need to come when the tribal totem lights up once every 7 days, take away the prey and replenish the traps. So when Mike comes here, he is absolutely dead. Of course I know he has entered our trap area." Karma glared at Blue. It was hard to imagine how this reckless guy was chosen by the great tribal totem. She and the warriors reduced Mike's escape route, that is, chasing Mike to the trap area. Since Mike has entered the trap area, the rest of the things are much simpler. "Mike, we moved here, and we only want peace," Karma shouted loudly, but at the same time, Karma made a gesture so that the Indian warriors silently conveyed a message to each other when they caught any small flaw of Mike. They didn't care about her words. Just kill Mike. The Campfire tribe is not a cannibal, so there is no need to protect the freshness of the food. Mike, dealing with the Cha-Cha tribe and your flag city is just Blue's personal action. What we in the Campfire tribe want is peace, so come out. Karma shouted. "You have entered our trap area. There is no place to escape, so please believe me. As long as you come out, I will guarantee your safety, and I will not count your revenge for killing our 18 warriors." "When will the revenge end?" Mike laughed, his tone full of sarcasm. At the same time, Mike made the sound. 3 nearby Indian warrior teams, a total of 15 people, threw javelins towards the direction where the sound came from. The javelin penetrated the vines and shot into a place that could not be reached by sight. When Mike made a suppressed groan, 15 Indian warriors excitedly surrounded him. Then, whoosh! An Indian warrior deftly avoided the trap in his memory and stepped nimbly on the soft ground. But he was stunned, because he had stepped on the trap behind him, and a row of wooden nails more than 3 meters wide fell from above, smashing his 2 companions to the ground. Blood was flowing out, and the companions with holes all over their bodies were obviously not going to survive. "Hey, friends, you shot 15 javelins, and I don't know which one is yours, so I'll just give you one at random." Just when the Indian warrior was slightly stunned, his stomach hurt violently, and he heard Mike's smiling words. Looking down, he was dumbfounded, because in front of him, on the soft ground with dead branches and rotten leaves, Mike's smiling face poked out, and the javelin was easily kicked into his stomach by Mike with his foot. White pig. Here, the Indian warrior wanted to send a message to his companions, but it was too late. After dealing him a fatal blow, Mike left his hiding place without hesitation, like a midnight ghost, circling the broad trees and disappearing. When the two warriors at the back of the Indian team arrived, they saw only desolation and blood. All they could do was to give their suffering companions one more javelin, so that their companions could quickly return to the embrace of the tribal totem. 10 of us died. Exactly 10 people. No injured. Half an hour later, Kalma screamed in pain. Blue was stunned and punched through the tree trunk. 10 people, a terrible number. This number is not very large, but it is too harmonious, as if Mike was killing according to the number of people, treating them as toys. Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Blue hit the tree angrily. This is obviously our trap area, our food supply area. Why are all the traps changed? It seems that I am not in the territory set by my own tribe, but in the trap area of a larger and more terrible tribe. Mike is familiar with the behavior of us Indians, Karma said solemnly, even if he is familiar with it. But even if you are the chief, you can't play with other people's trap areas to this extent. Blue was completely crazy, because just now, he almost fell into a chain trap that he had set up a few days ago. If it weren't for his strong strength that could block the huge wooden stakes that were hit by inertia, and if Karma had the power of fire explosion, the two totem warriors would have been killed by Mike. Come back, come back, come back, gather at me. Karma made a unique signal sound of the Kaffir tribe. They were not fighting with Mike at this time, but with Mike and a large area that they had carefully arranged before, but was now used by Mike. If they continued to fight in a small team mode, they would probably be killed by Mike one after another. Of course, they might also exhaust Mike's physical strength and kill him, but the price of that would be too high. So even though Blue was furious, he did not stop Karma from recalling the warriors. But at the same time as the sound was made, painful wails came from many places. Before they issued the recall order, Mike launched a surprise attack, as if he had predicted that they would do this. A terrible enemy. An absolutely terrible enemy. He is more like an Indian totem warrior than us. Karma covered her face and groaned. As strong as she was, she could not stop the tears from flowing from her palms. We will kill him. He is at the end of his rope. Blue gritted his teeth and roared. Unless Mike is not a human. After chasing and killing each other for so long and counterattacking them, Mike's physical strength is definitely close to the edge of exhaustion. No, it should be said that Mike can hold on until now, which is something that many monsters can't do. This is also the case, because after Karma and Blue counted the returning warriors, they found that only 2 people died in the return process, and they still had 28 warriors, and immediately understood Mike's state. He has almost no physical strength. Blue said excitedly. Yes, he has no physical strength, but he is just barely holding on. Otherwise, he can at least kill one of our squads with his strength. He only killed 2 people. Karma nodded and raised her hand to ask all the Indian warriors to keep quiet. There was only the sound of wind, birds singing, and the smell of blood. Karma's ears twitched. Mike killed 2 warriors 30 yards away, and then I didn't hear anyone running away in a hurry, which means that Mike hasn't left yet, or Mike has no strength to leave. Karma thought to herself, and her ears moved faster. She is the 2nd-ranked totem warrior in the Kaffir tribe. The reason why she can suppress Blue with the power of the earth is because she has been blessed by 2 totem heroes. One is the power of fire that bestows cooked food, and the other is the power of natural wind, blowing the earth and also restraining the earth. Mike has exhausted his physical strength, and there is no way he can escape in front of me who has rested for half an hour. I just need to hear where he is, and then I can chase him and kill him. Karma has made all the plans. The location where she and the warriors are is also very safe. With their backs against the huge tree, someone is guarding the treetops and the back of the tree. On either side of the tree is a large and wide area, These areas were originally encircled by many vines. In order to guard against Mike, they cleared the small vines within a radius of 30 yards, so Mike can't sneak attack them, and Karma only needs to try hard to hear the sound of Mike's actions. But at this time, Russell, many sounds came over. There were vines shaking in the surrounding treetops, as if many people passed under the tree and shook the vines. Is someone coming? Blue asked in surprise. I didn't hear any footsteps, so it is very likely that Mike has set a trap in advance. Let the pulling of a vine involve other vines, creating the illusion of multiple shaking. After a calm analysis, Karma gritted her teeth and said, Mike wants to escape. She said, I won't let him get away. Blue began to analyze the frequency of the shaking of the vines. He looked for the starting point of the shaking of the vines, which was where Mike was hiding. This was the experience of the Indian warriors. But suddenly, several mounds of earth rolled up on the ground 20 or 30 yards ahead. Rox and Blue were horrified to see some men in patchwork cloud coats popping their heads out of the soft, rotten soil. What popped out before the head was the muzzle of a matchlock gun. Almost all the places where the vines were shaking began to make terrible bang 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 sounds. It was a matchlock gun. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The Indian warriors cried out in pain in the Indian language. But it was too late. Mike had already calculated everything, from changing the location of all the traps in the Kafire tribe's trap area in advance to the place where Blue might gather the Indian warriors. Mike summoned all the brothers who had matchlocks and arranged the best hiding and sniping locations for the brothers, which played a very good role at this time. Under the volley of 30 matchlocks, 7 of the remaining 28 Indian warriors died, and many of the others were injured. What's even more terrifying is that it is impossible for the Indians to escape from their position. The small vines around the big tree where they were cut down by themselves. Kill them! Karma quickly chose the best response plan, which was to fight Mike's brothers desperately. The matchlock's firing rate was too slow, and it took time to reload after a volley. So Kafire called Blue and asked Blue, who had great strength and hard muscles, to lead the warriors to attack the place where Mike's brothers began to gather. But at this time, wham, 3 consecutive gunshots. Someone actually fired 3 shots in a row. The first shot hit Blue's heart. The bullet of the musket was stuck in the middle while Blue's strong muscles and the silver marble surface could still be seen. The second shot hit the marble accurately, pushing the marble inward. When Blue was roaring and trying to dodge in a daze, the third shot hit accurately, penetrating the gap between Blue's rib periosteum and directly into the heart. Blue died, a meaningless death. The Indian warriors obtained the power of the totem and could be called Supermen, but they were not invincible. They had their own weaknesses, such as having an absolutely important heart. So when the heart was shot, Blue forced himself to roar a few times on the spot, and then fell to the ground. Blue! Karma's eyes were red, because the strength of an Indian tribe depends not only on the number of ordinary warriors, but also on the strength of the totem warriors. Especially Blue, with this meat shield, the Kafire tribe can preserve its strength and escape in the turmoil of the Great Migration. Many Indian tribes that are stronger than Kafire have become dry bones somewhere in the vast continent because they have no meat shield warriors. But now, Blue is dead. Died so easily? Who? Karma's eyes burned with red flames. She looked in the direction of the gunshot and saw Mike leaning on a big tree branch, holding a cigar leisurely. Next to Mike was a petite girl wearing big black framed glasses, who was returning the ivory-white spring wheel pistol to Mike. Mike, this gun is not easy to use. It doesn't have the long range of the matchlock gun, nor the power of the matchlock gun. Julia still dislikes the spring wheel pistol, but it can fire continuously, which saves a lot of trouble. I will make a good gun for you when I have the chance. Mike began to promise. He was willing to give Julia the best guns, the most money, even cosmetics or toys, especially a good gun, which was added to Mike's to-do list a year ago. However, the industry in Underground Flag City was too weak, and he couldn't buy a good gun handmade by a master craftsman even if he spent a lot of money. Well, keep shooting until they all die or run away. Mike flicked the ash of his cigar with a smile and pointed at Kalma with the cigar. Believe us, even if we have more people now, it is impossible to leave all the Indian warriors in the forest. However, I don't want this strong woman to escape. If this woman has more than 80 Indian warriors, she will have a chance to kill me. Then, she will definitely die. Mike, Julia took the matchlock handed by Theodore very seriously. The battle continued. Because of the more relaxed relationship, none of Mike's brothers died in the battle. It can be said that the brothers present were carefully selected by Mike. They are good at jungle fighting and very smart. They did not fight with the Indian warriors, nor did they gather in a large formation. Instead, they cooperated in shooting in groups of 3 or 5, leaving nearly 10 Indian warriors like flying a kite. This is because they put their main energy on Kalma. Female Indian warrior, surrender. Believe me, I won't kill you. Mike consumed too much physical strength and shouted in a weak but extremely serious tone. Are you serious? Karma didn't want to die. After fighting till now, there was no Indian warrior left beside Karma. It was not because the Indian warriors were not loyal enough, but because the law of the jungle determined the behavior pattern of the Indians. They would preserve their strength and sacrifice any tribesman who was not the chief when necessary. Karma was sacrificed, and after the 7 Indian warriors escaped, he hid alone in a dense tree crowd. Mike and his brothers stopped 30 yards away from the trunk and surrounded the tree that 6 people could hug together. If possible, I don't want to die. If you are willing to let me live, I can work for you and be a wandering Indian. Inspector Mike, I know you need a strong warrior. No one is not afraid of death. So Karma eagerly confirmed, are you really willing to let me live? Vic, Mike replied decisively. You. Okay, female Indian warrior. Mike wrapped a cigar and said, I really want to make you lose your vigilance and kill you easily. But think about it carefully. I am not sure enough to control you. You should also understand this, so you will not surrender sincerely. I want to kill you while you are also thinking about killing my people. This is too troublesome. I don't have much time. I wanted you to live, dear Inspector Mike. Karma continued to try. Yes, I heard you say that, and then I responded, in exchange for 15 javelins smeared with toad liquid. Mike said, raising his hand. Then the 38 people Mike brought, and all his 38 matchlock guns were neatly stuffed with gunpowder by the brothers. Dozens of gun muzzles were aimed at the dense green tree canopy, aiming at Karma. Just like tree branches, they were staggered and tilted, covering all directions on the entire tree canopy. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Karma roared in despair. Karma, I have the power of fire and natural wind. With Karma's rough voice that was not like a woman, the green tree canopy ignited a fire of several meters in radius, and the wind was blowing on the tree canopy. The fire took advantage of the wind and quickly burned the green broad leaves along Karma. Making the tree trunk dark with a dazzling red. 5 fireballs as big as heads were suspended around her, ready to go, as if to destroy all her enemies. But it was this action that exposed her to the muzzles of more than 30 muskets. Bang, 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 bang. Mike didn't give Kalma any chance. He threw away his cigar and a burst of gunfire rang out. 5 big fireballs fell one after another, and Kalma's body fell to the ground. Theodore went over to cut off Kalma's head and pointed to the braided hair on Kalma's bloody head. Cut it off, boss. Theodore knew that Mike didn't like to take things too far. I always felt that death was the end. The worst that could happen was to let the dead have their souls torn apart. I never tortured the other party, even the most terrible enemy's spiritual beliefs. Mike considered himself to be relatively kind, but the behavior of the Kafire tribe refreshed his three views. He didn't mind doing some not-so-good things before his three views recovered. Cut off her scalp, Mike said. God will forgive me, because this damn Kafire tribe has killed and boiled alive the simple, kind, and stupid angels under the command of the dear God. The sins they committed will be compensated by me destroying their souls. Yes, boss. Theodore cut off Kalma's scalp without hesitation. Then, even more bluntly, he stuffed the scalp carrying the soul of the Indian into a kettle filled with Protestant holy water. In the wilds of North America, the sound of gunfire will attract all known or unknown dangers. Even if Mike brought dozens of heroes carefully selected from all the brothers, he might not be able to survive when these dangers come. The people of the Kafire tribe do not deserve their scalps. Mike listened to the roar of beasts coming from afar, as well as some indescribable sounds, and asked with a smile, "So have you cleaned up the battlefield? Don't worry about the little gold decorations on their bodies. If there are gems, tear them off, and then the key is their scalps." The scalps of 11 adult Indian warriors were all soaked in holy water. Theodore replied, "Only 11. Yes, because some Indians died too far away and we didn't have time to find their bodies. Then leave." Immediately, Mike had heard the peculiar tone of the Indians. He took Kalma, Liu, and dozens of Indian warriors to travel such a long way, and had already attracted the attention of other Indians and some monsters. Now that the battle was over, potential enemies should want to come and investigate the results of the battle. In addition, the Kafire tribe is a medium-sized Indian tribe. Because they had to protect the tribe, Kalma and Blue only took 40 Indian warriors to chase him. This was something Mike had calculated long ago. Even if it was him, even in the dark, even in the dense forest, he could not escape the pursuit of more than 300 people from the entire Kafire tribe. At this time, the Kafire tribe should have drawn enough warriors and rushed here quickly. The air in the early morning was a little cool. The salty sea breeze quickly blew away the bloody smell on Mike's body. Everyone went straight to the coast and used the prepared rafts along the coast to go south. "Boss, you are so awesome. You actually took 2 big Indian warriors and dozens of Indian warriors for more than 2 hours like walking a dog." Theodore admired Mike again. All of this was the result of precise calculations, reasoning, and sufficient preparation. Mike told the truth. If it was an encounter, I'm afraid I would be caught and killed by them in the second quarter of an hour. That's also terrifying, boss. Under Mike's humble words, Theodore and his brother's admiration did not diminish, but instead burst. North America is a place where personal heroism prevails. And at this time, it is obviously also the age of exploration where the strong are respected. Theodore and his brothers have heard many legends, the most powerful of which is the story of a Knight of the Round Table in Great Britain, who once attacked a formation of a line of soldiers, killed 23 enemies, and was torn into pieces. But if it were Mike, Theodore believed that Boss Mike could kill 24 enemies. Mike is still so humble. Boss, Theodore was extremely excited, and the bluntness of killing made this man's blood boil. Well, no more talking. Let me rest for a while. Mike ate beef jerky to replenish his energy. In Mike's eyes, the endless ocean in the east was covered with more unfathomable evil clouds. In comparison, the evil clouds in the interior of North America in the west were a little smaller, but more dense. At this time, the evil clouds kept turning, rising, and rising again, and the momentum was as fierce as steaming flames. The evil in North America has doubled again. Is it caused by the Great Migration? Or something else? Mike muttered to himself as he lay on the raft. There was a dampness and coolness behind him. It was the temperature of the seawater, which seemed to wash his whole body and mind. But it was obviously unable to wash away the evil smoke on his body. In his eyes, The evil on his body was twisting and condensing, and slowly, it actually had the appearance of a red blood dragon, like Sigrid. Flag City, Soldier Tavern. The camp where the musketeers were stationed was a no-alcohol camp, but 2 miles west of the camp, outside the city, there was a soldier tavern that was more night-lit. The sign of the tavern was a picture of a knife and a musket, and there was no gate, because the gate was often destroyed by a hot-blooded fight. But I have to say, the wine here is really strong. Inspector Harriman, do you think Mike can kill a big Indian warrior from a medium-sized tribe? Knight Mana lifted his visa and took a sip of strong liquor. This made Harriman feel strange, because Knight Mana has always been strict, even to himself. Knight Mana rarely drinks. Mike always has a way, so I think he can kill the big Indian warrior Blue. Really? When can he kill Blue? Knight Mana drank again. The 7th day. According to my understanding of Mike, he should kill Blue on the 7th day, which is the last day of the deadline. Harriman is a man with a small mustache. His face has a strong 3-dimensional sense and is very handsome, but he has a pair of sunken dark circles, which makes him look neurotic and weird. I believe in Inspector Mike's ability. Inspector Harriman smiled and said, in fact, in terms of strength, Old Bell and Mike are not my opponents. I have a real cannon, but Inspector Mike is too weird or scary. I doubt very much that if I want to fight for more streets and snatch benefits from him, Mike will probably find my artillery, take it away, and use it to bomb my poor offshore boat. You hit the artillery very well. I didn't pull the artillery to the land at all, let alone let my boat dock along the coast, because if Inspector Mike wants, he has the ability to find my artillery and take it away like he killed the Indian warrior Bull. Are you afraid of him like this? Knight Manan snorted coldly. It's not fear, but an instinct generated by fighting on the sea. I admire Mike, but I am also afraid of Mike. I want to stay away from him, and I am extremely curious about him. So I stayed in Flag City instead of going to other places to be a damn inspector. Harriman shook his pirate hat shamelessly. So dear Knight Manan, your revenge can be avenged. You promised to give Inspector Mike the last badge of honor. He has enough motivation and will definitely send the head of the Indian warrior Blue on the 7th day. No, it is very likely on the 6th day of the 1-week deadline. I know him. He will definitely do so. Hearing this, Knight Manan didn't know whether to be sad or happy. In addition to his inner feelings, Knight Manan also received a piece of great news this morning. Inspector Harriman, don't guard one of your artillery pieces, because we will have. Knight Manan paused, thinking about how much information he needed to reveal to bring Harriman under his command. But at this time, a head without a scalp rolled to his feet. It was a head. People in North America are not afraid of heads. They are used to seeing stumps and broken arms, and even rotting corpses crawling with maggots and bubbling. The people in the soldier spar were even more so. They were very calm and raised their barley beer glasses to cheer. Which blind man has the courage to roll a broken head like a ball to the feet of the respected Knight Manan? Feet. I bet 8 copper pennies that his own head will be beaten into a ball by Knight Manan and Inspector Harriman. What's wrong with you? Speak halfway. Did your tongue get eaten by a shark? There are more than a dozen people in the soldier tavern. Among them are the musketeers brought by Knight Manan and the patrolmen under Inspector Harriman. No, should we say Inspector Harriman's sailors? Unlike other patrolmen, Inspector Harriman's subordinates are better at water. They don't have too many distinctions between high and low in their hearts. According to their words, even if they are nobles wearing noble dresses, it's good. They recognize expensive clothes, but if they are thrown into the sea, the ignorant sharks will really have to use their teeth to carefully identify them. That's right, it is just such a group of lawless people. When they saw the head clearly, their teeth chattered, and more than a dozen faces turned pale at the same time. Look at the lions. Is it the great Indian warrior? They are able to fight against great sharks. I don't know if they can strangle sharks in the sea, but I have seen with my own eyes that an Indian warrior killed 3 of my comrades. Oh, Montgomery. My dear Captain Montgomery is a powerful warrior and was punched in the belly by that Indian warrior. More than a dozen people murmured in shock, staring at Blue's head. They really wanted to see who threw the head, but a chill rose from their cheeks. Their spines and necks seemed to be stiff, and they dared not turn their heads to look at the door of the soldier's bar. They knew that this was a feeling of fear. They were afraid of the existence that could kill the Indian warrior. Perhaps just turning their heads to take a look would be an offense, and the offense to such a powerful existence would be their death. Knight Ma Nan and Inspector Harriman could not save them. Ha! Dear Inspector Mike. In the end, Inspector Harriman came back to his senses first. Harriman gently lifted Blue's head with his foot. Some light movements concealed his inner panic. After several times of suppressing the rebellious endocrine system, it calmed down. Is this the Blue who committed terrible crimes against our dear compatriots in the rumor? That Indian warrior. Inspector Mike, you are so fast. Yes, Mike's movements were too fast. Harriman could swear to God and Poseidon that, in his impression, Mike took this job yesterday. Baron Fleck and Knight Ma Nan gave Mike 7 days today, which means Mike took off the head of an Indian warrior on the first day within the deadline. Inspector Harriman thought in his heart. Because of this thought, Harriman's endocrine system was disordered again. Surprise, fear, and admiration made his heart tighten constantly, and his blood seemed to flow backwards. His palms began to tremble. Is this true, Inspector Mike? Just because Knight Ma Nan gave you a reward for the 3rd badge of honor, you killed the Indian warrior Blue with such great efforts. But even so, how could you kill him on the first day? How did you deal with so many Indian warriors of the Kafire tribe? Harriman, I don't think I need to explain to you, right? Mike walked into the soldier tavern, knocked on the table, grabbed the beer that the bartender handed to him with both hands and drank it all, and smiled. But we are friends, right? Friends. If you are willing to lend me the artillery for 2 days, I can teach you how to kill 2 Indian warriors. 2. Harriman's eyes widened. Yes, 2. Mike pushed the big wooden wine glass down on the long table. The wine glass broke into pieces and could not be pressed into the harder table. This disappointed him. Theodore, Mike shouted. Then Theodore at the door laughed strangely and threw Kalma's scalpless head in. Because Kalma looked too fierce, no one could tell that she was an Indian woman, but it didn't matter. It was just the lines on Kalma's face that went all the way to her forehead that scared everyone. By the way, there were more than a dozen scalps of Indian warriors. I soaked them in Protestant holy water. These are not my tasks, so there is no need to look at them. I will keep them for myself. Maybe I can get dozens of heavy silver pounds in exchange. Mike said indifferently while drinking. Are you short of this little money? Inspector Harriman smiled awkwardly to resolve the embarrassment. He believed that Mike did not speak, and he did not need to check the scalps of more than a dozen Indian warriors. But he could not help but squat down and touch the totem pattern on Kalma's face. Yes, it is a real totem pattern. The totem pattern of the Indian warrior is very special. It can make the face without wounds, but the pattern is prominent or sunken, which is difficult to imitate. Moreover, Kalma's totem pattern is obviously made for many years, not the kind of instant forgery. This is simply too scary. Respected Inspector Mike, I really find it hard to believe. The unruly Inspector Harriman could not help but use honorifics to Mike. I don't need you to believe. You know, you should stand on my side. Mike spoke in an extremely serious tone with a clear threatening tone, looking at Knight Ma Nan, who pursed his lips, had a stiff face, but a complicated expression, according to your agreement. Knight Ma Nan? He asked. Knight Ma Nan did not speak. Dear Knight Ma Nan, Mike shouted again, and said with a cold smile, you should know, dear Knight Ma Nan. No, it should be said, my knight predecessor. Yes, If you get this honor badge, you will have 3 honor badges, and you are a new knight. Knight Mana understood what Mike meant, squatted down, and pressed Blue's scalpless head. Crack! The whole head made a sound of skull shattering under his hard metal knight's gauntlet. He kept exerting force, and he must crush this head completely. Yes, Mike, he screamed madly. I thank you. You helped my dear Helva, my poor daughter, to avenge. If you hadn't deceived me, I would give you the honor badge you want. Then, give me Blue's scalp. Give it to me. When Blue's skull finally exploded, blood and brain matter. Blue's skull exploded, and Knight Man's knight's metal gauntlet full of blood was pressed to the floor with a bang. The remaining blood and brain matter in the head splattered like a broken water bag, splashing onto the floor, tables and chairs, and Knight Man's body and face. The scene was extremely terrifying, but no one could make a cry of surprise, because the horror scene in front of them really couldn't be compared with the horror of killing 2 Indian warriors. An hour and a half later, Fleck Manor. The first time Mike entered Fleck Manor, his steps were relaxed and happy, and he was inevitably excited. The ground was hard, the air was quiet, and the road was lonely. Mike walked along the reddish-brown brick road in the manor and saw a small lake that looked like a gem, and there were green plants dotted around. Further ahead was a large white house, which had a gentlemanly feel and aristocratic style. Just in front of the house, a little angel fountain attracted Mike's attention. Dear Mike, I heard that you did everything that Mana asked, and even exceeded it. Baron Fleck came down the 18 steps with his black cane. His movements were cheerful, and when he noticed the expression of Knight Manan, he sighed slightly in disappointment. Manan, I will give you a special order to bring Helva from the detective office. In any case, Manan has followed Baron Fleck for many years. With Baron Fleck's pardon, Knight Man's expression became more alive. He ordered the musketeers to bring Helva's body from the morgue of the detective office and stood behind Baron Fleck. In the next quarter of an hour, Knight Man didn't say a word. Baron Fleck ordered the butler Nidonika to send golden beer and cookies, both of which were the best. But with Baron Fleck's identity, of course, he would not introduce how to buy golden beer and cookies. This is etiquette that only people of the same level would do. Even if Mike did something that was almost impossible, he could not get the same respect that Baron Fleck gave 2 other nobles. Honorable Baron, you are so polite. Well, what a good wine, Mike said with a smile. After the 2 exchanged greetings, Sigrid and Old Bell also arrived, as well as another knight in the body of Helva placed in the Iron Maiden. Mike saw that Knight Man's expression change suddenly. This strong and cold knight seemed to be in his 82nds. He walked towards the Iron Maiden tremblingly. When he opened the Iron Maiden's face, he stroked it with his palm stained with Blue's blood and brain matter. Helva, my daughter, Knight Mana murmured softly. He wanted to touch Helva's face, but felt his hands were dirty, so he didn't dare. My daughter, Knight Manan didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he turned his head and stared at Mike. Inspector Mike, please swear in the name of God. This time head I crushed belongs to Blue, the great warrior of the Kafire tribe. Swear in the name of God. Mike raised his palm. In addition, if you don't believe it, you can check it carefully. There is no need to verify, because even if you become a knight, you will find that you are not qualified to deceive me. Knight Manan spoke to Mike coldly, with madness hidden in his calm tone. But he was gentle when facing Helva, and tears slid down his face that had obviously aged overnight. Daughter, my daughter, he said, I swear to your deceased mother, I will definitely wipe out the Kafire tribe. I will kill all the Indians in the entire Raphael tribe, from their old prophets to newborn babies, and let God throw me into the arms of the devil. If you do this, you will fall into the arms of the devil sooner or later. Mike wanted to say this, but he didn't say it. Even if they were once hostile, or would be hostile in the future, no one could say any great words to an old man who was sending off his child. Great principles sound good, but they are the most hurtful. God is my witness. Dear Knight Manan, I will kill everyone about the wheel height of the Campfire tribe. Mike said calmly. Very good, Inspector Mike. Knight Manan nodded with his back to Mike, and then turned his head to look at Baron Fleck. After Baron Fleck nodded, he took off the precious badge on his chest without hesitation and threw it to Mike. This badge represents glory but is not heavy. He also has great strength, but he feels that the badge is like a hammer that makes him unable to throw it up, and he only throws it half the distance between him and Mike. This is Knight Man's mistake. According to status and etiquette, or in other words, considering the physical and mental exhaustion of Knight Manan, Mike, as a junior, should run to catch it. But before Mike can act, Baron Fleck next to Knight Manan stretched out his black cane and accurately picked up the badge of glory in the air. Mike, no, I should call you Thorst, the Knight of Thorst. Baron Fleck smiled and handed the badge to Mike. According to the rules I set, I should confer the medal on you and grant you the title of Knight of Thorst. But now is a special period, and I can only confer the medal on you 5 days later. Everything is in accordance with your wishes. Mike was not impatient. This obviously attracted more favor from Baron Fleck. Baron Fleck patted the shoulder of Knight Manan, who was kneeling on the ground, to give some comfort to Manan, who had lost his beloved daughter. Then he looked at Mike and said, although you have not been awarded the medal, from today on, you are the Knight of Thorst. There are some things I can't tell you. Please go on. Mike bowed slightly. Great migration. Baron Fleck's smile was a little strange. I have to say that this time the climate factors caused the Great Migration, and the Great Migration caused too much change. Knight Thorst, what I can tell you is, at least 4 medium and large Indian tribes have migrated to Fleck City, and 2 monsters on Jamestown's wanted list are also heading towards this route. In addition, the Spaniards also intend to build a colony on the southeast coast. So Jamestown decided Fleck City will be expanded from a civilian town to a fortress, with a preset expansion of 5 times, a 5-fold increase in population, a 5-fold increase in soldiers, and a mid-coastal fleet and 3 offshore warships. Just 5 days later, another baron came with population and supplies. He will rule Fleck City with me. The knights, chief inspectors, and inspectors under my command will also expand their respective powers and responsibilities. What do you mean? Mike couldn't help but be surprised and took a deep breath. Mike didn't expect to get the power of a knight immediately. Just like Knight Manan, it is said that he followed Baron Fleck for 5 years before being sent out and gained control of part of the musketeers. The late Knight Griffin was even more pitiful. Because of his overly upright and dull character, he was only Baron Fleck's guard knight until his death. Mike didn't think he was a dull person, but the title of knight is like the academic qualifications of the previous life, which can allow him to develop his power faster, but it can't make him reach the sky in 1 step. Now it's different. Fleck's residential city is going to become Fleck Fortress. Dear Baron, do you mean that we should strive for greater power as much as possible to make adequate preparations for the future? Mike asked with burning eyes. You are very smart, Knight Mike. Baron Fleck nodded with satisfaction. At this time, in addition to Old Bill, who had the same keen sense of power as Mike, Sigrid and Knight Manan had just realized the meaning of Fleck City becoming Fleck Fortress. Since the planned expansion was 5 times, the population increased 5 times, the soldiers increased 5 times, and the fleet of warships was given, according to the rules of the Jamestown Colonial City. It should be managed by a powerful role to ensure the centralization and unity in the fortress city, and to ensure that the fortress city would not be destroyed from the inside. But Fleck City changed the rules. This upcoming fortress city has no earl, and chose 2 barons to jointly manage it. So, how many knights does the other baron have? How many inspectors? How many followers and how many troops? How much territory does he want to occupy in Flag City? Everything is unknown, which greatly increased Baron Flag's ambition. Honorable Baron, I think Flag City does not need more streets, Mike said softly with a hint of meaning. Yes, there is no need for more streets. Just expand the regional streets 5 times, so there is no need for more inspectors. Baron Fleck smiled with satisfaction. I also won over some musketeers. Those musketeers were transferred from my elders and brought more than 3 times the number of matchlocks, so we also have a great advantage over the musketeers. I am worried about the captain of the fleet. The 3 offshore warships have 15 iron cannons, which are also the organization of the Middle Coastal Fleet. If the organization is fully expanded, it will have more than 50 iron cannons and a captain's cannon. The threat of these cannons is too great. Yes, the threat of cannons is too great. Fleck is a coastal city built on the port. Even if it is expanded 5 times, most of the facilities still have to be close to the port. A sufficient number of offshore artillery can destroy these facilities and block Fleck's sea routes, causing the coastal city of Fleck to lose most of its economy and transportation, and fall into a worse state than before the expansion. Mike knew that the current level of technology is in the age of discovery, and the range of artillery is an absolute truth. So Mike paused, but couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, who is the highest commander of the fleet?" "It won't be you, Knight Mike." Baron Fleck looked around at everyone, his expression a little tangled. "In fact, I don't know who Jamestown will let be the captain of the fleet." In front of him were all the interest groups surrounding him. So, after hesitating for a moment, Baron Fleck still told the truth. "Ha, boss, you finally became a knight. 18 years old. No, it's the young knight who will be 18 in 5 months. I feel that the sun in Flag City is brighter, and the girls on the road are much prettier. They seem to show more sexy skin." Mike met Wolf on the way back to Griffin Manor. Wolf's injuries were very serious. After hearing the news, he still rushed over on horseback, shouting all the way, "Boss! My knight boss!" He shouted excitedly, "Even if the injury is serious, I will find 10 straight girls tonight. I can give you 10. But if you die on a woman's belly, I will hang your body on the city wall." Mike lit a cigar while making fun of Wolf. This is his habit when thinking, so Wolf fell silent. "Wolf, what do you think I can gain from this expansion?" Mike asked thoughtfully. "Expansion?" Wolf had never heard of this. Mike roughly repeated Baron Fleck's words, and Wolf and Theodore widened their eyes, pounding their chests with extreme excitement and laughing. What does this mean? Yes, they understand. It means that in the initial period of time when Mike becomes a knight, he can get the power that belongs to the knight, and even get more power than most senior knights. They are not afraid of the enemies that come from this, because their boss Mike likes enemies. "Boss, Baron Fleck and the new Baron will definitely fight," Wolf said first. "Yes, boss, they will fight. And we will also help Baron Fleck fight to get a larger territory. As long as there is enough territory, enough money, and enough and powerful brothers, why are we afraid of Baron Fleck?" Theodore prefers direct battles. In the past, Baron Fleck was the supreme ruler of Flag City. There is no doubt about this, and it is absolutely impossible to resist. Once you rebel against Baron Fleck, you are against the entire aristocratic system of Jamestown, and the warships will come soon to kill you. But now it is different. If 2 barons rule Flag City, it is not impossible for Mike to sideline the 2 barons or even kill one of them. "I understand what you mean, Theodore." Mike nodded, appreciating the straightforwardness of brother Theodore. "Yes, I am not worried about everything in Flag City. Unless God sends down a flood to destroy everything, we have at least enough power to escape. We are still young, we can afford to fail, so we are not afraid of all failures, and we can capture victory with all our might. But I am worried about the outside of Flag City." Wolf and Theodore, Julia, My dear brothers and sisters, have you forgotten that when Flag City expands 5 times, how much will the sphere of influence of Flag City in the wild expand? The survival and growth of big cities require more space and more resources. According to the 5-fold expansion of Flag City, the sphere of influence is enough to cover the cities of Mercans in the north, Narnia in the east, and Dreadnought in the south. These cities have 3 barons and their subordinate forces, so Flag City has not only internal troubles, but also external troubles. Boss, are you really worried about this? Wolf laughed strangely. He understood Mike. These cities are all British forces, and they all belong to the Jamestown Colony. Why should I worry about this? Fighting them all and making Jamestown independent is what we like to see, Mike said with a smile, which was completely different from his previous tone. Because a glimpse of the whole picture from a corner, he thought of more. According to the rules and regulations of the Jamestown Colony, it is basically impossible for 2 barons to rule the Earl's territory. Even if there is, it is all due to various coincidences, and the Jamestown Colony will soon send a strong Earl to suppress it. But this time it is different. Is it an order issued by the Jamestown Colony? Why? Is it intentional to cause chaos on the southeast coast? Perhaps it is true. Mike knew that North America would definitely be independent, involving the interests of all parties in the colonies. And there are also dangerous factors that the leaders are concerned about. Just like he heard that the tea tax law promulgated by the British sovereign to the Jamestown Colony marked that the contradiction had intensified to the point where it had to resort to force. Wolf, you are most sensitive to money. Can you tell me how much of the total income of Flag City is taken by Jamestown? Mike suddenly asked. At least 80%. Wolf's expression was not very good. After all, because Baron Flag got too little benefit, Baron Flag did more exploitation. This affected Mike's interests and hindered Mike's ideological policy of win-win with residents. Anyone or anything that is not good to Mike is the enemy of all of Wolf and his people. Yes, at least 80%. But what I want to tell you is, big fish eat small fish, small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp can only bully tiny algae that can't resist. The residents of Flag City and us are tiny algae. Baron Flag is the shrimp, and Jamestown Colonial City is the small fish. Although Jamestown Colonial City eats all the colonial cities in North America, they are exploited more severely. More than 90% of the vested interests have been snatched away by the British sovereign under various names. So North America needs chaos, and the native soldiers of Great Britain need to come to suppress it. Then, in the plan of the governor and all the big men in Jamestown Colonial City, the native soldiers of Great Britain must die. Mike didn't continue, so Dunbar was still confused, and Theodore was a little dizzy. But Wolf and Ollie showed a clear expression. They knew what Mike meant. That is, the big men in Jamestown Colonial City wanted to play the name of freedom and the prestige of the colony, so as to be independent. This is a very scary thing, and Mike can't just point it out. Boss, as you said, when the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Wolf waved his dagger excitedly, and the wounds on his body burst. I want to taste the blood of Her Majesty the Queen of England. Ollie exaggerated a little, and bragging is not taxed anyway. Mike didn't respond, and didn't want to say anything more. With the continuous use of the golden sea eye, Mike's physique became stronger, and his memory became stronger as his body got better. He remembered the North American War of Independence that he learned in school. Although it was a little vague, he also remembered the cause of independence, that revered and indestructible statue. He remembered that in the central area of Lexington stood a statue of a militiaman holding a rifle. The militiaman was heroic, with his feet firmly on the stone wall, his eyes vigilantly looking ahead, and there was a simple and unpolished stone tablet below. The inscription read, "Hold your ground. Don't shoot before the enemy shoots. But if the enemy insists on forcing war on us, then let the war start here." This is to commemorate the famous first battle of the War of Independence, the Battle of Lexington. It seems that just a few years after that, Boston Tea Party broke out because of the tea tax law. 800 fully armed British light infantry, led by a major, marched towards Lexington. Suddenly, they found a team of North American militia standing on the grass in front of the village. "Stop moving forward." The militia issued an order. "Don't listen to them. Charge." The major raised his command knife. When gunshots rang out and bullets flew in the sky, the brave militia rushed to the British colonies, killing and wounding 274 people. The colonial army fled back to Boston in a panic, and the militia won a great victory. From then on, history turned a new page. The North American War of Independence broke out. Mike saw carefully, and the cigar in his mouth suddenly fell. Mike cursed speechlessly. In the eyes of the British sovereign, my patrol brothers and brothers in the jungle, including the musketeers of the Knights of Manan, are they not all militia? Could this be the future town of Lexington? Mike was speechless. If his guess is correct, if the bigwigs in Jamestown really want to lure the native soldiers of Great Britain to Flag City, will it be him and his brothers who will confront the 800 light infantry? It's possible. After all, the militia is fighting against the regular army of Great Britain. Except for his brothers, there is probably no other force nearby that has such a good ability. How many brothers will die? What about himself? Will it become that bastard statue that looks glorious but is actually a cannon fodder? If so, damn it. Mike suddenly smiled coldly, licking his teeth and said, "Dear brother Ollie, I really don't mind you tasting the blood of Her Majesty, the Queen of Great Britain. But if there really comes such a day, please be cautious, because I will marry all the daughters of Her Majesty, the Queen, to our brothers. And by the way, find a good home for all the female relatives of the bigwigs in the Jamestown colonial capital. How about North Africa? Most of the Martin brothers' compatriots have relatively strong capital." As Mike spoke, everyone left. They grew up in North America, a continent shrouded in sin, and followed their leader Mike. They were no longer afraid of anyone. As the leader, Mike always led by example and treated them very well. How could they have the face to say they were afraid? Fear had nothing to do with them. But suddenly, the laughter stopped. Because of a gunshot from the ground, Mike and his brothers turned their heads and saw Inspector Harriman, who had just walked out of Fleck Manor, fall on his back, with a handsome pirate head falling to the side with a lot of blood. The murderer was easy to find. It was Fleck Manor. The servant who was responsible for opening the door of the manor was caught immediately. Mike recalled the situation just now. He didn't see it, but he could guess. It should be Inspector Harriman, who habitually walked towards the gate of Fleck Manor, and the servant who was responsible for opening the door also opened the black metal carved fence gate as usual. This is very normal. With the pomp of Fleck Manor, there should be manual treatment, similar to the electronic induction door. But this time, when the gate opened, Inspector Harriman was greeted by a gunshot from the servant. It's definitely not a matchlock gun, so it's a spring wheel pistol that is easier to hide. A mere doorman servant who is responsible for opening the door has a spring wheel pistol. Looking at Harriman's fallen body, Mike's heart sank slightly, and he walked over quickly. "Dear Night Mike." Who knew that the butler Nidonika came out? The doorman was caught by other servants and dragged to the interior of the manor. When Mike, Sigrid, and Old Bill returned, Nidonika came out to block them and looked at Mike, who now has the highest status. "Dear Night Mike," he told Mike in a slightly depressed tone. "The Baron said that you have just been promoted tonight and should rest for a few days. So rest before you receive the ceremony of knighthood. Lord Chief Inspector Sigrid, your subordinate, has been promoted tonight. You should celebrate with him, right?" Sigrid paused for a moment, and suddenly raised her leg. Her long and beautiful legs kicked Nidonika's chin straight, kicking Nidonika more than half a foot high, with a mouth full of big teeth falling to the ground and almost suffocating. Sigrid was not stupid. After kicking Nidonika, she asked, Mike, who killed Harriman? I don't know. Mike closed his eyes slightly, then smiled. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I think you need a few bottles of good wine. I remember that Griffin Manor still has a lot of good wine. I'll have someone send it to you. Won't you drink with me? Sigrid asked. No, dear Sigrid. At an angle that Nidonika couldn't see, Mike waved his finger slightly at Sigrid, and at that moment, he heard a deafening sound of cannon fire, and the finger waving at Sigrid stopped. Mike did not go to Griffin Manor. When returning to the big house by the sea, Mike's heart was as sluggish as an icy road. He urged Theodore to drive the carriage faster than any time he had ever ridden, almost reaching the speed limit. Boss, you said that Harriman would leave sooner or later, and he didn't leave. So, was it Baron Fleck who killed him? Wolf feels a bit like the lips and teeth are in the cold. Harriman is a little different from us. Mike played with the ruby, Eye of Happiness, but his mood was not as good as the hazy halo when the ruby reflected in the candlelight. Harriman is a failed pirate who chose to be the detective of Fleck City, but he has more paths to choose from. He is definitely not the kind of subordinate that Baron Fleck likes. It was okay before, but now that the dynasty is changing, Baron Fleck will not give another Baron an excuse to attack him. I thought Baron Fleck would meet with Harriman secretly and let Harriman leave on his own, and they would part ways in peace. But I didn't expect Baron Fleck to be so decisive and eliminate Harriman at the first opportunity. You really didn't expect it? Wolf didn't quite believe it. Well, I thought about it, but I thought Baron Fleck would avoid us before taking action, so that we wouldn't have a feeling of grief for the loss of our loved ones, which would affect his power. But now it seems that Baron Fleck wants to deal with everything with thunder. Mike raised his hand and stared at the beautiful halo of the ruby. Everything I said includes the new Baron, Sigrid, Old Bell, and of course us. Brothers, be vigilant. We don't know how much power Baron Fleck will use in other places, so we don't know if anyone can replace us. In this way, we don't know if the next round of spring wheel pistol ammunition will shoot into our heads. I'm going to kill Baron Fleck. Wolf knew that Mike didn't like anything unknown. Not for the time being. After all, if he needed to deal with us, Baron Fleck would have to deal with Sigrid before dealing with us. Sigrid has a great background and is not so easy to kill, so we can have a lot of buffer time. However, at the very least, we need to prepare more. Baron Fleck is definitely not someone worth working for. Mike made a conclusion, and many people on several streets started to work like machines. He has dozens of direct brothers, all of whom are first-class heroes, so everyone also has a lot of their own power, such as the rogues on Beixie Street, the streetwalkers on Dongxie Street, and recently he has taken in the gypsy girls who live on Dongzhi Street. It can be said that Mike's eyes are all over the city of Fleck. The hateful snake, the bar is the lobby of a small shop, and the windows are painted dark green. The location here is very bad, and the outside is desolate, but the cars parked inside are simply a hodgepodge, with all kinds of tool trucks, donkey carts, horse carriages, and small carts used to transport food, old-fashioned, half-scrapped experimental steam convertibles, and even two small boats with wooden wheels. The humid air along the coast of North America evenly dripped water under the eaves. Mike bent down to avoid the water droplets and walked in. It was crowded inside, with the smell of paint and stale cardboard sheds. It turned out to be Inspector Mike. Sir, do you need me to go out and buy some better wine? The wine here is not worthy of your mouth. The waitress at the bar was a short woman who looked like a dwarf. The woman greeted Mike attentively, but Mike shook his head disdainfully. Okay, don't pretend with me. Let Sochi come out. Mike knocked on the bar and said, Sochi? The female dwarf looked very strange and scared and said, But Sir Inspector Mike, I don't know who Sochi is. Our business is very bad and we can only make a living. Please don't. Whatever, don't pretend. I don't expect to hide it from Inspector Mike, who is known as the Indian Old Duh. No, I should call you Sir Knight Mike, or respectfully call you Your Excellency. A burly man in overalls came out. It was Sochi mentioned by Mike, Inspector Harriman's most capable subordinate, no one else. Sochi used a long and narrow knife, with the blade half pulled out, and looked at Mike with some hostility. Dear Sir Mike, I don't know what you are doing here. You should know, my boss, Captain Harriman, is dead, and Baron Fleck also used the artillery on 5 warships to bomb our nest. Everything we have is destroyed, and I just want to live a stable life with whatever. Sochi told Mike coldly. Is that so? Mike asked back. You are Harriman's most capable subordinate, but he never let you show up once. I understand. He wants you to be his retreat. That is to say, when he can't stay in Fleck City and wants to leave, you are the line for him to leave, carrying all the wealth he wants to take away when he leaves. Hearing this, Sochi drew his knife. The blade was white. Mike also knew that Sochi was a powerful swordsman, stronger than Ali before he became a high-blooded vampire. Mike thought about recruiting Sochi and offered a high price, but Sochi refused, using a very decisive method. So Mike investigated Sochi and knew that Sochi was a person who could die for Harriman. Sochi, why don't you want to kill Baron Fleck? Mike slowly took out the cigar, cut it gently with a small pair of scissors, and toasted it with the flame at the edge of the fire paper. His movements were very delicate, so delicate that anyone could see that he was thinking, before I saw you, Sochi, I thought Harriman was dead. Mike enjoyed the smoke produced by the toasting cigar. Yes, people make mistakes and horses stumble. Although Inspector Harriman is a good hand, it is possible that he was blocked by the gate when the gate of Fleck Manor was open and was killed by a servant using a hidden spring wheel pistol. What do you want to say? Sochi was furious. Blood vessels popped out of his arms, and he was ready to strike with all his strength at any time. I want to say, with your personality, you don't want to avenge Harriman, which makes me doubt that it was not Harriman who died. In addition, I remember that Harriman used to like to chat with me. He didn't interrupt me when I was talking to Knight Manan in the Soldier Tavern, and he was very quiet in Fleck Manor. Why is that? Maybe, is he worried that I will find out that he is not Harriman? After all, Harriman is very afraid of me. You think too much, dear Inspector Mike. Sochi took a deep breath and said, Is that so? Mike asked, and suddenly rushed forward, punched the female dwarf Wadava, who was secretly groping for the musket from behind the counter, and grabbed the musket with his backhand when the female dwarf flew backwards, and used the musket to hold Such's head before Such's blade cut into his stomach. Die! Such's actions did not stop. Instead, he increased the strength of his backhanded knife swing, holding the intention of making Mike's intestines burst even if Mike shot him to death. Good you, Sochi! Mike decisively used the matchlock gun as a stick to break Such's head, and after Such's knife cut through Mike's detective uniform, it only made a squeaking sound and brought up a long line of sparks. This is my first time using the knight armor. Mike smiled and gave Sochi another light stick. He didn't want to use too much force, worried that Such's head would explode. Okay, Sochi, stop it. What you are doing now has let Mike know that I am not dead. Mike, this bastard, has always been a little fox so smart that even God grits his teeth. Suddenly someone spoke, and Sochi stopped and ran to hug the female dwarf Wadava. Wadava bandaged the wound on Such's head, and Sochi rushed to see Wadava's face being punched by Mike. The two people immediately became sick of each other. A very harmonious picture. Mike pointed at Sochi and Vadova and smiled. They have lived and died together countless times, and their friendship makes even me jealous. Dear Mike. A thin man came up from behind the bar, wearing shiny boots with pointed toes, straight trousers, a straight leather jacket with many embellishments, and a neatly worn pirate hat. Harriman came out stroking his mustache and smiled when he saw Mike. Are you here alone? Harriman asked. I came here alone, so you should believe that I have no ill intentions. Even though they had just had a violent half-fight, Mike was still enjoying his cigar. Come on, Mike. Even if you come alone, I dare not take it lightly. I only have a dozen trusted men left, and you alone may be able to wipe us all out and rob all our wealth. I won't do that. Why? Don't you desire my wealth? This is the wealth collected by a pirate captain and a detective, because I admire you. Harriman looked speechless. Admire? Pure lie. He believed that he and Mike had been together for a certain period of time, but they did not have a very good relationship, and even if they had a friendship, it was not as tempting as the wealth he had accumulated. After all, in the entire North America and the vast ocean, gold and silver are the dominant colors, and that kind of beauty will make him and Mike crazy together. Remember Julia? Mike suddenly spoke. The second sister over there. Harriman laughed. Julia is to you like Sochi is to me. A hidden trump card, but I have to say that before Julia screwed over Inspector Appleday, no one knew she was your most loyal subordinate, and no one knew she was the best gunman in Flag City. Julia is more hidden than Sochi. She is such a beautiful and wonderful Irish girl. Yes, but what you don't know is, when she was still an illegal indentured servant, it was you who told me there was a base for illegal indentured servants over there. You look down on this little credit, but let me get Julia, Mike said and threw a folded parchment over. This route can allow you to safely leave Flag City 50 nautical miles away. Go away. Don't think about seeking revenge on Baron Fleck. You don't have the capital now. Hearing this, Harriman's heart was aching. He was definitely envious of Julia, a powerful and loyal gunman subordinate, but now he was more concerned about the route Mike mentioned, and quickly unfolding the parchment. Just one glance, Harriman had a bottom line in his heart, because the route Mike gave him was very tortuous, and it was obviously planned in detail. If Mike wanted to deal with him, he could just surround this place, and there was no need to do so much trouble. When will I leave? Harriman asked. 9 o'clock in the evening. I will send 10 brothers to escort you away, so that you will not be discovered by anyone. Okay, remember, you can only send 10 people to escort us. After we leave, they will bring you a map, which contains the best gift I give you, the gift you most expect to have. I accept this gift. Mike left with a smile. It was getting dark outside, and the wind was very cool. Mike did not go home, but turned the corner and entered the detective office on Central Street. Sigrid and Old Bill had already gone off work, but Wolf, who was injured, squatted at the door of the basement cell, smiling and fiddling with a hooked dagger. Boss, Old Bill's people caught a poor guy, and he incurred Ollie's hatred. Wolf smiled when he saw Mike. Mike knew Ollie and immediately understood what kind of crime the poor guy had committed. How old was the woman when this murderer committed violence? 18 or 30? He asked. 18, because if the victim was a minor or a mature woman, Ollie would deal with him personally even if it was inconvenient for him to come. Ollie felt the most sorry for the little girl who had not grown up, and the beautiful woman who was easily lonely and cold. Very good. Leave it to me, and then arrange 10 brothers to prepare this route map before 9 o'clock in the evening. Mike gave a general account of Harriman's affairs. Wolf had no friendship with Harriman and did not care about Harriman's life or death. Boss, what gift will Harriman leave for you? I'm very curious about this, because if the gift is not rich enough, we'd better leave him in the dense forest outside the city of Fleck. I don't know how much money he has, but no matter how you calculate it, it will not be less than 100 beautiful gold pounds. I know he is rich, Mike said indifferently. Then why not keep him? The water in Flag City is getting deeper and deeper. We need more gold pounds to arm our brothers. I know we can't get powerful artillery, but if we kill Harriman, maybe we can get enough money to buy 50 muskets. He helped me before. What about Julia's second sister? Boss, Harriman didn't want to help you. He just didn't want to mind his own business and threw the trouble to you. It's not this matter, but Harriman spoke for me during the 8 months I was recuperating. He may not remember it, but I remember that I would not kill those who helped me for a few gold pounds that I had no place to spend for the time being. Mike smiled very naturally. He believed that Harriman had at least 100 gold pounds worth of wealth, but Harriman liked treasures, not gold. So if Mike wanted to kill Harriman and get the wealth, he would need time to cash it out. And cashing out is dangerous. Baron Fleck, who had not found Harriman's treasure, now had his eyes wide open, staring at the entire city of Fleck like a fly. Any guy who got rich overnight would be the target of his ruthless killing. Okay, Wolf, there is no need for us to take such a risk to kill a possible friend. Mike pondered and said, I don't expect Harriman to leave me any tempting gifts. The reason why he said it was the best, the one I most expected gift was just to make me miss the gift and give up the idea of attacking him. God is my witness, I really didn't think of attacking him. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Why should I do that? So, I am willing to regard the gift he left behind as a farewell gift from a friend. I understood, boss. Wolf nodded and left. When it comes to arranging escape routes, Wolf is definitely the most capable person in Mike's hands. After Wolf left, Mike smoked half a cigar out of boredom, and then walked into the basement cell of the detective's office. It was not dark inside, and grease-soaked rocks and candles were lit everywhere. The light reflected 2 patrol brothers under Mike's command. When they saw Mike, they put away their patrol buttons and whispered to Mike about the general situation of the case. A sexual and sadomasochistic violence in the pumpkin field. Mike shook his head. Such a simple thing was known to Ollie and Wolf. No matter who caught this man, just kill him. At certain times, such as when he was in a lazy mood, Mike didn't mind making the punishment a little simpler. No, you can't kill me, someone shouted immediately. Mike turned his head and found that the third cell on the left of the 2 rows of iron-barred cells held a strange hybrid. This guy had a childish face and a muscular body. He wore a decent tanned leather jacket and black trousers, but the pockets were worn white due to long-term use. The muscles on his arms were lumpy, his palms were big and ugly, and there was a very professional tattoo on his left forearm, which read, "Born for Sex." Stowaway. Mike had no impression of this person. Yes, I'm a stowaway, but I am not the kind of stowaway who has no skills, the guy said in a confident tone. It took you more than a dozen people and 2 matchlock guns to catch me. I'm a good fighter. I can strangle 3 terrible jaguars with my own hands. My lord, I don't know who you are, but no big shot doesn't need a strong subordinate. I just have a little special hobby. I believe you will tolerate me a little bit. When Mike suddenly grabbed a patrolman's baton and threw it over. The baton was thick enough to fit into the bars of the cell, making it easier for the patrol officers to teach the prisoners a lesson. The baton that Mike threw from 5 yards away actually penetrated the cell by a hair's breadth and smashed the guy's head. You can't even withstand a small toy thrown by me, and you still dare to say you can fight. Mike felt even lazier. It was cloudy today, but it didn't rain. The weather was a bit stuffy, and Mike felt lazy all over. He wanted to take a nap under the breeze of Julia fanning him, but Julia needed to cooperate with Harriman and his men to escape, so Mike didn't think too much about it. He opened Sigrid's good wine hidden in the detective's office and drank it for a while. Then at 11 o'clock in the evening, Wolf came back with the parchment left by Harriman. Pirate's treasure map. Mike laughed at the old parchment. Again, he didn't have much in mind for the gift Harriman left behind. He just felt bored and wanted to do some exercise after drinking some wine, so he called the 10 confidants who were escorting Harriman and others and headed towards the place recorded on the map. The place where the gift was hidden was outside the city, but not far away, in a reef cave on the coast south of the city. After Mike took people back to the big house on the coast to get some midnight snacks, they arrived in half an hour's walk. Wolf, what gift do you think Harriman would leave for me? It was hidden in such a deep reef cave. Mike laughed as he looked at the dark cave entrance. He knew this reef cave. It had a large entrance and a spacious interior. In the innermost part, there was a deep puddle connecting to the sea. It was said that there were sharks. Mike was not afraid of sharks, nor were Wolf and the other brothers. After all, they were heroes on land, and no one would be crazy enough to go into the sea to fight sharks alone. According to the objects marked on the map, ropes and torches. Okay, we have prepared a lot. Light the torches and go in. Mike gave an order and was the first to walk into the dark reef cave that looked like the mouth of a crouching giant beast. The reef cave was pitch black, but soon 11 torches were lit, illuminating a dim circle of light. Wolf and his brothers caught up with Mike in a neat formation, and then passed Mike. They protected Mike behind them and walked into the cave with a cautious but not timid attitude. Every 10 yards, they would light and insert a new torch to make the inside of the cave brighter. Boss, we are here, Wolf shouted suddenly. Mike walked over and found that the space at the bottom of the reef cave was not very regular, about 200 square meters, with various stones crisscrossing the walls and the top of the cave, each of which was ingenious and looked like devil fangs at a glance. There was a puddle of less than 20 square meters on the innermost side, which was black and blue in color. Mike knew that this small puddle was actually very deep, and the inside was wide and bottomless. He had read a lot of geographical records of Flag City, and recalled that many fishermen in Flag had fished here, but because they could not find the bottom and sharks often appeared, the fishermen gave up here. The gift is 15 meters underwater, on the east side, blocked by stones, Mike said, and immediately 2 brothers who were good at swimming jumped in, not afraid of the huge sharks that were rumored to appear here. While they were diving and groping below, Mike lit a cigar, smiled and sat by the puddle, took off his shoes, and put his feet in. The water was very cold, comfortable, and made Mike a lot more energetic. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from underwater, and a wave of water like a fountain with insufficient power surged up. Then, the 2 brothers who went into the water emerged, panting violently to replenish the consumed oxygen, and shouted excitedly, "Boss! Night, Mike! Boss! There is a large waterproof box below, which seems to be a large box used to load muskets. Is it possible that Harriman can't take his muskets away, remember your friendship, and leave all the muskets to you? How big is the box?" Mike also became excited. After careful calculation, he had 76 heroes who could fight jaguars under his command, but they had less than 40 muskets. Because of the expansion of Flag City, Baron Flag strengthened the armaments. But from what Baron Flag said about letting him rest, it was obvious that he had no intention of helping him strengthen the armaments. The box was very large, and it should be the maximum specification for loading more than 30 muskets and ammunition. The brothers in the water shouted happily. Very good. Mike threw out a rope and asked the 2 brothers who went into the water to tie the box and drag it up. After thinking about it, he simply went into the water himself, diving 6 or 7 meters deep. It was pitch black underwater, with only the faint light of torches above, but this could not stop Mike. Mike's eyes emitted a golden glow that seemed like an illusion, and everything underwater was visible at a glance. He saw the stone wall of the water cave that had been moved away, and saw the large wooden box that at least 3 people could hold together. He pulled the rope over and wrapped it around a few big circles, and then rushed out of the water. "Pull it up," he said. Hearing Mike's order, the 8 brothers on the shore left 6 guards and separated 2 people to grab the rope on the shore. 1, 2, 3. Be careful and use force, and pull it up slowly. The two brothers spoke in coordination, but their eyes widened in surprise when they used force. Use more force, and then pull it up. Use force together, and pull it up. The two brothers worked so hard that their faces turned red and their necks became sick, and finally pulled the rope. This surprised Mike very much, and signaled the two brothers under the water to go down and watch the box float up, but not to help lift the box, so as to prevent being pressed into the bottom of the water by the obviously heavy box. He went ashore again, grabbed the rope and pulled harder. It's so heavy. Mike was surprised after just a pull. The box had begun to float up. In addition to the force of their pulling, the buoyancy of the water also helped. But even so, Mike felt it was quite strenuous. It felt like he was waving the decorative pure metal knight's lance of Griffin Manor. It's not a matchlock gun. Mike was a little disappointed. But then, Mike's face flushed with excitement. He stood up and used all his strength to pull the box out of the water. Boss, what on earth is this? It's too heavy. Because of his injury, Wolf had no help, but it didn't mean that he didn't know the terrible weight of this box. Boss, Wolf asked with a little toothache. The two of us brothers have hundreds of pounds of strength in our hands, plus the buoyancy of the water, and you also use your terrible strength. This box is at least more than 1,000 pounds, maybe 1,500 pounds, at least 2,000 pounds. Mike pushed the box and said. At this time, the box had reached the shore. The surface was smooth and exuded a vague fragrance. It was obviously covered with animal fats to prevent water leakage. This made Mike have an unlikely guess, and his expression became a little strange. Is Harriman so generous? He asked himself softly. Generous? Boss, is this gift very valuable? Wolf asked curiously. It is not something that can be expressed by the word valuable. If I guess correctly, this thing cannot be bought with money. More than 10 years ago, its value was even comparable to the same weight of gold. It must be admitted that Mike was also a little nervous. He stretched out his hand and used his fingers to open the sideboard of the large wooden box. After taking a deep breath, he pulled open the side cover. Suddenly, a black and shiny thing came into view. It turned out to be a cannon, a pitch-black, seemingly indestructible metal giant. Wolf exclaimed. Damn Harriman, I love him to death. Boss, are you Harriman's uncle who has never met? 10 brothers also shouted, unable to suppress their excitement, waving their fists at the air. Harriman couldn't take away such a heavy good thing, and wanted to cause trouble for Baron Fleck. So he left the cannon to me and gave me a big favor. But, good, very good. This is the first cannon we have, and from now on, Harriman is also our good friend, Mike said as he counted all the things in the box. Finally, it was discovered that in addition to the cannon, there were 6 well-waterproof shells inside, enough to fight a battle of 100 people. Transporting cannons is a hassle, but the value of the cannon is too great to be discarded directly. After all, if a large pile of wood is transported, Mike may be too lazy to destroy it on the spot. A huge cannon, he is willing to use all possible means to transport and hide it. Wolf, this is up to you. Mike can't do it himself. Don't worry, boss. Everyone in Fleck knows that I'm a thief. It's normal to disappear for a few days. As long as I don't show up in their homes, no one will want to investigate where I've been, and they can't find out. Wolf knew what Mike meant, and rubbed his hands excitedly and thought, such a cannon is worth 200 gold pounds, and there is no market for it. If you want to sell it, there are many people in Fleck who are willing to pay 500 gold pounds. Boss, I never make any mistakes about money, so don't worry, I will hide it well and ensure that it can be used at any time. Very good, just put it there, Mike said meaningfully. I know that only there is a place suitable for placing this huge and beautiful guy. Wolf led the brothers outside the city to work, Mike escorting them for half an hour. Seeing that it was almost done, He took advantage of the night to return to the big house by the sea. Mike did not return to Griffin Manor because it was too conspicuous. After sleeping for 2 hours in the big house by the sea, he went into the city in the early morning with a good spirit because of sufficient sleep. Dear Night Mike, God bless you. Master Night Mike, will you still be in charge of our North Oblique Street in the future? I wish Master Night Mike to have the wealth of half the ocean. After a day, the news of Mike's promotion to Knight has spread throughout Flag City, and people are everywhere to congratulate Mike. Among these people, there are people who can be met on the road at ordinary times, and they are concerned about whether Mike is still in charge of them. There are more men and women who are not usually met, but suddenly appeared in a group today, such as the big farmer Murudo and his family, the big factory owner Ham, Jobik's family, and the old cart family who occupy the entire Flagport cargo loading and unloading business, all with their beautiful daughters, nieces, or nieces. Boss Mike, they have no good intentions, Ollie said with a weird smile. The detectives in Flag City still have a high mortality rate. For example, in the 20 years before I became a detective, 6 detectives died in Flag City. These are all big shots, and they will not put the hope of the family on a detective who seems to have great power, but is actually a runner and may die. Mike smiled gently, but what he said was very practical. You are right, boss. Ollie agreed with this and said with a smile, but you are a knight now. Unless there is a war, there are very few knights who die abnormally. The status of a knight is much higher. At least you are not a small errand runner anymore, Mike said softly. After taking a lazy nap in Griffin Manor, Mike opened his eyes and found that the sun was setting. The bright red sunset was rendered into a sinful dark red blood color by the sinful clouds in his eyes. He stretched himself, put on his clothes, thought about it, and changed into the knight's light armor sent by Flag Manor, wearing a knight's broadsword that he thought was more decorative than practical, and then walked out of Griffin Manor. Then turned 2 alleys and entered the main road of Central Street to reach the detective department. Dear Old Bell, what happened? Mike asked affectionately when he saw Old Bell. After the missing orphan incident, Mike's relationship with Old Bell eased a lot, and he was willing to talk with a smile. At this time, he found that Old Bell was a little restless, so he sat down at the head seat of the inspector's round table and asked. Old Bell didn't care about Mike sitting in the position of chief inspector, because Mike's current status was higher than that of Chief Inspector Sigrid. Congratulations on your promotion to Night Master, Little Mike. Old Bell congratulated Mike first. After all, being promoted to the title of Knight is a huge event. It represents that the common people at the bottom of the society have broken away from the original grassroots class and entered the real ruling class. Although Old Bell knows that knights are just thugs of the nobles, Mike now has the possibility of becoming a real noble. Lord Baron Fleck asked you to rest, so I didn't disturb you, but this matter percent, Old Bell said with a sad face. The chief inspector has disappeared. Yes, Chief Inspector Sigrid, our beautiful chief inspector, left Fleck Manor yesterday and went home. At noon today, we found that her groom did not come out to purchase what she needed. I tried to visit her and found that there was nothing in her house. Gold pounds, silver pounds, her spring wheel pistols, swords, and although there were few but definitely valuable jewelry, they were all gone. She seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no one can provide clues about her disappearance. Impossible. Mike found it incredible, because Old Bell was a cautious man. Mike knew that Old Bell sent people to keep an eye on all his competitors. If Mike hadn't used tough measures, there would be Old Bell's spies at his doorstep. As for Sigrid, according to Sigrid's word, she was the chief inspector and she was upright and didn't bother to pay attention to Old Bell's spies. I remember that the man who was keeping an eye on Sigrid was Tolmini, a good tracker. Mike knocked on the table and said, Tolmini's tracking skills are only slightly worse than Wolf's. I wanted to kill him several times to teach you a lesson. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's just talk about how Sigrid disappeared under Tomini's nose. This is an unlikely thing. I also think it is unlikely. Is Tomini dead? He is not dead. In fact, because of the recent tense situation, I asked him to keep an eye on Sigrid's residence all night. I admit that I was wrong, but since dear Tomini did this, there is no possibility that Sigrid could disappear under his nose. But it just happened like that. Mike lit up his cigar. So, that means Sigrid, who is not good at shaking off pursuers, and her groom, who is good at fighting but also not good at shaking off pursuers, just disappeared and shook off Tomini. The only possibility is they have one or even several powerful helpers. Who could it be? Mike didn't believe that Sigrid would be taken away without any movement, so he believed Sigrid must have left on her own and had a reason to leave. Fortunately, it seems that Sigrid has some powerful helpers, so there is no need to worry about where Sigrid will be after leaving, and who will easily deal with her. Okay, Old Bell, I think we don't need to pay too much attention to this matter, Mike thought. Old Bell, however, had a sad face, ran to the window to look outside, and then closed the window. He did not sit back in the chair, but stood at the window and looked outside vigilantly. I know, Mike, if Sigrid left voluntarily, you are willing to protect her voluntarily. You are friends with her, and you respect all her choices. I am willing to admit that you are right, Mike said with a smile. But what if? What if Lord Fleck forced Sigrid to leave? Or Baron Fleck simply sent someone to kill her? Old Bell's expression was very nervous, fearing Baron Fleck's power. You know, Mike, he said, Baron Fleck killed Harriman, proving that Baron Fleck has a good hand who can replace Harriman and seize the power of the Four Streets. Who can prove that he doesn't have a man who can replace Sigrid, replace you, or replace me? The current situation is too strange. We must think about ourselves. What do you want to do? Mike felt that Old Bell thought too much. Not to mention that Baron Fleck killed. No, wanted to kill Harriman because of Harriman's specialness. Just say the people in Baron Fleck's hands. Mike admitted that there were many good hands under Fleck, but there was absolutely no one who could easily kill Sigrid and let Sigrid not make any noise. Moreover, Mike believed that even if he wanted to kill Sigrid, it would take at least 2 hours after only 1 day of preparation, and he had to do it himself. Sigrid was so skilled and alert. I want to retire early. Yes, retire early. Old Bell made a difficult decision. I will give you the substantive power of the remaining 2 streets, and I only hope that you will let me go and my wealth go. I still have a wife and children in Great Britain, and they all need my money to support them. So, Mike, for the sake of our previous friendship, don't take my wealth, right? I beg you. You admit defeat to me, Old Bell. Mike was so surprised that his cigar almost fell. He knew Old Bell and knew that this old fox didn't mind using the lowest posture to face any opponent, and then showing his fangs at the right time to get back the lost face. Yes, Old Bell was cunning, but also proud. He would not treat the younger generation who had once cared for him. That is, he would not bow to Mike. Where is your pride? Mike asked. Pride is worthless in front of relatives. Old Bell finally came back and sat down, close to Mike, lowered his head, as if he had suddenly aged. Mike, you don't have a wife, no children, and don't know the responsibilities of a family, but I do. What I have never told you is that I used to eat, drink, gamble, and whore in Great Britain, doing all kinds of bad things and squandering all my family wealth. It was my wife who washed clothes for others and worked as a small handicraftsman to support me. Do you know? She worked 16 hours a day, and in just 2 years, she aged as if she was a dozen years older than me. I couldn't stand it, so I sneaked into North America and became this detective, collecting wealth for them, writing them. Mike, I beg you, don't take advantage of their wealth. But you are very good at saving money. You are richer than Harriman. You have at least 150 gold pounds, which can allow me to buy 75 matchlock guns. Mike, Old Bill was so anxious that he burst into tears. For God's sake. No, for the sake of our previous friendship. Old Bill rubbed his callous fingers nervously. This little bit of gold pounds is only enough to buy a few farms in Great Britain, and at most let my wife and children enjoy the life of small and medium-sized farmers. You know, the land in the mainland is very expensive. Everything is very expensive. Even if they become small and medium-sized farmers, they still have to work. It's already very hard. Mike lowered his head and pondered. It is true that Old Bill used to care for him, but since Old Bill took action against him, he didn't plan to let Old Bill retire easily. Dear Old Bill, whether you believe it or not, I wanted you to retire peacefully before, and even planned to give you a lot of money when you retired. But after you dealt with me in those 8 months, I plan to let you spit out half of your savings so that you can retire. I know and understand that you are a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, but for God's sake, Old Bill continued to plead, because he didn't lie. The expenses in Great Britain were too high, and he had to take out at least half to keep the rest of the wealth. Well, not for God's sake, but for our previous friendship. Mike shook his head, took out the ruby, eye of happiness, and threw it over. This is also worth dozens of gold pounds as a gift. Old Bill. In the next few days, Old Bill asked for retirement from Fleck Manor. This should have been handled by Sigrid. Sigrid disappeared, so it could only be handed over to the absolute ruler of Fleck City. But Baron Fleck did not reply and dragged it on for 3.5 days. On the evening of the 4th day, Baron Fleck summoned Mike, Old Bill, and 2 other knights to discuss the welcoming of the new Baron. After a lot of polite words, he left a letter of appointment. What is this? The letter of appointment was thrown to Old Bill. We are all smart people, so, for Fleck City, Baron Fleck smiled and said a slogan and left. Why is it a letter of appointment? Old Bill stared at Baron Fleck and the 2 knights leaving. While opening the letter of appointment, he spoke to Mike without any energy. Really, I just want. What? Let me be the chief detective of Fleck City. Sigrid's 6 streets and my regional 2 streets are all mine. Crack. Suddenly, Theodore behind Mike almost bit half of his teeth. Theodore is a smart man, at least smarter than Dunbar, and immediately understood Baron Fleck's intention. Boss. He looked at Mike, and when he stared at Old Bill again, he touched the Swedish Mora knife hidden in his chest. Before the new Baron arrived, Fleck City was busy, because Baron Fleck ordered a large-scale construction. First of all, in the center of the city's central street, the original rocks and buildings were demolished, and a large square was built outside the Fleck Manor. No, it should be said to be a park connected to the Fleck Manor, which ordinary people would never have the courage to enter. The benchmark of the city. Boss, this park was built by Baron Fleck, who increased taxes and took out some gold pounds himself. And the person in charge of supervising the construction was Chief Inspector Old Bill. Theodore emphasized the name, Old Bill. He couldn't understand Baron Fleck's idea, because from the current situation, Baron Fleck should unite all the forces that can be united, and the key is to unite their boss, Mike. But Baron Fleck gave the position of Chief Inspector to Old Bill, which was obviously going to cause a fight. So the question arises, at such a critical moment, why did Baron Fleck want to destroy the city wall? Boss, I don't understand, Theodore said, gritting his teeth. Why should I understand? Look, it's so beautiful here. Mike shrugged his shoulders, tasted the fine coffee brought to him by a blonde patrol brother, pointed to the bustling construction scene and said, although it is just a prototype, I can imagine that when this park is completed, there will be hundreds of flowers, competing for beauty and emitting bursts of strong fragrance. In front of the flowers is a lake. The light blue water is clear and transparent, like a mirror or like soft blue satin. There is a lotus-shaped fountain in the center of the lake, and there are many strange-shaped rockery by the lake. There is a beautiful pavilion in front of the rockery, and the pavilion is full of people. Dear Theodore, you see, the future is bright. Yes, the future is beautiful, but we all hope that all the beauty belongs to you, my dear boss. Theodore laughed fiercely. What do you want to do? Mike asked. Baron Fleck is of noble status, but he is just one person. We can assassinate him to avoid being calculated by him. As for Old Bill, Theodore paused for a moment, but continued to speak. I know you are a little soft-hearted towards Old Bill, but since he became the chief inspector, Old Bill has never mentioned retirement. He wants to rely on Baron Fleck to fight you. If that were the case, Hemingway would have poisoned him long ago, but without your order. This is where Hemingway is different from you. Sometimes, he will act first and then report. Mike laughed, and happened to see the chief financial officer, Thorndyke Knight, who was in charge of the finances of Fleck City, and smiled and spoke to him. At this time, on the third floor of the huge building of Fleck Manor, Baron Fleck pointed at Mike with his black cane and chuckled with a meaning that was hard to understand. Ma Nan, how long do you think little Mike can hold on under the suppression of Old Bill? Baron Fleck asked with a smile. If you don't intervene, I think he can trample Old Bill under his feet. Knight Man's face seemed like a pool of dead water. His expression has not changed since Miss Helva's death. Yes, Knight Mike has means far beyond Old Bill. Even if I give Old Bill the position of chief inspector and the 6 streets that used to belong to Sigrid, Old Bill is not his opponent. Baron Fleck's eyes were extremely treacherous, but our new Baron, Baron Berman, will arrive today. He will not let me promote knights who are too outstanding, and Knight Mike is too outstanding. Baron Berman will definitely suppress Mike, and with Old Bill's identity as chief inspector, Mike will soon lose power. I will also add fuel to the flames and let Mike die. What a pity, Mike is really a good knight, but the death of a knight can give me absolute say, and even allow me to drive away Knight Berman and become the master of the new Fleck Fortress City. Mike's sacrifice is meaningful. I will crown him. My Lord Baron, even a dead knight has no right to talk about crown. Knight Ma Nan still looked wooden. Because Mike killed the Indian warrior Blue, he no longer hated Mike. But because Mike killed his adjutant Grinnan, he had no gratitude towards Mike. The two offset each other. He just wanted to watch the continuous expansion of Fleck City calmly. As for who died in it, including himself, it didn't matter. My Lord Baron, I hope everything goes well for you. I will cut off all the thorns for you. Knight Ma Nan raised the knight's heavy sword. At this moment, he was more like a pure knight than the late Knight Harriman. I will. Everything is under my control. So, Baron Fleck considered himself noble and the only ruler of Fleck City. Everything was under his control, but when he wanted to say a few more words, he suddenly knocked the black cane on the windowsill, making a loud bang. The black cane also broke, revealing sharp wood stubble. What did I see? Ma Nan, tell me, what did you see? Baron Fleck's usually kind face suddenly looked like a devil, full of coldness. I saw Old Bill. Knight Ma Nan could not help but be surprised. Yes, I saw Old Bill. After Mike said goodbye to Thorndyke, he seemed to want to go to the detective's office. He should do so, otherwise he would be sidelined by Old Bill relying on the power of the chief inspector. But Old Bill came out of the detective's office and hugged him warmly. I don't mind Old Bill and Knight Mike's hypocrisy, but Old Bill led Knight Mike to the other side of the carriage. Baron Fleck's face looked very bad. God is my witness that I can recognize that those carriages are loaded with the 30 matchlock rifles I provided to the detective's office. Does Old Bill want to share the matchlock rifles with Knight Mike? Do they want to deal with me together? Do they even want to collude with Knight Berman to deal with me? When Baron Fleck and Knight Ma Nan arrived at the detective's office, they happened to see that Mike's patrol brothers were assigned mascots. What's more terrifying is that there are 20 patrolmen in Mike's 5 streets, and all of them have been assigned mascots, occupying 2/3 of all the mascots. Old Chief Inspector Bell, I'm very happy that you can cooperate with Knight Mike in a friendly manner. Baron Fleck seemed to greet him very happily, but he was embarrassed and angry in his heart, because no matter what, he couldn't say, "Damn old Bell, you should suppress Mike to death." Yes, respected, dear Baron Fleck. Old Bell bowed to Baron Fleck with a smile on his face, and said humbly, but after raising his head, he continued, "It's like this, Baron. Just one night 4 days ago, I was ready to retire and told Little Mike about this. I thought Little Mike would laugh at me, but he didn't. Instead, he gave me a beautiful ruby. He also told Jenny about this and asked Jenny to follow me, and he took over the St. Amia orphanage. Look, dear Lord Baron, our Knight Mike is such a noble, pure and loving person, and he wants to take over the orphanage. This makes me have a great liking for him." Hearing this, Baron Fleck's hand, hidden in his sleeve, almost pinched out blood. Knight Ma Nan widened his eyes, staring at Mike as if he didn't know him, and took a long deep breath, knowing why Old Bell was willing to help Mike at the risk of going against Baron Fleck. "Inspector Old Bell, I know something about the relationship between Knight Mike and you, and Jenny Amia, the director of St. Amia Orphanage, so I am surprised and understand what you are doing now. Of course, Lord Baron and I are also very happy to see that you can work together with Knight Mike," Knight Ma Nan said in a formulaic tone. Yes, that's why. Knight Ma Nan understood. Even if Mike gave Old Bell a precious ruby as a parting gift, Old Bell would not believe Mike's kindness. But Jenny Amia was one of Old Bell's brothers and sisters, and she used to treat Mike as her own son. Mike let Jenny Amia live with Old Bell, just to confirm Mike would never attack Old. Well, I think I understand, but don't be careless. Knight Mike, Inspector Old Bell, you have to continue to work together. Baron Fleck quickly suppressed his emotions and said with a smile, "We are about to face Baron Berman and his entire force. Even if you work together, it is too weak for a Baron, so be careful, you must be careful." "We will, the Honorable Lord Baron Fleck," Mike also said with a smile. He understood that Fleck was warning Old Bell. On the surface, the power of him and Old Bell was not a little bit inferior to that of Knight Berman. In fact, even if Old Bell and him joined forces, they were still no match for Baron Fleck. Baron Fleck was threatening Old Bell, trying to get him to leave his side. But Old Bell shook his head slightly. "Dear Baron Fleck," he said sadly, "I'm old, so I just need to be the logistics support for Little Mike, and the rest will be left to the young people." "Really? Old Bell, now you are the chief inspector of Fleck City." Baron Fleck narrowed his eyes. "Yes, God is my witness." Old Bell was very determined. He had figured it out. If Mike really wanted him to enjoy his old age, why did he stand on Baron Fleck's side? Judging from how Baron Fleck dealt with Inspector Harriman, he would rather trust Little Mike, with whom he had known for a long time, than Baron Fleck. Regardless of winning or losing, Old Bell was willing to take a gamble. And after a friendly conversation with Mike, Mike had sent 2 capable men to escort Jenny away and take the gold pounds he left behind to Northern Ireland. It was that night that he realized everything was under Mike's control. "By the way, Hemingway," Old Bell suddenly shouted, calling Hemingway over. At this time, Hemingway had already put on the inspector's uniform and took over Harriman's position. "This is the new Inspector Hemingway. Lord Baron Fleck, I reported to you the day before yesterday that Hemingway would take over Harriman's position. He is a good young man," Old Bell said in a very sincere tone. "I know about this matter, and I let you handle it yourself." "So, is he already the inspector of 4th Street?" Baron Fleck asked. "Yes, but there is one more thing. That is, Hemingway is Mike's man, and also my man. So from now on, the 17 streets in Flag City that belong to the detective department are truly united, and even with the central street directly under your jurisdiction, we have no grudges, and Knight Berman will not be able to intervene. Baron Fleck. At this moment, Baron Fleck could not bear the anger in his heart. What is this for? Are they joining forces to sideline him? The key is, did he have to add fuel to the fire to make the 17 streets united? Not enough. Still not enough. Baron Fleck said coldly, even if the detective department is united, it is not qualified to challenge Baron Berman. Yes, you must be careful, because you can't deal with the anger of a baron. You have no warships, no cannons, and not many matchlock guns. As he was speaking, there was a sudden and violent sound of cannons in the distance. Everyone stopped what they were doing and climbed to the highest place in the police station. They saw 3 large warships slowly moored a few thousand yards outside the port. The masts were lowering, the ships were slowing down, but the 18 black muzzles facing the city interpreted the eternal truth. Compared with these 3 warships, each carrying 12 cannons, the 4 offshore warships belonging to Flag City were like small shrimps that had not grown up. The fleet transferred from Jamestown has arrived, and 2 of them are under my command, accounting for 2/3. Baron Fleck said excitedly, because these 2 warships alone have turned him from a business-oriented baron into a real powerful baron. This is also the source of his ambition to drive Baron Berman away and dominate the future Flag Fortress city. If I remember correctly, all 3 warships are under the command of the Captain General, right? Mike thought it was not good. There is indeed a Captain-in-Chief, but the captains of 2 of the warships are my people. I paid a lot of money to bribe them, a price that even Baron Berman could not afford. Baron Fleck said proudly. This made Mike's heart tremble, and Old Bell's face turned pale. If Baron Fleck had the 24 cannons on the 2 warships, they would really be unable to fight. The plan to directly fight Baron Fleck must be changed to become a vassal of Baron Fleck and Baron Berman. After all, the power of the cannon is too great. Even a well-organized vampire 100-man team cannot withstand the covering attack of 24 iron cannons. But at this time, all 3 warships stopped steadily. A body was left on each warship. The threat of the warship is huge. There was a problem with the warship. In the city's detective office, Mike, Baron Fleck and others lost the interest in intrigue. They tore off all the contradictions, arranged their most capable assistants to prepare everything, and then went to Fleckport together. The port was as calm as a mirror, and the sun shone on the sea. In the bright sunshine, 3 warships broke through the waves and sailed straight into the shallowest part of the harbor where warships were allowed to dock, dragging behind them 2 corpses tied with ropes. My captain, Baron Fleck, covered his heart when he saw the corpses' clothes for the first time, because the 2 corpses were wearing bright uniforms with crimson and black edges. Their hats had long been washed away by the seawater, and their white hair blocked their faces, making it impossible to see their original appearance. But the captain's clothes have proved that at least one of them is a captain who has pledged allegiance to Baron Fleck. Dear Baron, it seems that our chief captain is very dissatisfied with the factions of his subordinates, and even wants to sideline him. Or it. Mike breathed a sigh of relief and said jokingly, "This is normal, because if it were me, I would not allow my subordinates to be loyal to others behind my back. Don't forget that you are my knight, Mike." Baron Fleck can't maintain his kind style. "Of course I am your knight." Mike bent down like a gentleman and put his palm on his chest, but added in his heart, "Idiot chivalry." Yes, Mike looked down on chivalry, because the old-fashioned and stubborn Knight Griffin did not represent true kindness, but the interests of the nobility, and ignored his own family affection. But Mike believed in his own strength and youth, and believed that everything he had lost could be found back with his own hands. Money and power can be recovered, but feelings are lost, and if you want to find them back, you must cover your eyes. Well, My Lord Baron, now we should meet this ruthless captain. I hope he doesn't mind you poaching his people, otherwise, Mike said with a smile. But the next moment, Mike's expression was shocked. He saw a figure emerging from the side of the ship. They were only more than 10 yards away, and he could see the other person's embarrassed but very handsome face. Of course, what surprised Mike was not the other person's face, but his clothes, as well as the other person's embarrassed appearance of being tied up and sent directly to the swimboat to feed sharks. Baron Fleck was also dazed by the other party's luxurious Baron costume. Baron Fleck, please plead for me. I really didn't mean to offend you, really. I just wanted to invite the beautiful lady to have a glass of wine, and I added something in the wine. It's not a capital crime. Baron Berman almost cried out. Upon hearing this, Baron Fleck's face changed drastically. He had heard it and knew that Baron Berman was just pursuing a beautiful girl and using some improper means. This was nothing for the Baron. He even thought that if the beautiful lady did not belong to a noble family, all he needed was one sentence and the beautiful lady would strip herself naked and lie obediently on the bed. But now, the chief captain of the warship tied up Baron Berman because of this. This is absolutely an offense to the privileges of the nobles. Mike, if you have a chance, kill the chief captain. Baron Fleck issued an order. I think the chief captain has good character, Todd. Mike, are you going to disobey my orders? You should know that disobeying the orders I am issuing now is an offense to Baron Berman and me, and a violation of the great law of violating the two rulers of Fleck City. But now it seems that I have a natural ally, right? In fact, they are not only natural allies, but also a good tree that can shelter us from the wind and rain and bear all the blame. From what Baron Fleck did, Mike knew that he would turn against Baron Fleck sooner or later, and the outcome would be decided, as well as life and death. He wanted to kill Baron Fleck, but he was worried about the reaction of Jamestown. At this time, a captain-in-chief, both in terms of power and status, met all the conditions for him to take the blame. So Mike blew a whistle, and his tone was particularly cheerful. Baron Fleck, who felt Mike's attitude, had a cold face, and his hand holding the new black cane trembled. He stared at Mike, and there was a kind of cold light in his sight that wanted to take action immediately and be sure to take Mike down. At this moment, suddenly, a handsome figure jumping in the sun and leaping with the warship rope attracted everyone's attention. Baron Fleck was stunned for a moment. Mike and Old Bill also opened their mouths wide, as if they saw a completely incredible scene. Sigrid, a faint self-murmur, came out of Mike's mouth without any limit. It's me. Sigrid landed in front of Mike, ignoring Baron Fleck, and said with a smile that was more relaxed than ever before, Mike, I want to tell you a piece of news. That is, Jamestown has declared independence. What's even more wonderful is that Jamestown announced the abolition of the privileged status of 63 nobles who were in office but doing nothing. Impossible. Baron Fleck was so surprised that his jaw dropped. Because, how is this possible? Jamestown's independence is the general trend, and it will definitely be done. But if the privileged status of the nobles is abolished, wouldn't Jamestown's main city worry about all the nobles uniting to rebel? It's not the abolition of all noble privileges, but just the abolition of some noble families that have lost power. Sigrid said bluntly. What about Baron Fleck? Mike also asked decisively. Baron Fleck was not on the abolition list, but what Jamestown's main city wanted was the original city, not. Mike, I believe you are very sure. As soon as Sigrid's words came out, the Knight of Manan who followed Baron Fleck rushed over frantically. The Knight of Manan knew how powerful Mike was, so he didn't dare to attack Mike. The hard and powerful knight's gauntlet desperately stuck to Julius' white and slender neck behind Mike. He failed to succeed, because at the same time, Mike coughed and Dunbar hugged him. The hard knight's heavy armor was deformed and twisted wildly in Dunbar's bear hug. Thick blood plasma soon spurted out of the fence like face armor of the Knight of Manan. If Mike hadn't raised his finger, the Knight of Manan, who could have fought Mike head-on for a few moves, would have died under the great strength of the honest Dunbar. But at this time, Baron Fleck rushed forward. Baron Fleck, who had never shown his military power, actually pulled out a rapier from his black cane and fought with Sigrid in a flash, which was dazzling. Mike inserted directly. It's really surprising that Baron Fleck's swordsmanship is even stronger than the Carter brothers on Frederick's side. Because the dagger he carried was too short, Mike was actually at a disadvantage. Sigrid's skills were far better than Mike's, but she was much weaker in strength. Baron Fleck broke the tip of her sword in a few moves. Mark, since Jamestown City only needs the power of the city and does not need the rule of the nobles, I think you can't bear it, right? So the first 2 strike is the strongest, and the last 2 strike will suffer. I will not give you a chance to leave the battle group. Baron Fleck's voice was very strange. It must be said that the subordinates brought by Baron Fleck were far inferior to Mike's brothers. Because of their strength, number, and the 3 warships of Sigrid, they were disarmed in a symbolic resistance and lay on the ground obediently. But Baron Fleck was so powerful that Mike's brothers, including Theodore and Dunbar, could not join the battle group. Baron Fleck fought with Mike and Sigrid again, fighting in close combat, and his movements were as agile as a flying North American purple swallow, so that Mike's brothers and Old Bill did not dare to fire at will. When someone still opened fire. Now the only one who was sure to shoot was Julia. The bullet fired accurately hit Baron Fleck's eyes. The terrifying design angle and accuracy made Baron Fleck scream, but he was the first to arrive and used the hilt of the black cane to block the bullet. Baron Fleck staggered, which made everyone relax. As long as Baron Fleck could not entangle Chief Mike and Sigrid, dozens of muskets could shoot him into a sieve. But suddenly, bang! The hilt of Baron Fleck's sword actually made a terrible gunshot. The muzzle was aimed at Sigrid. Judging from the direction of the shot, it could break Sigrid's beautiful forehead. At this moment, Sigrid seemed to see all the memories of the past, as well as her poor brother. No one knew what Sigrid had experienced in that instant, but when the moment was over, everyone only saw Mike's clenched fist blocking Sigrid's forehead, and the blood hissing out of his palm. Sword and musket. I thought there was no such thing in North America. The so-called sword and musket is a shortened matchlock hidden in the hilt of a sword. It is not something that can be hidden, and requires a relatively high and technical level. Surprise! Mike felt that his entire hand bones and half of his arm had lost consciousness, and his body was a little unbalanced, but he laughed and grinned. Fortunately, my body is strong enough. Swords and muskets can't penetrate your palm. Are you a monster? Baron Fleck roared. He did not pause because of surprise, but rushed forward, wanting to continue fighting with Mike and Sigrid. It would be best if he could take one of them as a hostage. Baron Fleck suddenly opened his mouth and grew 2 sharp fangs. His hair suddenly grew 3 meters long. It was blood-red hair like iron hooks. A high-blooded vampire of at least 30 years. Ah, Boss Mike. I finally understand why Nightman's adjutant Grinnan wants to take the blood of children. It turns out that it is for this old thing. Suddenly someone came shooting. Ollie's speed was not inferior to Baron Fleck. With the same blood-red long hair, he entangled with Baron Fleck. He was not old enough and not strong enough, so he obviously suffered a loss. But because of his desperate entanglement, Mike and Sigrid broke away from the battle group. Then, open fire. Mike, Sigrid, and Old Bill gave the order at the same time. In the harbor and on the warships, at least 200 muskets fired at the same time, instantly breaking up Baron Fleck and Ollie. The 2 high-blooded vampires were full of bullet holes and blood, but it was obvious that Baron Fleck was not treated as well as Ollie. When Ollie was dragged away for treatment and more than a dozen people were feeding Ollie blood with their palms, Baron Fleck was beaten into a meat paste by the pills that followed. More than 200 muskets fired 20 rounds. Mike also asked people to collect all the silver pounds, silver jewelry, and Protestant holy water, and pile them up where the meat paste was. At noon, the sun even better. In the entire city of Fleck, only the elite musketeers of 100 men were resisting. Unfortunately, without the command of Baron Fleck and Knight Manan, they were a group of scattered sand and were quickly disarmed. They all surrendered under the leadership of the treasurer, Knight Thorndyke. At this time, Mike was in the magnificent Fleck Manor. No, it is the Forest Manor. Mike was lying in bed, being taken care of by Julia as a seriously ill patient, with his palms bandaged, enjoying the most delicious coffee stored in the manor, and Sigrid was too lazy to avoid sitting on his bed. I will notify Jamestown and put the things that you can't handle on me. Don't worry, I can handle it. Sigrid always speaks bluntly. And then, Mike asked, you are the future mayor of the fortress city of Tourst, and all power is in your hands. Sigrid said, I do not belong to the land, I belong to the sea, so I will keep the 2 regional Fodor offshore warships here, and leave you to 12-door warships. Don't worry, even if there is only 1 12-door warship left, within half a year, my fleet will expand 2 double digits. I belong to the ocean, and the ocean belongs to me, and Poseidon is not my opponent. With the current level of ship technology, I doubt it. Do you still want to force me to stay? Sigrid suddenly knocked Julia unconscious. Mike, what do you want to do? I will be at sea in the future, so we are getting married today. If you dare to refuse, the 36 iron cannons of the 3 warships will blow up your city. If you make me unhappy, it will be blown up as well. Actually, Mike was still very excited. It's just that if it's only 1 day, it's a bit short. The madness of a day and a night passed quickly. Mike didn't know what kind of fruit this madness would bear, but it was the first time for both of them. The second time, the third time, the 7th time, it was still very good. Mike didn't force Sigrid to stay, because Sigrid was free, and the free Sigrid was the most beautiful. He walked out of the manor and saw that his brothers quickly put the city in order, and saw Old Bell's smiling face, and he said that he would bring all his wives and daughters. Mike liked to see these. The only thing he didn't want to see was the tall black man kneeling in front of Miss Helva's grave. Martin, Mike shouted. Boss, will you give us freedom? Martin buried his head. I once thought that even if I couldn't be with Miss Helva, I could still protect her. I didn't expect that I would fall in love with her the first time we met, and the first time we met also became a farewell forever. Boss, all I have left is admiration and love for this black skin. So boss, I will fight for you to the death. Can you promise to give us freedom? Freedom is to fight for yourself. Mike laid a bouquet of flowers in front of the grave. Fight for yourself. Martin didn't quite understand. I will make a promise to you, but I won't make any promises to your race. Martin, I will definitely take over America, take over this world, including the ocean, for my own blood, and in order not to completely lose the news of Sigrid, leaving her alone to guard the dead ship decades later. At that time, if your people want freedom, I will give it to them. If they don't fight for it themselves, that's another matter. Can we do it? Of course, we are still young. Yes, Mayor. Martin stood up, his waist straightened. His figure and temperament seemed like a dark god in the ancient desolation. Well, the Fleck City chapter ends here, and we have also ushered in the finale. The next book will not be a translation. It will be a rhythmic and refreshing article, for the sake of making a living. Recently, Frog has figured out one thing. If you want to write a good book, the key is the core. What kind of feeling should you give you? Is it unwilling? Is it anger? Is it happiness or strength? Frog reflected on himself and found that his 3 views are very positive. The core that can be written best is the firmness of emotions in the continuous self-growth. So the rhythm of the next book is growth and upgrading, and the core is family affection. For myself and my family, growth and upgrading, pushing forward all the way. Very happy.